Chapter 196, Taming Fame 8. Larissa laughed. Isn't Luna adorable? Ren was about to respond, and Luna about to shout when the ground began to tremble. That's not a lesser worm, Taro warned, his living tunnel approaching the invaders' exit point. The vibration intensified, and suddenly the ground exploded before them. A worm much larger than the previous ones emerged, its 4-meter-long body betraying its rank. A greater worm, Min exclaimed, his snake adopting a combat stance. We're at 250 meters, Ren analyzed quickly. This is today's digging limit for us. The greater worm rose menacingly. The worms have a different ranking structure than all normal beasts, and though not yet a true bronze-rank deep worm, its size made it nearly as strong as Taro's living tunnel. All together, Ren ordered. Send in your beasts. The worm attacked. Taro used his living tunnel to create a barrier, while Maria's Wolverine struck from the side. Min's snake launched a pressurized water stream, but it barely seemed to affect the creature. Its rings are too hard, Mira observed, her giant rat creating coverings to help Taro's beetle better hold the opponent as she couldn't damage it. Luna, Ren called. Target the joints between the ring plates. Luna nodded, her blush completely forgotten as her wolf merged with the shadows to attack. Ren's Hydra used its light claws on the joints affected by the shadow attacks, the synergy further weakening the plates. Now Taro, Ren shouted. Crush it against the wall. The living tunnel charged, pushing the worm sideways for the final blow. After a crunch, the worm collapsed, finally defeated. That was. Han panted, intense. It was impressive how you knew exactly what to do. Just basic observation, Ren responded modestly, though his mushrooms pulsed with what might have been pride. And very professional, Larissa added with a wink, making both Ren and Luna blush again. This is as far as we'll go today. We can create a larger chamber and collect the deep earth, and crystals that were left buried in the rock remains along the tunnel path. Ren hurried to say, turning to hide his face. The greater worm had been a clear signal they were near truly dangerous territory. Please finish covering the tunnel walls first, Ren asked Taro. Why don't we continue, Mira asked, clearly disappointed. First, because the mana must already be affecting some of you, and second, because the next things we'll find are deep assassins, Ren explained. A greater worm is, as you saw, easy to beat with this group, but those beasts. He shook his head. The noise and vibrations we make would inevitably attract them, and although we would win, they're dangerous. We also won't be able to dig the tunnel so easily there, since the living tunnels of that depth create their own ones. When Taro's enormous beetle finished covering the tunnel, the group began to disperse to collect, each choosing a different area of the safe tunnel. While everyone was distracted, Leora stealthily approached Ren. The day the Hydra appeared down here, she whispered, her eyes gleaming with intelligence. I reached a similar depth and direction to where we seemed to be heading. Did you make it to the end of this route somehow that day? Ren's mushrooms pulsed while he considered his response. There was no point in lying here, after all, he had reached there with Julius. Yes, he admitted quietly. In fact, I want to reach the same deposit from that day. Why? Leora asked, her curiosity evidently piqued. Ren pulled a plate from his backpack, the material glowing faintly. It's from that Hydra, he explained. I need to process some crystals with pure mana for my Hydra's cultivation. I can use this plate to reflect the light from the deposit's crystals and fill iron-sized crystals with that pure mana. But can't you take us if we learn the method you used that day? Although I could explain. If there are too many of us, it'll be impossible to hide the distortion in the depth's natural vibrations. It would be too dangerous to attract much attention. Ren shook his head. After 280 meters, the tunnels become much more complex. It's not just Earth anymore. There are other living tunnels, plus assassins and deep worms. It's better to go alone. Take me with you, Leora suddenly suggested. What? Ren blinked in surprise. I can jump and avoid the monsters, she explained, a small smile forming on her lips. You must know that already. Ren's mushrooms pulsed while he analyzed the proposal. It was true, he knew Leora's capabilities. Her escapability was impressive, but it's very dangerous, he tried to argue, but he could see the curiosity and determination in her eyes. She was just like him. If there's just a few of us, it should be possible, right? Leora countered. I just want to learn your stealth technique for having reached there with just an iron rank spore. Ren sighed, his mushrooms pulsing with resignation. It's not so much about stealth as you think, but if you promise to follow my instructions about how to avoid attracting monsters exactly. I promise, Leora responded immediately, her smile widening. And no unnecessary jumps, he added. Only the necessary ones, she agreed. And if I say we retreat? We'll do it without argument, she completed. Ren's mushrooms pulsed once more before he finally nodded. All right, but we'll have to be very careful about how we plan this. When do I follow? Leora asked, her voice barely a whisper. When they're done with the crystals here and move away, Ren responded in the same tone. While the others explore this section, we... Look what I found. Min's voice interrupted their conversation. This must have been a complete vein of bronze-sized crystals. There are even some silver-sized ones. Leora casually moved away from Ren, as if they had never been conspiring. Ren's mushrooms pulsed with approval at her discretion. Ren! Larissa called from another point. Is this type of deep earth better quality? Coming, Ren responded, but before moving away, he looked at Leora one last time. Leora nodded imperceptibly while joining Luna in gathering. While helping the others identify valuable materials, Ren couldn't help thinking that teaching Leora about the technique for walking with the tunnel's rhythm could be fun. Now he just had to make sure no one else discovered their plans. Especially a certain princess who seemed to have a special talent for uncovering secrets. Chapter 197, Taming the Third 2T. It has to be now, Ren whispered to Taro while the others were distracted gathering. Every day I spend without cultivating the Hydra is a day lost. Now? Taro nearly shouted, but Ren quickly covered his mouth. Keep your voice down, Ren hissed, his mushrooms pulsing with urgency. The excursion with Zhao is in 3 days, and I need to start the Hydra's cultivation, or I'll go crazy with a feeling of stagnation during the gathering trip. But going deeper alone. Taro tried to protest against Ren's hand over his mouth once more, but it was too strong. Listen, Ren released him, but kept his voice low. I've already started cultivating the fungus to get rank bronze 2 in 100 days. That was just a matter of money. But the Hydra. His mushrooms pulsed intensely. Needs this specific location to start. No amount of crystals can replicate the small vein that's further ahead. It's too dangerous to be alone in the Bronze Beast Zone, Taro murmured, glancing nervously in the direction where their tunnel had stopped. I'm the one helping you reach Bronze 2, and will continue until at least Gold 1, Ren reminded his friend. Couldn't you show a little solidarity for my Hydra's cultivation to Bronze 1? Ren's mushrooms pulsed as he continued. I just need you to open a small exit space in the mineral with your living tunnel when most of them move away to gather. Something discreet, quick. Taro looked around nervously. Most of the group was focused on a particularly rich vein Min had found. But the monsters. He began to protest. We already have the whole tunnel covered, Ren interrupted. I just need to get out quickly, and you can close it immediately after. Monsters won't enter, and the girls won't even notice we're gone. We? Taro frowned. Before Ren could respond, he noticed Leora watching them from a distance. Their eyes met briefly, and she nodded almost imperceptibly. Not you, just trust me. Ren turned his attention back to Taro. Will you do it? Taro sighed deeply, his living tunnel manifesting in his arm to control the mineral. If something goes wrong. Nothing will go wrong, Ren assured. I already got there twice. We'll only need half an hour maximum. While the group continued gathering, Taro began working discreetly on a small crack in the wall. His movements were so subtle they looked like he was simply examining the rock. Look at this, more silver-sized crystals! Mira suddenly exclaimed from the other end of the tunnel, drawing everyone's attention. Taking advantage of the distraction, Taro finished the crack. It was barely visible, but enough for someone thin to slip through. Now, Ren whispered, moving toward the opening. Be careful, Taro murmured as his friend began sliding through the space. At the exact moment Ren disappeared through the crack, Leora, who had gradually fallen behind the group, vanished. Her movement was so fluid, so natural, that no one immediately noticed her absence. 30 minutes? Taro whispered toward the crack. 30 minutes, Ren's voice confirmed from the other side. Taro kept his living tunnel partially manifested, ready to close the crack at the first sign of danger. While watching the rest of the group continue gathering, he couldn't help wondering if he'd done the right thing. You better know what you're doing, Ren, he thought while joining the others, trying to act normal. On the other side of the wall, Ren urged the Hydra to advance quickly to reach an open space, of which there were many just over 20 meters further. 30 minutes to teach Leora to walk, reach the vein, process the crystals, and return. It would be tight, but it had to work. It's time for the Hydra to get the right materials to evolve. Wait, Ren whispered, stopping Leora and the Hydra with a gesture. Before we continue, you need to learn something crucial. What is it? Leora asked softly, aware of the need for silence. Come closer slowly, Ren pointed to the tunnel wall. Put your ear against the rock and listen carefully. Leora looked at him curiously but obeyed as agreed, approaching the wall and pressing her ear against the cold surface. At first you'll only hear silence because we're still somewhat high, Ren explained, his mushrooms pulsing to the rhythm he wanted her to detect. But there's a pattern underneath, a constant rhythm. Leora closed her eyes, concentrating. Slowly she began to distinguish what Ren mentioned. A series of soft taps with 3 alternating rhythms, like a distant but regular heartbeat. They're communications between species, Ren continued, his voice barely a whisper. Each type of monster transmits waves to communicate with their own kind, but there's a specific rhythm they all share. I hear it, Leora murmured, fascinated. It's like underground music. Exactly. Ren's mushrooms pulsed with approval. If you walk following that shared rhythm, your vibrations will blend with the natural ones. The assassins and worms won't be able to distinguish you from the background noise as long as you don't step too hard. Liora pulled away from the wall, processing the information. Is this how you move around here without being detected? It's one of the secrets, Ren nodded. Living tunnels are actually gentle giants, not very dangerous, but the other beasts, though aggressive, have their own patterns, their own rules. You just have to learn them. We have to finish the tunnel to at least 275 meters to find open chambers, Ren warned as they approached their objective. When we do, we'll inevitably make noise. If there's any monster nearby, it might attack. Liora nodded, tensing slightly. If you get scared, Ren continued, his mushrooms pulsing with seriousness, stay completely still. I'll handle it. Your other option is to move to the rhythm you just learned, but only if you're sure you can maintain it under pressure. I understand, Liora responded, determination clear in her voice. Ren hurried the Hydra, which began working on the new opening, its movements as precise as possible to minimize noise. The ground gradually yielded, creating a narrow but passable passage. Just as they finished emerging on the other side, Ren's mushrooms pulsed with alarm. His eyes widened and he raised a hand, stopping Liora dead in her tracks. Chapter 198, Taming the Third 2T2. Just as they finished emerging on the other side, Ren's mushrooms pulsed with alarm. His eyes widened and he raised a hand, stopping Liora dead in her tracks. No explanation was needed. The ground beneath their feet vibrated subtly, revealing the nearby presence of something enormous. A deep worm, it had to be 8 meters long, moving in their vicinity. Ren made a silent signal to Liora, don't move. They remained completely still, barely breathing. Ren's mushrooms pulsed once, very softly, synchronizing with the tunnel's natural rhythm. Staying calm was crucial now. The deep worm might be bronze rank and in its element, but as long as it didn't detect them, they wouldn't have to face it. Liora maintained her position, her control perfectly held. There was no fear in her posture, only absolute concentration. The worm drew closer. They could feel its massive presence moving the earth around them as if it were water. Ren began to move, his steps perfectly synchronized with the tunnel's rhythm. It was an almost hypnotic movement, so fluid and light that it seemed a natural part of the environment. But Liora, despite her determination, didn't feel so confident. The deep worm was right below them, its presence a constant threat. Remembering Ren's instructions, she opted to remain completely still. Ren stopped when he noticed she wasn't following. His mushrooms pulsed softly as he signaled for her to wait. With deliberately slow movements, he continued moving away until reaching a nearby wall. A smile formed on his lips while Liora watched with evident confusion. Now I have enough distance in case this fails, he thought while preparing himself. He pressed his hands against the wall, spreading all his fingers so the tips touched the rock. With precise movements, he gradually changed position until using his fingernails. Suddenly, his fingers began moving in a complex and delicate pattern. It was a downward movement, but so intricate it seemed impossible to replicate by chance. He was perfectly mimicking the vibration of a deep assassin walking, light, quick, deadly. The effect was immediate. The worm, sensing what it believed was a natural predator, began retreating deeper into the rocks. No worm at this depth, regardless of size, would risk facing a deep assassin. Ren straightened, relaxing his muscles while his mushrooms pulsed with satisfaction. He waited a moment to ensure the worm had truly moved away before signaling to Liora. Now, he whispered, try approaching using the imperceptible step. Liora nodded, her expression determined. She began to move, trying to imitate the movement she'd seen before. The result was less than graceful. Deeply concentrated. Her feet moved at different times, occasionally colliding with each other. She tried to maintain the rhythm but ended up looking more like an unpracticed dance than a stealthy movement. Ren had to bite his lip to avoid laughing while his mushrooms pulsed with barely contained amusement. Relax, he suggested when he managed to control his smile. Don't think too much, feel the rhythm. Liora furrowed her brow in concentration and tried again, this time more slowly. No, relax your face and let yourself flow, Ren instructed gently. Feel the rhythm before taking the next step. It was fascinating to watch her progress. Each attempt was slightly better than the last, though occasionally she still lost the rhythm by thinking too much and tripped over her own feet. Wait! Ren suddenly whispered, his mushrooms pulsing in warning. A worm was moving nearby, attracted by the failures. Liora froze mid-stride, precariously balanced on one foot. Ren had to contain another laugh at the image. After scaring away the worm, they continued practicing. Ren was a patient instructor despite their limited time, gently correcting each mistake and stopping Liora whenever he detected a nearby threat. We won't always be lucky. An assassin might come. Think of it as a casual dance, not a traditional one, he suggested while watching her try again. The rhythm is already there, so you don't need to mark it, you just need to follow it. A casual dance where tripping means being eaten, Liora murmured, though there was humor in her voice. Exactly, Ren smiled. Though perhaps your mind would prefer to avoid that part. Gradually, Liora began to improve. Her movements became more fluid, more natural. She wasn't just mimicking the rhythm in Ren's advance anymore. She was beginning to feel it. Much better, Ren approved when she finally managed to approach without breaking the pattern. Though your intense concentration expression could use some work. What's wrong with my expression? Liora asked, relaxing her furrowed brow. You look like you're trying to solve a particularly difficult math problem, Ren laughed softly. It's supposed to feel natural. Easy for you to say, Liora responded, though a small smile formed on her lips. You've been doing this for how long exactly? Ren avoided answering directly. You're doing quite well for your first time. They continued advancing, now alternating between practice and real movement. Each time Ren detected any danger, they stopped so Liora could observe how the rhythm changed or what signals to look for. She was very serious, but Ren could see that Liora was a natural learner. Her ability to adapt and improve in a short period was impressive. Soon you won't need me to stop you, he commented while scaring away another worm. You're starting to feel the vibrations yourself. Liora's eyes brightened at the compliment, though she maintained her concentration on keeping the correct rhythm. Finally, they reached the small deposit. Ren examined it. This time there are no monsters, he murmured. No eggs, no cores, nothing. Is that strange? Liora asked, observing the natural bowl formed in the rock. I think so, Ren responded while pulling the crystals he'd prepared from his backpack. Though perhaps the other times were the strange ones. Ren began examining the bowl's walls, his mushrooms pulsing while analyzing the light and mana patterns. He was looking for specific points, where crystal reflections against the mana environment were particularly intense. We can move normally here, he explained while working. The crystal plate on the ground is too hard, no creature at this depth can break through it. He carefully placed the iron and bronze rank crystals he'd brought, aligning them to make the process easier. Then he took out the hydra plate. I need you to stay at the edge, he instructed Liora while taking out one of the medicines Julius had given him. The mana saturation here can be intense. Is that why the medicine? Liora observed the small flask with curiosity. Precaution? Ren nodded. The hydra needs pure mana for cultivation, but processing it here isn't exactly comfortable. Chapter 199. Taming the Third 2T3. After identifying the ideal point, Ren carefully slid toward the center of the bowl. His movements were precise, calculated, every second counted now. With efficiency, he began arranging the crystals in formation. The hydra plate was placed at a specific angle, positioned to concentrate the reflections directly onto the crystals. The effect was immediate. The crystals began to glow with an almost blinding intensity, absorbing the pure mana from the environment. Before they could grow or stick to the bowl's crystal, he stored them one by one in Shadowstalker skin, while maintaining the plate's projection with his other hand. After a few minutes, Ren took the first potion. Sweat ran down his forehead even with his new level, being a double tamer in the medicine. The mana saturation here was still difficult to handle for too long. Are you all right? Liora called from the edge, noticing his tension. Yes, Ren responded while adjusting a crystal's position. I just need to finish the process. We'll leave soon. His mushrooms pulsed faster now, working to help him process the excess mana. It was a delicate balance. He needed to keep the crystals exposed long enough to absorb the correct amount, but not so long they became oversaturated. Finally, after what felt like an eternity but was only minutes, all the crystals reached the perfect point. The half hour's almost up, Liora warned, looking toward the tunnel they'd come through. I know. Ren stored the last crystals in his specially lined backpack. Taro must be worried. He took a moment to ensure everything was properly packed. These crystals were crucial for the two next ranks of his Hydra's evolution. He couldn't afford any mistakes in handling them. Was it worth it? Liora asked as Ren joined her at the edge. Ren smiled with satisfaction while touching his backpack. Definitely. These crystals have exactly the pure mana I need for my cultivation. Liora observed Ren with growing curiosity. There was something in his way of moving, and how he seemed to read the tunnels as if they were an open book, in the certainty with which he acted. You know? Liora whispered, keeping her voice barely audible. I hadn't realized everything you could do without even using your beast despite spying on you constantly. Technically, I was using it. Also, I too hadn't realized it was you. I thought it was Luna who was spying on me until Larissa told me it was you, Ren admitted quietly, scratching the back of his neck. Something changed in Liora's expression, a shadow of disappointment crossing her face before she could hide it. Why did you think it was her? She asked, trying to maintain a casual tone. I guess the blue hair and that your mana marks are kind of similar, Ren shrugged. Plus Luna, she always seems to be watching me in class so. I don't blame her. You really are interesting, Liora thought. The way you understand all this, your way of acting is different. The other boys our age seem so immature. We better hurry. Liora forced a smile. We don't want Taro having a nervous breakdown. Ren nodded, though he paused a moment to look at the deposit one last time. It was an extraordinary place. Ready for the return trip? Leora asked, already adopting the stance for the silent step she'd learned. Ready, Ren confirmed. But I'm not the one you should worry about. Try not to trip over your own feet. Leora gave him a push as they began moving. Ren laughed. Sorry, the guys have gotten me into bad habits. I'll let you off this time, Leora nodded. But you should know that girls aren't rude to each other when interacting. He's a boy like all the others after all. But he apologizes and accepts his mistakes so easily. How can he be so honest yet so mysterious at the same time? The mana always shines white when you speak, as if you really enjoy expressing yourself truthfully. But still, you're different, you know? Ren's mushrooms pulsed softly while considering her words. I can see mana too. And you're also sincere and different. I like that, he pointed out. Leora blushed slightly and, distracted by the conversation, momentarily lost the rhythm. Ren also didn't notice and continued. You learn very quickly and I like that you're curious like. A nearby and familiar sound interrupted his words. The same one Ren had faked several times. The sound resonated through the tunnels and Ren's mushrooms pulsed with alarm. Don't move, he whispered urgently to stop Leora dead in her tracks. But it was too late. A deep assassin emerged from the shadows, its proboscis gleaming threateningly. Leora had stopped poorly positioned, off balance. Ren had some contingency options. He reached for one of the large rocks in his pocket, planning to throw it as a distraction, but Leora involuntarily took another step as she failed to regain her balance. The assassin lunged toward her. Jump behind me, Ren shouted, throwing the rock simultaneously. The assassin was surprised to find nothing where Leora had been and received the rock's impact. The projectile hit with unexpected force, creating a small crack in its carapace. My strength, Ren realized while his mushrooms pulsed intensely. Of course, 160% extra now that I'm a double. A bronze beast isn't so far from my reach, especially one that sacrifices some defense for speed and attack. Leora manifested her will-o-wisp, and her body set aflame, bathing the tunnel in blue light. But Ren stopped her. Don't move, he ordered while manifesting his hydra in his body. The claws grew, amplified by the new light veins in the girl fire's light, his armor gleaming with the same blue tone as Leora's fire. Close your eyes, Ren shouted upon seeing the assassin's proboscis raised in front, preparing to attack. Leora reluctantly obeyed, part of her wanting to continue observing the beautiful light display of Ren's armor. The assassin launched itself toward where Leora had landed a few meters behind Ren, its proboscis extended like a deadly lance. But Ren, still interposed between them, created a blinding flash and with his now even more enhanced claws. The movement was fluid, the result of countless hours of training with Lin. The long claws deflected the proboscis toward the adjacent rock, where it buried deeply. Without losing an instant, Ren took advantage of the beast being trapped and chained several precise cuts to the monster's head. The claws, empowered by the double light resonance, cut through the assassin's defense despite the rank difference. Ren maintained the assault, his movements precise and lethal, until finally the monster's head separated cleanly from its body. Silence returned to the tunnel as the assassin's body collapsed.
Chapter 200 Tamers missing. Silence returned to the tunnel as the assassin's body collapsed. Ren's mushrooms pulsed softly while his armor disappeared and he caught his breath. That was... Leora opened her eyes, looking at the scene in amazement. Incredible. Your fire helped with the light synergy. It's not just that, Leora shook her head. The way you moved, how you knew exactly what to do. Where did you really learn all this? Master Lin's training mostly, Ren explained modestly, though his mushrooms pulsed with something like pride. And that day in the seed, Leora's eyes brightened with interest, but before he could continue, Ren's mushrooms pulsed in warning. It'll have to wait, he said. We're almost at the time I promised Taro, and more beasts are coming attracted by the battle noise. Also, Ren whispered while approaching the assassin's body. With a precise movement, he grabbed the monster's head and freed it from where it had become embedded in the rock. It was heavy, and the proboscis extended like a spear. His eyes settled on the assassin's body. Ren wanted the core inside. And there were other useful parts too, the leg tips, the sensory organs, but the mushrooms pulsed in warning. He could feel more beasts approaching, drawn by the noise and smell of battle. Aren't we going back? Do you want to take more? Leora asked quietly, noticing his indecision. Ren shook his head. The body will serve better as bait, he responded while adjusting the long proboscis with the head over his shoulder. Clever, Leora smiled, though there was a question in her eyes. Why take the head? Ren's mushrooms pulsed with what might have been amusement. With that. Leora arched an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. Those rot and dry out in 2 days. Several have tried using them, and... Assassin proboscises are very resistant if you preserve them properly, Ren interrupted while beginning to move. But I suppose it is difficult to prevent the acid from ruining them. They started moving away, maintaining the rhythm they had practiced. The proboscis swayed gently with each of Ren's steps, like a macabre victory staff. "You know," Leora whispered as they advanced, "I think I'm going to steal Larissa's place as your spy again." "Stop spying on me, it's not." Ren's mushrooms pulsed with amusement, but before he could continue, a distant noise reminded them they weren't out of danger yet. It was time to hurry. Taro was waiting, and he had a trophy to show off. Taro sat in front of the crack he had reopened minutes ago, cold sweat sliding down his forehead as he tried to appear casual, but his living tunnel pulsed nervously under his skin, reflecting his anxiety. Behind him, he could feel the penetrating stares of several noble girls, especially Larissa's, whose smile didn't reach her eyes as she watched him. "So, Taro," Larissa approached with deliberately slow steps, "are you going to pretend that wall is the most interesting thing you've ever seen?" Taro kept his eyes fixed on the crack. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just studying my mineral formations. You don't know what I'm talking about." Larissa leaned until her face was level with his. "You don't know what that hole you've been watching like a hawk means. It's, a very promising cave." Taro tried to sound convincing. "Oh, really?" Mako, one of the guards, crossed her arms. "And I suppose Lady Leora and the Mushroom Boy are also studying that cave?" "Laura?" Taro tried his best surprised face. "Isn't she over there gathering with—" He turned his head and stopped at seeing the girls' unimpressed expressions. Oh, indeed." Matilda narrowed her eyes. "Lady Leora disappeared, and curiously at the same time as your mushroom friend, the reckless mushroom boy," Maria murmured, her tone making Taro shrink. "How could you let Lady Leora follow him? She could have followed him on her own." "Min," Taro called desperately. "Help me here." "Oh?" Larissa smiled wider. "So you admit they went together?" "I didn't say that. Technically, Ren could have brainwashed her like us," Min commented jokingly from where he was gathering crystals, clearly enjoying the show. "I don't even know how I ended up doing so much exercise with him. Ren is more sadistic than he seems, so it's not wrong to worry, because maybe—" "This isn't the time for jokes, Min." Taro looked betrayed. "Sorry, but you got yourself into this by opening the crack," Min responded cheerfully while filling another bag with crystals. "You know what's interesting?" Larissa continued, ignoring the exchange. "How your promising cave coincides exactly with a crack the perfect size for someone like Ren to slip through." "Life's coincidences," Taro laughed nervously. "Nature makes fascinating things, doesn't it? Almost as fascinating as your ability to lie," Luna commented dryly. Han, observing from a safe distance, sighed while watching his companion sink deeper into his own verbal grave. "Poor thing," he murmured. "He doesn't know how to lie. It's part of his charm. Without a clear alibi, he doesn't know what to say." "It was a miracle he followed Larissa's story well the other day," Min laughed. "Though he should learn to improvise, considering Ren's secrets." The girls had joined the interrogation, forming a semicircle around the increasingly nervous Taro. "The longest half hour of my life," Taro murmured to himself, though not quietly enough. "Aha!" Larissa exclaimed triumphantly. "So they did tell you something?" "No, I just—" A sound from the crack saved him from having to invent another unconvincing excuse. Everyone tensed, preparing for whatever might emerge. Taro could only pray it was Ren and Leora at last, preferably before the nobles decided he had been complicit in some kind of kidnapping. Does it sound like a worm? Sounds more like someone trying to move silently through the narrow tunnel and failing miserably. As if confirming their words, a muffled whisper was heard from the crack. "Ouch! Be careful! It's not my fault. You're the one who insisted on bringing that thing." "Shh! We're supposed to be stealthy." Taro buried his face in his hands as Ren and Leora's voices became increasingly clear. "Leora is going to hear it from me," Larissa smiled maliciously. "But what thing do you think they're bringing? Chapter 201, Tamers missing 2. Damn it, this thing barely fits through here. Careful with the proboscis, you nearly took my eye out." "Shh, they'll hear us." "Leora's going to hear it from me," Larissa smiled maliciously. "What thing do you think they're bringing?" As if answering her prediction, a long proboscis with a metallic gleam emerged first through the crack, followed by the head of a deep assassin. Everyone began to take defensive positions. The silence that followed was absolute. Suddenly, a flash of blue light appeared beside Taro, and Leora materialized as if she'd been there all along. Her clothes were covered in dust, and there were dark stains on her sleeves, but she maintained her composure with a noble's dignity. "Lady Leora!" The guards exclaimed in unison. "Hello," she greeted casually, as if appearing out of nowhere was perfectly normal. She looked toward the crack, and then at the girls surrounding Taro, shrugging in a gesture that clearly said, "Oh well." Ren emerged with difficulty, and it wasn't until he was out that everyone could see it was just a deep assassin's head without the body. Ren, still clutching his macabre trophy, looked around and finally registered the scene, Taro trapped in the middle of a group of girls with expressions ranging from disbelief to fury, Leora standing casually to one side as if nothing had happened, and Min, the only one who seemed to be genuinely enjoying the moment. "Ah," Ren swallowed, his mushrooms pulsing nervously. "Hello." Hello Maria was the first to recover her voice. "Is that all you have to say?" "Hello, surprise." Ren tried, slightly raising the assassin's head as if it were a gift. "Is that?" Mira paled upon recognizing the creature. "It's a deep assassin. Those things are bronze rank. A deep assassin," the guards exclaimed in unison. "You are facing bronze monsters?" Larissa stepped forward, her smile too sweet to be reassuring. "Lady Leora." Maria seemed about to faint. "You faced a deep assassin." "Technically," Leora clarified. "Ren faced the assassin. I just provided the lighting." "That doesn't make it better." Maria waved her arms. "Look." Ren tried to appease the mood, carefully placing the assassin's head on the ground. "We weren't planning to encounter any beasts. I just needed to go to a specific place to process some crystals for my Hydra and—" "And you decided to take Lady Leora with you without telling us," Maria interrupted. "Do you know how dangerous that was?" "I wanted to go," Leora clarified, "and it was fascinating." "That's not the point," Mako added. "We're supposed to protect you. How can we do that if you disappear without warning?" "And you?" Larissa addressed Ren directly, her smile never faltering though her eyes gleamed dangerously. "Didn't think I might also be interested in this little adventure." Everyone turned to look at Larissa incredulously. Ren looked desperately at Taro for help, but his friend just shook his head, clearly communicating you're on your own with this one. Min gave Taro a thumbs up while Han turned away, finding one of Taro's walls extremely fascinating. "It wasn't personal," Ren finally responded. "I didn't want to bring anyone, but Leora had already noticed what I was planning to do." "Oh, so it wasn't personal," Larissa crossed her arms. "But you still could bring her. Wouldn't it have been fair to ask everyone if we were interested in the adventure?" Luna, who had remained silent as always, finally spoke. It's not like others would have wanted to go," she said, avoiding looking directly at Ren. "You shouldn't generalize, Larissa. It's not like I was especially interested in knowing what they were doing." "Of course not," Larissa smiled, looking meaningfully at her cousin, whose cheeks had turned slightly pink. "But you didn't miss much. It was a short trip, and the battle was quick too." Ren pointed to the assassin's head. "Actually, I thought bringing someone would be difficult, but I'd say it went pretty well." "Pretty well," Maria seemed about to have an aneurysm. "Facing a bronze-rank monster as Iron students isn't pretty well. It's a miracle you're alive." "Well, technically I am bronze," Ren murmured. "What did you say?" Larissa leaned toward him. Nothing," Ren stepped back. Min, who had finally approached to join the spectacle, examined the assassin's head with genuine interest. "I have to admit," he commented, "it's quite impressive. How did you defeat it?" "That's not important right now," Maria interrupted. "What matters is that they took an unnecessary risk and—" "Actually, I'm quite interested in knowing how they defeated it," Larissa smiled. "How did they defeat it?" Maria asked, her attitude doing a complete 180 at her lady's interests. Larissa rolled her eyes and continued. "After all, if we're going to organize future expeditions, we need to know how capable our guides are." "Future expeditions?" Maria and Mako exclaimed in horror. "Of course," Larissa nodded with feigned innocence. "After all, it's evident there's much to learn in the depths. And since Ren and Leora have proven to be competent, it would be a shame not to take advantage of their experience." Ren's expression fluctuated between horror and resignation as he understood the implications. There was no escape somehow. He had gone from being in trouble to becoming the master guide for more expeditions with the noble girls. "I could make an exception and accompany you if you wish," Luna added. "I?" Ren began, desperately searching for a way out. "I think it's an excellent idea," Leora interrupted, a small smile forming on her lips. "I'm sure there's much more Ren can teach us down there." "So he taught you things," Larissa smiled. The girls began to close the circle around Ren and Leora, their expressions promising a thorough interrogation. "Any last wishes?" Taro whispered to his friend. "Yes," Ren responded as the nobles approached. "Next time bring Min as lookout. At least he knows how to keep something secret." "Hey," Taro protested. "It's not my fault girls are so intimidating." "It's strange," Klein murmured while reviewing the papers on his desk, the afternoon light casting long shadows across the room. "I think it's been a few days." Aster Blackwood looked up from the advanced evolution book he was studying, his eyes sharpening with interest. "What is?" "Harold," Klein responded, frowning as he shuffled through his notes. "He's disappeared. I haven't seen him in classes, he doesn't come to the dormitory, and I have no idea where he is." Chapter 202 Tamers Missing 3. Harold. Klein responded, frowning as he shuffled through his notes. He's disappeared. I haven't seen him in classes, he doesn't come to the dormitory, and I have no idea where he is. Feng Zhao, who was practicing partial manifestations of his serpent by the window, shrugged with evident disinterest. So what? The guy was always creepy. Honestly, it's a relief not having him following us everywhere. You don't understand, Klein placed a hand on his chin, his lion briefly manifesting under his skin in response to his anxiety, golden fur rippling across his forearms. Cassian specifically ordered me to look after him, help him adapt. Your brother and his projects, Asta closed his book with a sigh, the leather binding making a satisfying thump. Always complicating everything. Harold never wanted to adapt, Feng added, the scales on his arms gleaming under the setting sun. He just asked questions. About the academy, the professors, the mines. It was obvious he was gathering information for your brother. I know. Klein stood to pace around the room, his expensive boots making soft sounds against the polished floor. And that never bothered me. I knew he was Cassian's lackey and would report everything we did. It was expected. But now that he's disappeared... Now you're in trouble, Asta completed, always direct, his serious expression unchanging. Exactly. Klein collapsed onto his bed, the silky sheets rustling beneath him. If something happened to Harold, Cassian will blame me. Just what I need right now, with final exams approaching and after that disaster in the tournament. The three friends had grown up together in Yano's aristocratic circles. Asta from the ancient Blackwood house and Feng, heir to the Zhaos, had been Klein's inseparable companions for as long as they could remember. They had attended the same tutoring sessions, learned to invoke together, and now shared the weight of enormous family expectations at the academy. Their houses weren't as grand as Klein's, but neither envied the additional pressure that came with being a Goldcrest, especially with a brother like Cassian. Maybe you should report it to the administration, suggested Asta, always the most sensible of the three. And admit I lost someone under my responsibility. Klein shook his head, his golden hair catching the light. Cassian would kill me. So what's your plan then? Asked Feng, dissipating the scales from his arms with a subtle shimmer. Wait for him to magically appear? Klein heard someone knocking at his door. Didn't I say not to disturb me? He growled from his bed, his fangs partially manifesting in response to his irritation, sharp points slowly pressing against his lower lip. Lord Klein, I'm very sorry, but... The servant's voice sounded unusually nervous. A strangely familiar situation, Klein thought. The door opened before the servant could finish his apology. Cassian? His older brother's name escaped as a surprised whisper. Speak of the Abystival, Asta murmured, straightening instinctively. I see you're still iron rank. Time is running out, little brother. Cassian Goldcrest, at 22, emanated an authority that made even some professors carefully choose their words in his presence. His immaculate appearance, from his perfectly tailored uniform to his precisely styled hair, spoke of a person who accepted nothing less than perfection. Without waiting for an invitation, Cassian entered the room, nodding briefly toward the other two. Asta, Feng, as inseparable as ever, I see. Cassian, both responded almost in unison, with the formal respect demanded in the presence of the Goldcrest second heir. To what do I owe the honor? Klein tried to maintain a light tone, but the tension in his voice was evident. Harold, Cassian went straight to the point as always. He hasn't reported in days, considerably outside his usual schedule. Klein exchanged a quick glance with his friends before responding. Ah, yes. We were just talking about that. He seems to have disappeared. Cassian's smile didn't reach his eyes, creating an unsettling contrast. Disappeared? How nice. The person I specifically asked you to watch over simply vanished. It's not like I lost him intentionally, Klein defended himself, his lion partially manifesting in response to stress. He was here. Then he stopped showing up. I thought perhaps. You thought? Cassian arched an eyebrow, his voice dripping with sarcasm. That would be novel, Klein. No, you didn't think. As usual. From across the room, Feng Zhao and Asta Blackwood observed the exchange in silence. Both knew better than to intervene when one Goldcrest brother confronted another. I thought he was reporting directly to you about my affairs as always, Klein defended again. He was whatever he was, your spy, I suppose. He wasn't a spy, Cassian responded too quickly, his composed demeanor briefly slipping. He was a family guest who needed guidance. Feng and Asta exchanged discreet glances. Both had noticed how strange Harold was from the beginning, with that military rigidity and his way of observing everything as if cataloguing information. There had always been something off about him, something that didn't quite fit. He was in all your classes, Cassian continued, each word laden with reproach. He was supposed to be your responsibility. I've been busy, Klein protested, though he knew it sounded weak even to his own ears. The tournament, the final challenges, exam preparation. Busy? Cassian stepped closer, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper that sent a chill through the room. So busy that you didn't notice someone under your care disappeared for days. Klein involuntarily shrank back. His older brother had always had that effect on him, the ability to make him feel small with just a few words. Perhaps he's sick, suggested Asta, risking speaking up. Or maybe he was assigned to another dormitory. Things have been hectic lately. The look Cassian directed at him was glacial. Such friendship, Cassian commented. And will these bootlickers manage to defeat Luna in the finals this time? Klein blushed intensely, the memory of his defeat still stinging. They are loyal and talented, both will reach bronze rank soon. I'm sure they will, Cassian responded with barely disguised disdain. Then returning to the topic that truly mattered to him, I still don't understand how you could lose Harold. I didn't lose him, Klein protested. I just don't know where he is. That is literally the definition of losing something. Cassian sighed with exasperation, pinching the bridge of his nose. When was the last time you saw him? Did you talk about anything important? Klein tried to remember. Harold had been a constant but discreet presence, always asking questions about the academy, its professors, the mines beneath the building. Nothing too suspicious considering he was new. He left me training and went away the day of the false alarm, he finally recalled. We were told there was an abyssal attack from the mines again, but in the end it was a false alarm. Something changed in Cassian's expression. A flash of genuine concern quickly masked. The mines? When was that exactly? Chapter 203, Taming Coverts. He left me training and went away the day of the false alarm, he finally recalled. We were told there was an abyssal attack from the mines again, but in the end it was a false alarm. Something changed in Cassian's expression. A flash of genuine concern quickly masked by his usual cold demeanor. The mines? When was that exactly? I haven't really kept track of days lately. Klein struggled to remember and turned to look at Feng. 2 days ago. But why did you leave him in my charge? I don't understand what that guy has to do with our family or with me. It has everything to do with your inability to handle responsibilities, Cassian snapped. First, you lose shamefully in front of the entire academy, then this. Klein visibly shrank back, his shoulders hunching as if to shield himself from the verbal assault. Perhaps, Feng intervened, defying the common sense that told him to remain silent, we should officially report his disappearance. The look Cassian directed at him would have frozen a lake in summer. Are you suggesting we make the situation public, that we admit a guest under the Goldcrest protection has disappeared without a trace? If he's in danger. Asta began. This is a family matter, Cassian interrupted, his tone brooking no further argument, and it will be handled as such. He turned to Klein, who seemed to want to melt into the floor. This is a disaster you created, little brother, and now I'll have to clean it up. Why is he so important? Klein dared to ask, looking up through his golden bangs. He was just a transfer student, wasn't he? There are things you don't need to know, little brother, Cassian responded, his voice turning colder. Things that, frankly, you wouldn't understand. It's better this way, now, if you'll excuse me. I'm sorry, Klein murmured, his usual arrogance completely dissipated. Cassian headed toward the door, but stopped before exiting. I'm going to see the director. I'll convince the administration to allow 2 of our men in to search discreetly. Meanwhile, you and your friends, the word sounded like an insult, dripping with disdain, will keep your eyes open. If you hear or see anything about Harold, you will inform me immediately. Understood? Yes, brother, Klein responded automatically, like a trained pet. Cassian studied the 3 boys for a moment longer, his expression inscrutable. And Klein, remember what's at stake with the final exams. A Goldcrest can never afford 3 consecutive failures at the same task. With that warning, Cassian left, firmly closing the door behind him. The silence he left was oppressive, heavy with the weight of unfulfilled expectations and implicit threats. Well, Feng murmured, seems like you just got 2 new shadows, Klein. And something tells me they're not just here to look for Harold, added Asta, his voice barely above a whisper. Klein collapsed onto his bed, suddenly exhausted, the weight of his family name crushing down on him like a physical burden. Do you think Harold is in trouble? Asta asked. I don't know, Klein admitted. But Cassian wouldn't worry so much unless Harold was really important, so what Klein couldn't know, what he couldn't even imagine, was exactly why Harold was so important to his brother. He didn't know the boy was a Yino spy, sent to gather information about the seed beneath the academy. He didn't know his brother was involved in a betrayal that could destroy their family if the king returned soon. And he certainly didn't know that Harold had already met his end, struck down by a powerful beam of light in the depths of the tunnels. All he knew was that somehow he had disappointed his family again. And the consequences, as always, would be mockery and reproaches accompanied by other sad pains. He had to at least win first place this semester. Whatever it took. We should head back, Ren announced after the group finished admiring the assassin's head. "It's getting late and the guards will start asking questions if we don't return soon. I suppose everyone agrees on the story of how we all killed the creature displaced from its bronze rank environment," Larissa commented with a smile. "I'd prefer to avoid them finding out I went down to an unauthorized depth, so I'd appreciate it if everyone remembers the story well," Ren added, picking up his macabre trophy. They advanced up the inclined slope of Taro's tunnel until they reached the 200-meter mark, where the air felt noticeably lighter, less saturated with mana. Taro approached the original crack. "Should I seal it completely?" "Do it," Ren nodded. "We don't want unexpected visitors invading or going down there." Taro, under Ren's direction, began to concentrate. "Now, collapse this specific point." The veins in Taro's arms glowed with a pulse as he executed the maneuver, the mineral wall flowing like liquid before solidifying again. "Having living walls at your disposal is super useful," Mira observed, watching with fascination. "I'm just realizing that today myself. The other day we didn't take as much advantage of it," Taro admitted, opening his eyes with a new appreciation of his abilities. "Now, let's build the passage up to 160 meters, Ren continued. "There are fewer worms at that depth, and we can create an alternate entrance away from the guards." Under Ren's coordination, the group worked to configure the tunnel. Taro directed the formation of the walls, while Ren and the Earth Wolverine girl led the front of the tunnel and provided guidance on the structure. The group killed some more worms along the way. "We need to cover the entrance with something that won't attract attention," Ren reflected when they reached 160 meters, examining the tunnel's closed mouth with critical eyes. "I can help with that." Mira stepped forward, her giant rat manifesting. "My coverings can hide the mana signature. And we could add a layer of common earth on top," Han suggested. "So even if someone examines the area, they'll only see an uninteresting wall without crystal veins." Ren nodded, his mushrooms pulsing with approval. "Perfect. This will be our safe access to the depths in the future." They worked methodically, each contributing their unique abilities. Mira applied her mana coverings, creating a barrier that concealed the tunnel's energy signature. Han and others helped cover the entrance with common minerals and earth, perfectly camouflaging it with the surroundings. "Nobody will suspect there's a passage here," Min commented, admiring the finished work. "It's practically invisible, even knowing where to look." "That's the point," Ren smiled with approval. "Safe access means we can gather more valuable materials with less risk." Han approached Ren, an expression of sincere gratitude on his face. "Thanks for all the help and information today," he said, "and for letting us gather these crystals. I had no idea we'd find so many in one day." Seeing this, Mira also approached. "Thank you. It was much more interesting than I expected," she admitted. "I learned things they hadn't taught us in class." Chapter 204, Taming Coverts 2. Han approached Ren. "Thanks for all the help and information today," he said, "and for letting us gather these crystals. I had no idea we'd find so many in one day." Seeing this, Mira also approached. "Thank you. It was much more interesting than I expected," she admitted. "I learned things they hadn't taught us in class." "It's nothing," Ren responded modestly. "You can come to gather occasionally if you take turns with the others. We don't have enough bronze ranks to bring everyone with the guard's permission, so." "Does that mean I can come every day too?" Larissa instantly appeared next to Ren, startling him with her sudden proximity. "And me," Luna added. Though she tried to appear less interested than she actually was, her shadow wolf was shifting restlessly in her shadow. "I think it's already clear that I'll be coming as well." Leora smiled slightly. Ren looked at the three cousins, resigned to his fate. "I suppose I don't have a choice, do I?" "None whatsoever," Larissa confirmed cheerfully. The group began their final ascent, passing through the guard checkpoints at the 150 and 100-meter levels. At each post, the guards observed with amazement the quantities of crystals they carried and the severed assassin's head. "All this from just one trip?" asked one of the guards, examining the overflowing bags with widening eyes. "Taro's living tunnel gives us a huge advantage," Min explained proudly. "It can block the worms and we can just gather without fear." Taro blushed at the attention, unaccustomed to having his beast viewed as something extraordinary. Upon finally reaching the surface, the entrance guard reviewed their forms with increasingly larger eyes. "It's very rare for assassins to come up to 200 meters, and these numbers can't be correct," he muttered while verifying the declared quantities. "Every crystal has been correctly counted by the previous guards," Ren assured, placing his own bag on the counter. The guard proceeded to verify, becoming even more surprised when confirming that the quantities were exact. "Lucky shroom." He shook his head with an incredulous smile. "You always find a way to exceed expectations." As they left the caves, the group began to disperse to head to their respective dormitories. The shared experience had strengthened the bond between them. "Well, it's been an interesting day," Ren yawned, stretching his arms above his head. "I think I'll go finish processing these crystals." "I'll follow," Taro nodded, clearly anxious to escape before more complications arose. "We are leaving too," Larissa announced, though her tone suggested she wasn't finished with Ren. "But I want to insist that we'll continue accompanying you to the tunnels from now on." "Purely for safety reasons," Luna quickly added, avoiding looking directly at Ren as a faint blush crept across her cheeks. "I'm interested in other reasons," Leora admitted straightforwardly, "especially in that technique you used to drive away the deep worm." Ren sighed with resignation and amusement. "See you tomorrow, then." As the cousins walked away with their guards, Ren remained contemplating the assassin's head he still carried. When they opened their room door, Lu dropped the book he was reading. His eyes widened at the sight of the deep assassin's head that Ren held as if it were any ordinary and perfectly normal stick. "What the hell is that?" he exclaimed, his bat ears manifesting by reflex, twitching nervously at the edges. "A deep assassin head," Ren responded casually while placing the head on the table, as if bringing monster parts to their dormitory was the most natural thing in the world. "I can see that." Liu approached cautiously, studying the proboscis that still gleamed threateningly. "The question is why you brought it here. Those things only last 2 days and are worthless." "Rare uses for materials," Taro explained, collapsing onto his bed with a tired groan. "You know Ren by now. Please tell me you're not planning to sleep with that thing in the room." Liu grimaced in disgust. "The smell will start seeping through." Min, who had been organizing his newly collected crystals, laughed softly, remembering something from their shared experiences. "Actually," Ren pointed toward the proboscis, his mushrooms pulsing softly, "the membrane will last 2 days. The internal structure contains several reservoirs of concentrated acid that I'll need to neutralize tomorrow." Liu shook his head. "Those things are useless. The Academy stopped accepting them as study material years ago. The acid is in many porous parts of the exoskeleton, and as soon as you break the membrane, the monster's weapon is ruined. Right?" "The acid weakens the structure," Ren corrected him with what appeared to be amusement. "The important thing is to inject the right material to process the acid without breaking the sacs from the base. And I suppose you know what that material is?" Liu asked, though his tone made it evident he already knew the answer. "Of course," Ren smiled, "though I'll buy the materials and do it tomorrow. Tonight I have another more urgent project." He headed toward a corner of the room, where he had prepared a special space. From his backpack, he removed the hydra plates he had collected during his adventure with the prince, along with the specially processed crystals from the deposit. "Can the hydra be cultivated already?" Min asked, approaching with interest. "It's time to start its cultivation, yes," Ren confirmed while methodically beginning to organize the plates. Lu observed with growing curiosity. Despite his initial apparent concern, scientific fascination was winning. "Are you going to create a cultivation environment there in the plates? How?" "It's not as complicated as it seems," Ren responded while carefully forming a cube with the hydra plates, securing them at the corners with the special fabric he had made from the shadow stalkers. "The important thing is maintaining the correct conditions." Taro, recovering from his exhaustion, approached to observe. "The hydra is a light element, right? Shouldn't it be in a bright environment?" "That's a perception error I suppose most people make," his mushrooms pulsing with educational enthusiasm. "The hydra is quite an illogical creature in that aspect to them. It's a light element, but it needs darkness to evolve correctly." "That doesn't make sense," Liu frowned, adjusting his pet of view. "Actually, it makes perfect sense if you understand its natural ecology," Ren continued while carefully sealing the cube's joints. "Young hydras live in underground tunnels protected by adult hydras. The glows they receive in their early life come from pure mana reflected in the accompanying hydra, which is usually a higher-level hydra." "And you plan to emulate that with?" Min asked, genuinely interested, leaning in closer. Ren smiled, his mushrooms pulsing with a soft glow. "With these gold-level hydra plates." The other 3 boys exchanged understanding looks. Ren continued working. The cube was almost complete now, the plates subtly shining in the dormitory's dim light. "The trick," he explained while carefully placing the processed crystals inside, "is to simulate the natural evolution environment, the tunnel darkness, but with pure mana reflecting light on what would be the accompanying hydra plates." Chapter 205 Tamer's Expedition Finals Preparations. "Done," Ren declared with satisfaction, stepping back to admire his handiwork. "Now I just need to cultivate with the correctly processed crystals." Without wasting a moment, Ren took one of the special crystals he had prepared. Unlike normal crystals, these had a distinctive internal glow as if they contained liquid light. "Are you going to absorb it now?" Taro asked with surprise. "Shouldn't you rest first? You already took that large crystal for your mushroom this morning, and we spent a good while at considerable depth. I don't want to lose time, Ren responded, his fingers caressing the crystal surface. Every day that passes without advancing the cultivation is a day wasted. Without further preamble, he began the absorption process, closing his eyes while the crystal gradually dissolved and was absorbed into his body. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed with renewed intensity, and for a moment they all could see lines of light forming under his skin, following a specific rhythmic pattern for the hydra. When the crystal completely disappeared, Ren opened his eyes. For an instant it seemed a flash of light gleamed in them before fading away, leaving behind a momentary afterimage. "How do you feel?" Taro asked, leaning forward with concern. "Good," Ren responded with a small smile. "The crystal is small for what I'm used to, and had exactly the type of energy I needed. The hydra is responding positively." "How long will you need to maintain this one?" Liu asked. 100 days as always, Ren responded without hesitation. "With the proper crystals, and maintaining the correct pattern, any beast bronze 2 or lower should evolve completely by then." Liu shook his head with both disbelief and admiration while looking at his eccentric roommate. "I never thought I'd say this," he murmured, "but I'm genuinely curious to see what you'll do with that head tomorrow." Ren simply smiled. The next morning, "Skip the exercises again?" Lin arched an eyebrow, her arms crossed, as she observed Ren with a skeptical expression. "Just today?" Ren explained, his mushrooms pulsing with what he hoped was a calm and persuasive rhythm. "I need time to prepare the cultivation materials for Taro and get some weapons for our outing with Zhao." "Weapons?" Lin studied him for a moment. Finally, to Ren's surprise, she nodded. "Fine, I want to see what kind of weapons you'll prepare, but this afternoon you'll do double exercise." As she walked away, Ren couldn't help wondering if Lin was softening since he gave her the potion. For an instant, he imagined a smiling and understanding Lin, forgiving mistakes in postures and reducing the intensity of training sessions. He violently shook his head to dispel that absurd image. No, Lin surely hadn't become softer. She was probably just accumulating reasons to torture him even more later. Getting his hopes up would be a mistake. With the first hour free, Ren headed first to the exchange storehouse. Jessie was organizing some bottles when she saw him enter. "Ren!" She smiled, accidentally knocking over a small flask that she caught at the last second, her cat-like reflexes betraying her nervous energy. "What can I do for you today?" "I need cleansing liquid, the foamy nymph blood one," Ren responded, his mushrooms pulsing softly. "Undiluted." Jessie's eyes widened with surprise. "The pure extract? That's unusual. It's quite dangerous undiluted. It can dissolve skin with simple contact, you know." "I know," Ren nodded. "That's why I'll also need the special container." "Okay, but I'll have to register this," Jessie murmured while searching the back shelves. Not many students request such reactive substances. While Jessie prepared the order, Ren added other materials to his list: several meters of resistant thread, basic iron rank beast feathers, and perfectly straight and resistant sticks produced by wood beasts. Nothing particularly expensive or flashy, but exactly what he needed. "Here you go." Jessie placed a specially sealed container on the counter. Through the reinforced crystal, Ren could see the bubbling liquid with iridescent hues shifting like oil on water. "Be very careful with this, okay? And, She hesitated a moment. "May I ask what you need it for?" "Material processing," Ren responded vaguely, paying the corresponding crystals, which weren't even half of what he obtained yesterday. "Thanks, Jessie." With his purchases secure in his specially compartmentalized backpack, Ren headed to Isaac's workshop on the 3rd floor. The craftsman was polishing his tool when Ren entered, the rhythmic scraping sound filling the otherwise quiet space. Well? Isaac smiled beneath his thick beard. "If it isn't the mushroom boy. More hides to process?" "Something different today." Ren placed his materials on the workbench, adding a bag full of worm teeth that clinked together with a sound like tiny chimes. "I want to learn how to make arrows and a spear." Isaac examined the materials with a critical eye, lifting one of the worm teeth to study it in the light, turning it over between his calloused fingers. "Arrows with worm teeth?" He frowned. "It's feasible, but uncommon. Most shooters prefer to use feathers, spines, or scales from their own beasts. Better cadence, more precision, less uncomfortable, lower monetary and energy cost." "I know," Ren nodded, his mushrooms pulsing while he explained. "But for now, I need something with range, and I don't have any of those options. My beast doesn't offer good options for distance attacks yet either, and throwing rocks is not that effective." "You'll have to make a bow too," Isaac pointed out, "and aiming isn't as easy as it seems, especially in combat. I'll learn, and I was hoping you could suggest the best material for the bow." Ren smiled slightly. Isaac scratched his beard, thoughtful. For someone of your build, I'd use cartilaginous bone from a marine beast, and for the string, nothing in bronze rank beats the black fiber from marine Sarracenia. An aquatic carnivorous plant for an aquatic bone, Ren understood. Its fiber will naturally adhere to the bone. I suppose it would be resistant and relatively easy to work with. Isaac nodded. Not cheap, but not exorbitant either. It'll be hard for it to break. Ren pulled out the deep assassin's proboscis that he had brought with him, its gleaming surface catching the workshop's lights. I also wanted to ask you about this. Isaac's eyes opened with surprise and professional respect. You killed a deep assassin? Impressive for your age, but if you're thinking of making a spear with this, it won't work. They rot quickly once separated from the beast. It won't get damaged, Ren clarified, but I need a way to inject this into its acid sac. Isaac studied the proboscis and the nymph liquid with new appreciation. Would this neutralize the internal acid? Interesting approach. We could create an injection mechanism with the container, but I still think it won't work. Chapter 206. Tamer's Expedition Finals Preparations. 2. Isaac studied the proboscis and the nymph liquid with new appreciation. Would this neutralize the internal acid? Interesting approach. We could create an injection mechanism with the container, but I still think it won't work. Why do you say that? Ren asked, his mushrooms pulsing with curiosity. Someone from the Craftsman's Guild managed to extract the acid once, but the monster's mouth was still barely resistant, just a bit less than a common sword, and the method is expensive, Isaac explained, running a calloused finger along the proboscis's edge. Ren smiled, his eyes lighting up. It's not just about extracting it, it's about transforming it. The hollow, porous structure isn't very resistant on its own. The deep assassin uses the liquid as support and micro-vibrations, fast and small movements to bury its proboscis into rock and through the chitinous armors of its prey. I understand. Seems like you know what you're doing, but I don't think you can make it vibrate like that then. Isaac stroked his beard. No, but the result of neutralizing the acid will turn what will be the tip of my spear into a harder, more elastic structure. Plus, small hard crystals will emerge on the surface, facilitating cutting and increasing damage. Interesting theory. I'm beginning to eagerly await the result. Isaac's eyes sparkled with professional curiosity. One more thing, Ren added. I also need a good dagger for dismantling beasts up to bronze 2. Can you recommend one or make it for me before the 15th? Isaac smiled, clearly intrigued by the challenge, his entire demeanor shifting from skepticism to engagement. I can do both. For the injection mechanism, we just need to reinforce the interior with chromatic stone lurker minerals. Exactly, Ren confirmed, his mushrooms pulsing with approval. The extract doesn't react with that material and maintains its corrosive properties. You know more about this than I expected, Isaac commented, studying Ren with renewed curiosity, leaning back against his workbench. Most students don't even know that the cleaner contains nymph extract. Let's just say I have many books in my head, Ren responded with a small smile, tapping his temple lightly. I see, Isaac nodded, though his expression suggested he wasn't completely convinced. As for the dagger, for bronze 2 beasts you'll need something special. I have an iron alloy with silver glow mineral that would be perfect. Not cheap, 150,000, but it'll last years if you take good care of it. How much for everything? Ren asked, mentally preparing himself for the impact on his savings. Isaac calculated quickly, his fingers twitching as if counting invisible crystals. For the bow with Sarracenia string 10,000, the 100 arrows with worm tooth tips 500 since you brought the materials, the injection mechanism 4,000. Incorporating the proboscis into a basic spear 500, and with the dismantling dagger, 165,000 crystals including labor. Ren whistled softly. It was a considerable sum, but necessary for his plans. How long would it take? Since you want it for Zhao's excursion, I can finish it in the 2 remaining days, Isaac responded, already mentally organizing his workflow. I could rush some things so you could test it before going, but I wouldn't recommend it. Especially with the bow, we need precision. That's fine, use all the remaining time then. Ren nodded. Can I help with any part of the process? I'm interested in learning. Isaac's eyes brightened with genuine interest. It wasn't common for students here to want to learn the craft. Most just demanded their items as quickly as possible and left after hearing an acceptable date. Ren was different, and a breath of fresh air for him. Actually, he smiled, revealing slightly crooked teeth stained from years of metalwork, we could start right now with the arrows. It's an easy process that just requires some precision. Ren smiled, his mushrooms pulsing with anticipation. Perfect. While Isaac prepared the work area, Ren reflected on his decision to invest in conventional weapons. Most students here focused exclusively on developing their beast's abilities, considering traditional weapons inefficient or even a sign of weakness. Why depend on external tools when you could cultivate power within yourself? But Ren considered versatility as important as pure power, and more important than the pride of the rich and noble. A powerful beast might be magnificent in certain situations but useless in others. Well-chosen weapons could compensate for specific weaknesses, offer tactical options, and in Ren's case, provide time while his beasts continued evolving. Besides, there was something elegant about a well-designed tool, something that perfectly complemented the meticulous and analytical approach Ren applied to his cultivation. "All right," Isaac interrupted his thoughts, placing precision tools on the table with a metallic clink. "Let's begin." Ren nodded, focusing on the task at hand. After spending time helping Isaac with arrow crafting, Ren decided it was time to resolve the financial aspect of his project. His mushrooms pulsed softly as he walked toward the academy bank, mentally calculating how much he would need to withdraw. The bank was relatively empty at that hour, so Finch spotted him immediately, his expression lighting up as if he'd just received a gift, practically bouncing in his seat. "Look who honors us with his presence," he exclaimed dramatically, causing Theodore to look up from his ledgers. "The mushroom magnate in person." "Good morning, Finch," Ren greeted as he approached the counter, the familiar scent of ink and paper filling his nostrils. "I need to make a withdrawal. Theodore." Finch to his assistant with exaggerated enthusiasm. "Prepare the special book. Our favorite client is going to make some moves." The mouse quickly pulled out a specially marked book, his whiskers trembling with anticipation. "How much will it be this time?" Finch asked, leaning over the counter conspiratorially. 10,000 to fill your room with sweets." "I want 170,000 crystals," Ren responded calmly. Finch blinked, his smile faltering slightly. 170,000? So much, but that will reduce your balance to less than 400,000. He pronounced the figure as if it represented a personal calamity. Theodore even let out a small squeak of dismay, his tiny paws clutching the ledger. "It's for an important project," Ren explained. "But—" Finch compulsively adjusted his glasses, the lenses catching the light. "This is the first time your account has decreased so much since you started your deposits. The first setback in the saga of the mushroom magnate." "Don't worry," Ren smiled slightly. "I have plans for this month. I'll recover that and much more." Finch's eyes widened behind his glasses, practically bulging with excitement. "Theodore!" Finch exclaimed, startling the poor mouse who nearly jumped out of his fur. "Write that down. He who doesn't risk doesn't win." The mouse wrote frantically, his tiny paws barely keeping pace with his tamer's enthusiasm. "Could you give me a hint?" Finch leaned even further, lowering his voice to a whisper. "Is it a new business? A secret investment? Perhaps an alliance with one of those noble families I've heard have been following you lately?" "Just the crystals, please, Finch," Ren responded kindly but firmly. Chapter 207 Tamer's Expedition Finals Preparations 3. Just the crystals, please, Finch, Ren responded kindly but firmly. "Always so mysterious." Finch sighed dramatically while beginning to count, his nimble fingers flicking through stacks of currency with practiced ease. "Someday, Theodore and I will discover all your financial secrets. That's a promise." While Finch finished counting and Ren carefully stored the crystals in his compartmentalized pack, he didn't notice the figure observing him from across the bank. Leopold Montclair, the fifth-year prodigy, studied every movement with calculating eyes. His next stop was again the exchange storehouse, where Jessie greeted him with her usual nervous enthusiasm. "Ren, you're back so soon," she exclaimed, nearly knocking over a jar. "Did you forget something?" "No, I'm here for more materials." Ren handed her the list, the paper slightly warm from being in his pocket. Jessie reviewed it, her eyes widening gradually. "This is quite specialized. Cartilaginous marine beast bone, black Sarracenia fiber. Is that a problem?" Ren asked. No. Jessie waved her hands frantically. "Just unusual for a first-year student." While Jessie gathered the materials, darting between shelves with surprising agility, Ren noticed several older students, observing him with growing curiosity. His reputation was expanding faster than he would have preferred, their whispers creating a soft backdrop of sound. "Here you go." Jessie finally placed all the materials on the counter, arranging them with meticulous care. Ren paid without comment, packing each material carefully in his compartmentalized backpack. "Thanks, Jessie," he bid farewell. "Come back soon," she responded cheerfully, her cat ears twitching. "And be careful with that nymph extract." With all necessary materials secured, Ren returned to Isaac's workshop. The artisan was finishing polishing a blade when he saw him enter, the metallic scent of freshly worked steel hanging in the air. "Ah, you're back," he smiled. "Did you get everything?" "Everything," Ren confirmed, placing the materials on the workbench. "Is the dagger ready?" Isaac nodded, extracting a leather sheath from a drawer under his table. "One of my finest pieces, if I may say so myself." He unsheathed the dagger for Ren's examination. The blade had a silvery gleam with blue veins that seemed to move beneath the light, flowing like water trapped in metal. The handle, perfectly balanced, was wrapped in leather, treated with hardening resin that felt warm to the touch. "It's perfect," Ren observed, taking it and testing its weight, feeling how it nestled into his palm as if custom-made. "Shall we test how well it works?" Without waiting for a response, he placed the deep assassin's head on the table and, with a precise movement, cleanly cut around the base of the proboscis. The dagger's metal penetrated the hard carapace with surprising ease, parting it like butter. "Careful with the acid impressive," Isaac murmured, observing how Ren carefully separated the long proboscis with the acid sac intact. "It's superb." "Well, this is all we'll need for the spear tip." Ren placed the proboscis on the table. "I'll take the rest with me for another project." "What will you do with the head?" Isaac asked with professional curiosity. "Cultivation materials," Ren responded simply. "Nothing goes to waste." Ren returned to his room with the assassin's head and his new dagger. He needed to hurry before Yang's class hour arrived. Placing the head on a treated hide, he began working methodically. The dagger slid through the different tissues with surgical precision, separating exactly the parts he needed for Taro's cultivation. The sensory glands, capable of detecting movement through solid rock, and, most valuable, the central processing organ, a structure that amplified nerve signals. When he finished, he had separated and preserved several distinct components, each carefully stored. Sealing Taro's crystals with deep earth and the hemolymph solution was straightforward, the components bonding together with a soft hiss. He thoroughly cleaned the dagger before storing it, admiring its quality once more. Isaac truly knew his craft, the blade showing no signs of wear despite cutting through the beast's tough exoskeleton. He had barely finished cleaning when he heard the door open. Taro entered, his expression changing from mental exhaustion due to so many questions about Ren from his classmates to surprise at seeing the carefully aligned containers. "What's all this?" he asked, approaching for a better look. "Your first cultivation crystal for the second beast," Ren responded, handing him a crystal that emitted a faint bluish glow, its surface warm and slightly pulsating. Taro took the crystal with reverence, his fingers trembling slightly. "Is it from—" "The assassin, yes," Ren nodded. "I don't know how to thank you," Taro murmured, genuinely moved. "Just use it well," Ren smiled, his mushrooms pulsing softly. "And perhaps help me clean up this mess before Yang's class. If we leave everything like this until Min returns in the afternoon, he'll start complaining about the smell." The next day, Ren returned to Isaac's workshop at first light, again taking advantage of the surprising flexibility Lin had granted him with morning training sessions lately. "We're ready to work with the acid," Isaac announced when Ren entered, the workshop already prepared with protective equipment and containment vessels. "I've prepared everything, according to your specifications." The process was delicate and potentially dangerous. The assassin's acid had unique properties, extremely corrosive to organic materials, but also capable of catalyzing certain crystalline reactions if handled correctly. Ren worked with absolute concentration, carefully injecting the foamy nymph extract into the SSS at the base. The reaction was immediate. The liquid bubbled vigorously before stabilizing into a dark amber gelatinous substance. "Now comes the critical part," murmured Ren as he injected mana, his fingertips glowing with a soft blue light. Isaac watched with professional fascination as Ren manipulated the mana with a precision few students possessed, directing it in intricate patterns that seemed to solidify the material from within. "Extraordinary," he murmured, studying the result. It was hard yet surprisingly elastic, with a surface that reflected light like polished obsidian. "I've never seen anything like this." To test its hardness, Isaac tried to make a small scratch with a common tool. To his surprise, it was the tool that ended up damaged, its edge dulled instantly. "Careful," Ren warned when Isaac touched the edge directly to feel the texture. "Its crystals are sharper than they look." Too late. Isaac quickly withdrew his finger, where a fine line of blood began to form. "Incredible," he murmured, more impressed than annoyed. "It cut as if my skin were butter." "It's perfect for the spear tip," Ren nodded, satisfied with the result. "It will penetrate bronze 1 carapaces without issue." Isaac wrapped his finger while contemplating the material, his eyes gleaming with professional excitement. "With this, I could create a truly exceptional weapon, beyond what I would normally offer a student." "That's exactly what I wanted," Ren smiled, his mushrooms pulsing with anticipation. "Something exceptional for tomorrow's outing." "Leave it in my hands," Isaac nodded with professional determination. "You'll have your weapons ready before dawn, my craftsman's word." As Ren said goodbye, leaving Isaac with the materials to complete the work, he couldn't help but feel growing expectation. The outing with Jia would be interesting, as he would now be better prepared. And in the world of Tamers, preparation often made all the difference. Chapter 208 Taming Discrepancy. While Ren happily busied himself with preparations, a much tenser conversation was unfolding elsewhere in the academy. 2 days earlier, Director Ignatius's office had always been an imposing space, with its shelves filled with ancient tomes and expensive pieces from bygone eras. The director's phoenix, partially manifested in the golden veins running across his skin, added an air of authority to the already intimidating office. Facing him, Cassian Goldcrest maintained perfect posture, his expression carefully controlled despite the fury boiling beneath the surface. "It's unacceptable," he declared in a cold voice. "A student missing for days, and nobody considered it necessary to inform me." Director Ignatius reclined in his chair, studying the young Goldcrest with a penetrating gaze. There was something disturbingly calculating in how his eyes traversed Cassian's face, as if peeling away layers to see what lay beneath. "The administration handles many matters, young Goldcrest," he finally responded, his fingers steepled before him. "Temporary student disappearances are more common than you might think, especially when said students seem to have varied interests." Cassian narrowed his eyes. Did this old fox know something and was threatening him, or was he simply establishing his position? "Harold was under my tutelage," Cassian specified, keeping his voice firm. "I deserve to be immediately informed of any matter related to him." "Your concern is touching," the director smiled slightly, the expression never reaching his eyes, "especially for a student who had barely been under your wing and at the academy for just a few days." There was something in that smile, in the slightly insinuating tone, that sent alarm signals through Cassian's mind. This wasn't a simple bureaucratic exchange, it was a chess match. "I demand that they find him," Cassian went straight to the point, abandoning any pretense of cordiality. "And I want a complete explanation about why I wasn't notified of his disappearance." Director Ignatius maintained silence for seconds that seemed to stretch eternally. His phoenix manifested a bit more, golden feathers gleaming between the spaces of his clothing. "It's regrettable," he finally said, each word measured with precision. "But I must inform you that we have already found Harold." The tension in Cassian's shoulders loosened slightly. "Where is he?" "His remains were recovered from the lower mines recently." The impact of the words hit Cassian like a physical shock, his lion partially manifested by reflex, bright markings briefly appearing in his hair like a golden crown. "Remains?" he repeated, struggling to maintain his composure, a muscle twitching in his jaw. "There was an attack," the director continued, his eyes never leaving Cassian's face. "A regrettable incident perpetrated by one or several Yino infiltrators. Unfortunately, Harold died during the altercation." Cassian knew the truth perfectly well. Harold was a Yino spy, sent to gather information about the seed beneath the academy. He himself had facilitated his entry, providing falsified documents and cover as a transfer student. But Cassian couldn't know that the director's presentation of the facts was peculiar. He didn't directly imply that Harold was the spy, only that he had died during a Yino attack. Technically true, but deliberately ambiguous. "When did this happen?" Cassian asked, buying time while analyzing the implications, his mind racing behind his carefully composed expression. "During an incident with our ancestral seed," the director responded, leaning forward slightly. "It seems he was in the depths when the attack occurred. Quite unfortunate that he happened to be precisely in that area, don't you think?" The question hung in the air, laden with insinuations. The director knew. Somehow he knew that Harold hadn't been there by chance. "Very unfortunate," Cassian responded carefully, each word chosen with deliberation. "May I ask why I wasn't informed immediately after the discovery?" "Identification took time due to how little was left of him," the director explained, though his tone suggested it was merely a convenient excuse. "And without meaning to offend, frankly, we didn't expect you to have such a personal interest in the matter. After all, Harold was just one of many students under your extensive tutoring program." Another insinuation. Cassian's tutoring program was a well-known facade for recruiting talented youth to the Goldcrest house. "As a family representative, I have responsibilities toward all those students," Cassian responded, maintaining the double-meaning game. "May I see the body?" "I'm afraid that won't be possible." The director joined his hands over his desk. "The remains were in precarious condition, and they have already been processed according to the kingdom's standard protocols." Without notifying his family or tutors, Cassian couldn't prevent a tone of disbelief from filtering into his voice. "In exceptional circumstances, the castle has authority to proceed without prior notification," the director responded smoothly. especially when positive identification is complicated and the remains represent potential evidence of what happened in the enemy invasion. I'm so sorry. The implications were clear. They wouldn't let him examine the situation of the death. He couldn't do anything to know whether they were aware of Harold's true nature or not. I understand, Cassian responded, though he was clearly unsatisfied. And the responsible parties? The matter is still being investigated with the utmost diligence, the director assured him. We have zero tolerance for external infiltrations. Again, the carefully chosen language. I trust that any relevant discovery will be communicated to the appropriate authorities before it becomes too large a problem for you, Cassian observed, establishing his own veiled threat. Of course, the director slightly inclined his head. Transparency is fundamental in matters of national security. Silence fell between them, dense with unexpressed meanings and unformulated accusations. The clock on the wall ticked loudly, marking the seconds. I must add, the director finally broke the silence, that the Academy offers compensation for student losses in those circumstances. As his registered tutor, you are eligible to receive insurance benefits, so don't worry. Indignation burned in Cassian's chest. Was this old fox offering him money, compensation for a dead spy? The insinuation was as insulting as it was dangerous. That won't be necessary, he responded with an icy voice, rising from his seat. Harold was not a resource to be monetized. As you wish, the director inclined his head again. My condolences for your loss. The Academy deeply regrets not having been able to protect all its students during the incident. Then, under such circumstances, I will leave 2 operatives to protect my brother and the other students under our tutelage. I hope you understand. You know we cannot deny you such requests. You may add them. We never know when another attack might occur, correct? Cassian didn't stay to hear more. With a brief courteous nod that hid his inner fury, he headed for the door, his footsteps echoing in the suddenly quiet room. Young Goldcrest, the director's voice stopped him for a moment. In these uncertain times, we must all be careful with the company we keep. Divided loyalties often have unpredictable consequences. Without deigning to respond, Cassian left the office, closing the door with controlled force behind him. As he walked through the Academy's corridors, doubt corroded his mind. Had they discovered him, or were they simply fishing, throwing insinuations to see if he would bite the bait? And more importantly, what were they willing to do if they had that knowledge? Chapter 209-209, Taming Discrepancy 2. The Goldcrests still maintained enough power in Yano to be above accusations without substantial proof. The director couldn't act openly against them. It would just hasten Yano's invasion and unleash a conflict for which Yano wasn't prepared. The city's best hope remained waiting for the king's return, while noble families continued their secret conversations, seeking a solution that wouldn't trigger open warfare. But from Cassian's doubts, Yano would also think they weren't prepared. Yano's Dark Council had always been a place where shadows seemed to have a life of their own. The purplish light from abyssal crystals barely illuminated the faces of those present, creating an unsettling chiaroscuro effect that blurred expressions and concealed reactions. The king occupied the central seat, his eyes reflecting the violet glow as he reread the encrypted message for the 3rd time. His fingers traced the symbols with deliberate slowness, as if trying to extract meaning beyond the words themselves. "Read it again," he ordered, his voice resonating in the black obsidian chamber like distant thunder. Lord Ravenspire cleared his throat and translated the code, his voice measured and precise. "Urgent message from our ally in Yano," he began. "Request for confirmation on Operative Harold's status. He hasn't reported according to established protocols. Suspect's fatal compromise during release incident. Preliminary information suggests ancestral seed opening in agent's death, 3rd ring possibly in Yano's hands. Increased surveillance prevented quick and detailed communication. Requests instructions." The silence that followed was dense, charged with implications no one dared to express openly. The council members exchanged glances, each gauging the other's reactions without betraying their own thoughts. "So Harold has failed," the king finally broke the silence, "just when we were so close." "We can't be certain," Lord Venmont cautiously intervened, shifting in his seat. He could still be hiding, seeking a safe route for the ring to. "If he had the ring, he would have found a way to notify us." Harold was trained to prioritize the mission over his own safety. Such prolonged silence can only mean one thing. The king raised a hand, stopping the debate. "If the ring is in Yano's hands, we must reconsider our strategy." He rose and began circling the table, the shadows at his feet seeming to follow his movements like extensions of his will. "The irony," he commented bitterly. "Just when we thought the triples would leave us prepared for open conflict, this happens. But Yano remains vulnerable," Lord Bloodwind pointed out. "Without their king, their army lacks unified direction. The noble families are divided, with the Goldcrests on our side." "We would have a significant advantage, yes," the king interrupted, "but not decisively enough. The Goldcrests would betray us. Young Celthea, seated silently until that moment, leaned forward, her pale face eager in the dim light. "Aren't the triples enough even then?" she asked, her childlike voice contrasting with the gravity of the topic. The king returned to his seat, interlacing his fingers while considering the options, the gemstone in his ring catching and fracturing the purple light. "The problem is that the Goldcrests' situation would be precarious," he observed. "If they openly declare in our favor before we attack first, they'll be almost completely eliminated. It would be very useful to us, but they'll never accept that." "They'll only summon the courage when we attack Yano," Lord Ravenspire added, "as opportunistic traitors, not as declared allies." "That's right," the king nodded. "The ideal battle for them is one that allows the Goldcrests to attack from behind when we're winning from the front." A messenger entered silently, delivering a new sealed scroll to Lord Ravenspire. The noble read it quickly, his expression subtly changing, the muscles around his eyes tightening. "More information from Cassian," he announced. "He has investigated with his infiltrators at the Academy. Apparently the ancestral seed was indeed opened a little ahead of time. There are rumors about the artifact being lost, though details are confusing. Surveillance has intensified significantly, making communication with his informants difficult." "So the ring is lost?" the king asked directly, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. "There's no confirmation about its location," Lord Ravenspire responded, "but Cassian suspects it's a trap, and it's really in the hands of Yano's authorities already. However, at least Yano's king hasn't yet returned with the last ring," Ravenspire continued. "They won't be able to open the main artery without all three of them." The king remained silent for a long moment, his mind calculating scenarios and possibilities. "Our plans must adapt," he finally declared. "If we've lost the opportunity to take the ring from them, we must compensate for that loss with other advantages." "Will we finally use the triples?" Celthea asked again, her voice barely containing her excitement, her small hands clenching in anticipation. "And more," the king nodded. "Lord Bloodwyn, intensify attempts to acquire ground element abyssal beasts. Lord Venmont, prepare our defenses for a possible counterattack. If Yano has all three rings and opens its artery, they'll eventually try to use whatever they have found." He turned to Lord Ravenspire. "Respond to Cassian. Tell him I understand the situation and that he'll receive help soon. A new advantage that will help him discover what really happened." "What kind of advantage, my lord?" Lord Ravenspire asked, his quill poised over fresh parchment. The king smiled, a gesture rarely seen on his severe face, transforming it into something even more unsettling. "Something our enemies cannot anticipate. Something that will change the rules of the game before the king returns to play." He looked toward Celthea, who straightened with sudden understanding, her eyes widening. "A triple Tamer," she murmured, her eyes gleaming with anticipation, a flush of excitement coloring her pale cheeks. "Not one," the king responded, his voice dropping to a near whisper that somehow filled the entire chamber. He turned to Lord Bloodwyn. "Is the special project ready?" "The third subject has completed integration," Bloodwyn confirmed. "Tests show exceptional results." "Then prepare the remaining two for deployment," the king ordered. The king rose, concluding the meeting. As the lords withdrew, he stopped Lord Ravenspire with a gesture. "In your message to Cassian," he added in a low voice, "remind him that tolerance for failure is limited. He has lost Harold. He cannot afford to lose these new resources." "It will be communicated clearly, my lord." Lord Ravenspire nodded gravely. When the chamber was empty except for the king and his children, the Crown Prince allowed himself to express his concern. "Are you sure about sending the special project so soon? It hasn't been fully tested in all conditions." "Necessity dictates our actions now," the king responded, the shadows around him deepening. "Harold was valuable, but replaceable. The ring is not. And if it's already too late?" the prince asked. "If Yano has already opened the White Chamber with the rings?" The king smiled again, and this too was charged with cold determination. "We will have to tear that knowledge from them before they manage to understand it." The shadows in the chamber seemed to pulse in response, as if even the darkness of Yino shared its ruler's resolution. Chapter 210, Taming the finally arrived. Ren rose before dawn, his mushrooms pulsing with anticipation while he packed the last supplies in his specially compartmentalized bag. Earth was crisp, carrying the earthy scent of dew-dampened soil through the open window. The final gathering exam with Zhao wasn't just an academic test for him. It represented a unique opportunity to obtain more materials for his projects. With luck, this time he could acquire many more tentacles. Isaac had kept his word. The weapons were ready on time, each piece crafted with a precision that exceeded even Ren's expectations. The spear was a masterpiece of artisanal engineering. Its tip, formed from the treated material, gleamed with a tone between amber and steel. The white bow, crafted from cartilaginous marine beast bone, tensed perfectly with the black Sarracenia string, the entire weapon balanced and responsive in his hands. For 20 Isaac, after collecting them, the few students who crossed his path looked at him with expressions ranging from mockery to a kind of condescending understanding. "Look at the mushroom boy," he heard one mutter. "Needs traditional weapons to compensate." "I've heard rumors he became a double tamer," commented another, his voice laden with skepticism. "But if that were true, why would he still have those mushrooms on his head and carry primitive weapons?" Ren simply continued on his way, ignoring the comments. Unlike many of the rich or noble students at this school, he didn't measure his worth by others' opinions. Each decision, each action had a specific purpose in his plans. Upon reaching the meeting point where the caravan waited, Ren found Min and Taro already prepared, their bags packed and their expressions mixing excitement with nervousness. "Ren," Min called to him, pointing toward a group of adults. "Lin is coming with us this time. We are so done." "Not just her," Taro added in a low voice. "Wei, Yang, and several more professors. There's even new people who seem to work for the castle." Ren studied the scene. Indeed, the group's composition was radically different from the previous expedition. The presence of so many instructors and guards suggested an unusual level of caution. "I guess it's normal," he commented, adjusting his weapons. "There was an attack last time. They're probably taking additional measures to protect the princess." "They're not just looking after me." Larissa's voice sounded right behind him. Ren turned to find not only Larissa but the entire group of noble cousins with their companions. The 12 girls, now much more openly united than before, formed a semicircle around him. "Interesting choice of equipment," Luna commented, gesturing toward the spear and bow. "Not what I would expect from someone with your knowledge. I think the perception of weapons is mistaken. They're tools, and each one has its purpose," Ren responded simply. "We're eager to accompany you in the gathering," Leora added with a small smile. "We want to know how it will be different from when we're in the depths." Ren nodded, observing how the rest of the students organized themselves into groups. Unlike the last expedition, the atmosphere was completely different. Klein and Jin remained apart, with their group reduced from 15 to only 9 people, now avoiding any direct confrontation with Ren. It was surprising how the dynamics had changed. The usual taunts, the provocations to gain popularity at his expense, all that had disappeared. Not even with Ren carrying weapons. They didn't dare to openly bother someone who had the support of more than half the class, over 20 people including the noble cousins. He also noticed he was no longer perceived as the inconvenience who had reduced a 3-day trip to just 2. Now he was someone everyone wanted to approach for advice. It was not having to constantly defend himself, being able to simply exist and share knowledge without fear of reprisal. "Attention, everyone!" Zhao zonated above the conversations. "Gather for instructions." The students congregated around the professor, who had climbed onto one of the carriages to be more visible, his beast partially manifested, creating the impression of keen eyes that missed nothing. "The final gathering exam has simple rules," Zhao began, his authoritative voice gaining everyone's immediate attention. "To pass, each student must individually collect values equivalent to 10,000 crystals." A murmur ran through the group. It was a considerable amount, especially for first-year students with little experience. "The professors will evaluate both the quantity and quality of the materials," Zhao continued. "It's not just about accumulating common materials, but demonstrating discernment in selecting valuable resources." His eyes scanned the group, briefly stopping on Ren before continuing. "This year, due to exceptional circumstances, we will have additional security. Don't be alarmed by the presence of so many adults. They are here to ensure the experience is safe and productive." Zhao made a significant pause. "Also," he added, "I want to clarify that division of the main group will not be permitted. You may work in small teams within the designated territory, which will be larger this time. But no one should move beyond the established perimeter. This is for everyone's safety." Ren exchanged glances with Min and Taro. Last time he had strayed considerably from the group. This time, with so much surveillance, it would be more complicated to explore freely. "Finally," Zhao concluded, "remember that although this is an exam, it's also an opportunity to learn. Observe, experiment, and above all, stay alert. The gathering territory, as you realized on the first trip, can be as generous as it is dangerous." With those words, Zhao gave the signal to board the caravan. The students began climbing into the vehicles, organizing themselves according to the professor's instructions. While waiting for their turn, Lin approached Ren's group. "This time I won't miss the action," she commented, studying the weapons Ren carried. "Interesting choice, by the way." "They're just complementary tools," Ren explained, his fingers tracing the smooth contours of the bow. Lin nodded, a small smile forming on her lips. "I'm intrigued to see how you'll use them, and also how you'll handle your new popularity." She discreetly pointed toward where a group of students observed Ren with evident curiosity, their whispers barely audible over the general commotion. "I'm not seeking popularity," Ren responded sincerely. "Just doing my thing. I know. Lin placed a hand on his shoulder for a brief moment. Those things you carry will help reduce that popularity, but I think those things are part of what makes you interesting. With those words, she headed toward the main caravan, where Yang and Wei were already organizing the students. As the caravan began to move, marking the official start of the journey, Ren couldn't help but reflect on how things had changed in such a short time. From being an outcast with an apparently weak beast to becoming someone whose opinion was valued and sought after. Chapter 211, Taming the Finals, Unit 1-2, raising clouds of dust that shimmered golden under the mid-morning sun. The wheels creaked rhythmically against the packed earth, providing a constant backdrop to the conversations within. Students had naturally distributed themselves among the different vehicles, grouping according to affinities and alliances. In one of the carriages, Klein Goldcrest observed with a somber expression. The landscape passed before his eyes without him really seeing it, his mind trapped in a cycle of frustration and resentment that tightened his jaw and furrowed his brow. "Still thinking about your brother?" Asta asked in a low voice, seated across from him. Klein barely deigned to respond with a grunt. His lion briefly manifested in his hair and mouth, reflecting his internal agitation. "You shouldn't worry so much," Feng intervened, adjusting his posture on the uncomfortable seat. "I'm sure that Harold will eventually turn up." "It's not just that," Klein finally spoke, his voice tense. "It's everything." His gaze instinctively turned toward one of the forward carriages, where laughter and animated conversations could be heard even at a distance, the sound carried on the breeze like a taunt. "The fungus kid?" Asta correctly guessed, following Klein's gaze. "Did you see what he was carrying?" Klein spat with disdain. "Weapons, like any peasant, in a prestigious school where we're supposed to cultivate powerful beasts, and he shows up with a bow and spear as if we were in some poor plebeian school." Jin, seated nearby with Cass and Kai, nodded vehemently. "It's ridiculous, and everyone acts like he's some kind of genius, though I suppose it's logical he needs those things with such a miserable beast." "Well," Asta commented cautiously, "his methods may be unconventional, but his results are undeniable. The look Klein shot him could have melted metal." "Now you too." "I'm just pointing out facts," Asta defended himself, raising his hand slightly. "I didn't say I liked him." "The problem isn't him," Feng intervened. "The problem is that we aren't progressing as quickly as we should." Klein couldn't deny it, though it pained him to admit it. He was close to reaching bronze rank, yes, but the pace was too slow for Goldcrest standards, especially with Cassian breathing down his neck, waiting for any mistake to remind him of his inadequacy. "At least Asta has already evolved. That's something." Jin, Kai, and Cass exchanged uncomfortable glances. None of the three had advanced significantly in their cultivation in the last few days. Not since. "I still think we should try it," Cass murmured, her fingers nervously braiding a loose thread from her sleeve. "Try what?" Jin asked, though by Kai's expression he already suspected the answer. "Move up to bronze," Cass responded, confirming his suspicions. "Even though the fungus said we were cultivating wrong, are we going to listen to him? No, he's definitely just jealous of our beasts." Jin snapped, though his tone betrayed his insecurity. "He's just trying to confuse us. If you're not going to listen to him, then explain why you've paused your tiger's cultivation for days," Feng challenged. "You're suffering here because of a commoner's words. Meanwhile, look at them." They all looked toward the forward carriage, where a new wave of laughter resonated. It was as if they were on a completely different journey. "And then my father said it was the first time he'd seen anyone use a turtle shell as an improvised dress." Min concluded his story, prompting another round of laughter that echoed against the carriage walls. "That can't be true," Mira exclaimed between laughs, her eyes shining with contained tears. "I swear on my snake!" Min solemnly raised his hand, his water serpent lowering its head in sadness as its tamer used it as collateral. "Ask Ren, he knows how to distinguish the truth." All eyes turned to Ren, who was calmly carving a small piece of chitinous skeleton with his new dagger, the fine shavings collecting in a neat pile at his feet. "It's true," he confirmed, his mushrooms pulsing with amusement, though the turtle probably wasn't very happy. Another wave of laughter shook the carriage, making it seem to vibrate with their mirth. "What are you making?" Han asked, observing Ren's meticulous work, leaning in for a better view. "A copy of Zhao's feathers," Ren responded, "to have options in case I don't learn to use my arrows in time." "Always working," Larissa commented with a playful smile. "Aren't you going to enjoy the journey?" "This is enjoyable too," Ren responded simply, his mushrooms pulsing peacefully. "I've already lived my whole life with a direct view of the outskirts, plus I like creating useful things." Speaking of useful things, Taro intervened. "Did anyone else notice how quiet Klein's group is today?" "Hard not to notice," Luna commented, trying to appear cool, although her smile betrayed her childish joy. "Usually Jin doesn't miss an opportunity to mock someone." "They have more important things to worry about," Leora observed softly. I heard from the director that Cassian has been applying a lot of pressure lately. Cassian? Min asked, tilting his head in curiosity. Klein's older brother. A real charmer, Larissa responded with evident sarcasm. Imagine Klein, but with twice the size, arrogance, and no sense of humor. Sounds terrible, Han grimaced, his shoulders tensing at the mere description. He is, Larissa confirmed, plus Klein has to gather enough materials to uphold his family's reputation. The Goldcrests don't accept mediocrity. No noble family does, Leora murmured, almost to herself, her fingers tracing an invisible pattern on her knee. There was a moment of silence as everyone processed the comment, the weight of unspoken expectations hanging in the air. Well, Taro finally intervened, at least we have the gathering expert. He pointed toward Ren with a smile. Right, Ren? I'm not an expert, Ren modestly denied. I'm just observant. Observant? Min burst out laughing. Last time you identified more veins in an hour than the rest of us did all day. Very observant. Look, Lin intervened from her seat at the front. We're almost there. The carriage began to slow down as they approached a small rest station, the wooden structure appearing on the horizon. Remember, Lin added with an enigmatic smile, pay attention to everything Ren shows you. You might learn something valuable. Even you admit to learning from him? Larissa asked with feigned surprise, her eyebrows arching dramatically. A good teacher knows when to become a student, Lin responded simply, though her eyes shone with something akin to pride as she looked at Ren. Chapter 2, 12-212, Taming the Finals Unit 1-3. This year, the gathering territory also encompasses some Shadow Stalker caves in the peripheral zones, Zhao explained while the students gathered in a clearing, preparing to begin collection. However, I must emphasize that nobody should approach or enter these caves without a teacher's company. They are significantly more dangerous than the exterior areas due to the sentinels. While Zhao continued with the general instructions, Ren studied the map they had been provided as he calculated distances and analyzed the marked geological formations to find the quickest route densest with resources. It was no longer just him, Taro and Min, but a complete entourage that included Larissa, Luna and Leora, accompanied by their maids Maria, Mayo and Matilda, plus the 6 guards. Han and his group had also joined them, as well as Mira's. Min leaned toward him, noticing his evident interest. You're planning to enter one of those caves, aren't you? Ren nodded without lifting his gaze from the map. It's easier to get good materials there. I need to restock parts for my upcoming projects. Taro, who had been listening, sighed in resignation. I suppose this means you'll drag us into another dangerous adventure. Nobody's forcing you to come, Ren responded, though a small smile formed on his lips. As if we had a choice, Min laughed softly. The last time we left you alone, you came back with a hydra. A few meters away, Lin observed the conversation with a mixture of amusement and concern. Subtly, she approached Zhao while the students began to disperse. He's going to enter one of the caves, she commented without preamble. Zhao followed her gaze to where Ren and his friends continued studying the map. I know. I expected it, in fact. He did the same thing the first time. Shouldn't I stop him? Stop him? Zhao looked at her with an arched eyebrow. You should follow him to better understand his ability first. Besides, you'll be there to save them if necessary. We're here primarily to evaluate their gathering capacity. If he could handle the challenge before, he surely can do it now. The Lin I know isn't a worrywart, Mother. Lin nodded, understanding the reasoning and ignoring the last part. I'll go with them. I'd join, but... Zhao gestured toward the other students who were already beginning to explore the area. You have to supervise everyone, Lin completed his thought. I understand. I'll make sure they don't get into too much trouble. Zhao studied her for a moment. Based on his first visit to this place, I think he's going to change your opinion of him even more. My opinion is already very high, Lin responded diplomatically, though she couldn't prevent a small smile. Let's see if he can really be more interesting. Are you sure it's a good idea to head toward the cave so soon? Mira asked as they advanced, pushing aside brambles that caught at their clothing. There are many materials we could gather first. Daytime is limited, we'll just collect some thread along the way, Ren responded. But the most valuable materials are primarily in that direction. Lin caught up with them when they had already moved considerably away from the main group. If you go to the cave, you'll find a sentinel, she commented casually. You should know that I'll only observe. Asking me for help will cost you points on the exam. Ren stopped, turning to look at her. We don't need help, Master. Aren't you overestimating your group of bronzes and irons against those dangerous beasts? Lin crossed her arms, waiting for an explanation. I don't intend to use the group's power. I'm going to do something I couldn't last time, Ren responded, his mushrooms pulsing with determination. Take down a male shadow stalker by myself. Taro almost choked on his own saliva. You what? They're much more dangerous than common bronze beasts, Min explained, his voice trembling slightly. And significantly more aggressive. They also have a very annoying ability. They're a bit more resistant plus, Ren added. They're mortally dangerous just by approaching them, Lin completed, studying Ren with renewed interest. How do you plan to face one? In response, Ren simply patted his spear, and the bow carefully secured to his back. I have some ideas. Some ideas? One of the guards repeated with evident concern. Those creatures are dangerous, especially for first-year students. They're dangerous even for other bronze-rank creatures, another guard added. Lady Larissa, perhaps we should consider targets more appropriate for your level. Larissa smiled with that mischievous expression everyone had learned to recognize as a signal for trouble. Oh, but we have our beast expert here, right, Ren? All eyes fell on Ren, who continued advancing with determination, the dried leaves crunching softly beneath his boots. I'm not an expert, he responded automatically. I just understand them. And your plan is? Luna asked. Kill it from a distance, Ren explained. The sentinels are a considerable danger in close combat, but they're vulnerable to ranged attacks. Most bronze beasts lack those means, especially in nearby areas, and that's why they can't beat them, but it's just a bad matchup. They're not actually that strong. Lin observed the exchange carefully, noting how Ren appeared completely confident as always. With that, Min pointed to the bow Ren carried. I've never seen you shoot an arrow before. There's a first time for everything, Ren responded, though his tone suggested he was more confident than he had a right to be. They continued their way, now moving with greater stealth as they approached the edge of the designated territory. The forest grew denser here, shadows deeper, the air carrying a faint metallic scent that hinted at the proximity of the caves. After almost half an hour of walking, the group reached the limit of the designated gathering area. Ren indicated they should stop to collect weaver threads from a large nearby tree while he went ahead to survey the terrain. Several dozen meters away, the entrance to a cave opened on the side of a rocky hill. There, Ren pointed discreetly toward the cave entrance, where the male shadow stalker stood guard. An imposing creature mounted guard. Its whitish, semi-translucent body combined features of jellyfish and bat. Luminescent tentacles hung from its base, while enormous membranous wings pulsed rhythmically to keep it suspended. The group observed from a distance, camouflaged with moss and bark coverings provided by Zhao, making them appear like simple bark stalkers at rest, a strategy that was almost unnecessary considering that several members of the group were already bronze rank, but Maria insisted on being cautious. It's bigger than I expected, whispered Taro, adjusting his camouflage from behind a tree. The males always are, Ren responded while preparing his bow, and much more dangerous than the females. Their ability to absorb vitality and mana works at a greater distance. But it's not alone, Leora added in a low voice, pointing toward the cave entrance. There's an entire colony of those same females in there. Ren nodded while preparing his bow, carefully selecting an arrow from his quiver. But we're outside their sensory range. Are you sure you can hit it? Han asked, studying the distance with a critical eye. It's a complicated shot. Ren hesitated a moment before admitting, I don't know, I've never tried it before. Chapter 213 Taming the Finals Unit 1-4. Are you sure you can hit it? Han asked, studying the distance with a critical eye. It's a complicated shot. Ren hesitated a moment before admitting, I don't know, I've never tried it before. Min, Roran, June, Trent, and Taro clamped their hands over their mouths to stifle laughter that might attract the sentinel. Their shoulders shook with suppressed mirth, eyes watering with the effort of containing their amusement. Above, in the branches of nearby trees, several white weavers observed with feline curiosity, their moth wings folded while their bright eyes followed every movement of the group. Their antennae twitched occasionally, sensing the subtle changes in the air. Why don't we just attack altogether? Asked Leora, clearly anxious for some action. We're more than enough to defeat it. Because I want to see if I can do it alone, and because it's not just the male, explained Ren without shifting his gaze from the target. In the cave there are hundreds of females that would respond to his call. If we attack with too many people and it perceives a threat, they'll all come to its aid. That's why the arrows are to lure it and draw it away from the entrance. If I can attract it to the forest edge, even better, I'll have a more certain shot. Ren drew the bow, the string taut against his fingers. Han observed Ren's posture and shook his head. You won't hit like that. Do you have a better suggestion? Ren asked, without a trace of defensiveness in his voice. Actually, yes. Han approached and adjusted the position of Ren's arms. Raise your elbow, like this, and when you breathe, do it deeply. Release on the exhale, not the inhale, and remember to compensate for distance and wind by aiming higher. Ren nodded, focusing intensely as he aimed. With a fluid movement, he released the arrow. The projectile crossed the air, tracing an elegant arc that ended almost 5 meters to the left of the target. The jellyfish bat didn't even seem to notice it. Not bad at all for a first attempt, Han commented diplomatically. It was terrible, Mayo murmured, earning an elbow from Luna. Try again, Han encouraged. This time aim a bit higher and to the right to compensate. Ren prepared another arrow, incorporating the suggested corrections. He inhaled deeply, his mushrooms pulsing with intensity. For a moment it seemed everything around him vanished, leaving only him, the bow, and the target. With a new understanding of his weapon, he released the arrow. The second arrow embedded itself in one of the monster's tentacles, provoking a furious hiss but dealing no significant damage. The entire appendage contracted like a spring before slowly unfurling again. Good shot, Luna acknowledged, her tone revealing genuine admiration despite herself. It's detecting something, Lin warned, her posture tensing as she prepared to intervene if necessary. The creature emitted a sharp screech, its tentacles thrashing violently as it turned in the direction from which the attack came. The air seemed to ripple around it as its sensory organs expanded to their full capacity. It saw us, Taro warned when the creature began advancing toward them. Not yet, it's searching for the culprit with its sensors, but we're still far from them, Ren announced calmly, setting down the bow and taking his spear. Luckily, that screech of pain wasn't a call for the females, and it won't be able to distinguish us among the trees and bushes from there. Now comes the dangerous part. More dangerous than attracting that thing? Min asked incredulously. The shadow stalker began cautiously advancing toward them, its sensors methodically scanning the area, sending out barely visible pulses of energy that disturbed the air. Now or never. Ren positioned himself ready to go, mentally measuring the maximum distance he could maintain from the monster without sacrificing precision in his throw. The shadow stalker advanced ever closer, and everyone could feel the mana pressing in the environment as the creature voraciously absorbed it, creating a subtle mana vacuum. Before anyone could stop him, Ren emerged from his hiding place, advancing in a zigzagging pattern that seemed specifically calculated to confuse the creature. The jellyfish bat understood the movement a second later. Its tentacles extended as it descended to intercept him. "It's too fast!" exclaimed one of the maids, watching in horror as the distance between Ren and the creature rapidly decreased. But everyone underestimated what Ren was now capable of. With his strength increased by 160%, his movements were faster and more precise than anyone would expect. His feet barely seemed to touch the ground as he darted between patches of cover. Ren stopped abruptly, his mushrooms pulsing intensely as he calculated angles and trajectories. With a fluid movement that seemed almost rehearsed, he threw the spear with all his strength. The weapon cut through the air like lightning, its tip briefly gleaming before penetrating the center of the jellyfish bat. There was a moment of absolute silence as the creature remained motionless, suspended in the air as if time had stopped. Then the jellyfish bat fell to the ground with a dull thud and began to convulse. Its tentacles twisted erratically before falling inert, and its slightly luminescent body gradually began to fade, the light dimming like a dying star. The silence that followed was broken by Larissa, who began to applaud enthusiastically. "That was incredible." "It wasn't a big deal," Ren responded modestly, while approaching the fallen creature to recover his spear. "Their movement patterns are predictable since they always launch straight to absorb their prey's mana. They have no predators." Lin observed the scene with both amazement and concern. The force with which Ren had thrown the spear was much greater than should be possible for someone with a 60% increase. Even with her training, her thoughts were interrupted by Taro and Min, who ran toward Ren to examine the creature up close. "How did you know it would work on the first hit?" Taro asked, observing how Ren methodically began examining the jellyfish bat, identifying the parts he needed. "Throwing with my hands feels easier to me," Ren commented, as he carefully began extracting the translucent wing membranes with his dagger. "Based on its anatomy, I only needed to hit a vital organ, and aiming for the largest one had the highest probability of success." The others approached gradually, curiosity overcoming their initial caution. "Careful with the tentacles," Ren warned. "They're quite dangerous even after death." "Hearing that from you is even creepier," murmured Han, instinctively stepping back. "Those materials," Leora approached to observe the membranes and tentacles Ren was extracting. "What exactly are they for?" "Among other things," Ren responded, focused on his task. "They're excellent for absorbing mana if you block the vitality absorption, though I'll need a large bark stalker again." Ren extracted the tentacles with meticulous precision, using cheap gloves to avoid direct contact. One by one, he deposited them in skin bags he had brought specifically for this purpose, each sealed with a careful knot. But if there are potions to control your mana saturation, why do you want those? Asked Luna, observing the care with which Ren sealed each bag. They're different, plus I ran out of the ones I had, he responded simply. They're invaluable for certain cultivation techniques. How much is all that worth? Roran asked, watching the parts that Ren was meticulously separating. The wing membranes, about 1,000 crystals each, Ren calculated. The central core almost nothing, the tentacle filaments, and other parts could be used as bronze beast discards for 100 crystals, but probably nobody would want them because they're dangerous to handle. He smiled slightly while extracting a crystalline structure from the center of the creature. Only 2,000 in total, Mira calculated quickly. A bronze creature, and it's worth so little. Don't worry, Ren responded, while carefully finishing packing his trophies. This was just the beginning. The real gathering starts now that we have access to the cave. Min looked at him with disbelief, his eyes widening. Wait a minute. This whole time you've been telling us how dangerous it would be to alert the females because they're too many and deadly in groups, and now you want us to go directly into their nest. Chapter 2, 14. 214. Taming the Finals Unit, 1-5. Min looked at him with disbelief, his eyes widening. Wait a minute. This whole time you've been telling us how dangerous it would be to alert the females because they're too many and deadly in groups, and now you want us to go directly into their nest. The point was to prevent the male from alerting them, explained Ren while checking his tools. If we keep noise to a minimum and don't wake them, we won't die. We won't die, repeated Min. Great, very reassuring. Despite their doubts, nobody seriously protested when Ren began advancing toward the entrance first. Everyone knew that, despite his strange methods, Ren had proven during their visits to the depths that he wouldn't put them in danger unless he was certain he could protect them in the worst case. The cave descended at a soft, gradual angle, with walls that glowed faintly thanks to pure mana crystals embedded in the rock. The light they emitted was sufficient to navigate without torches, which was convenient considering the need for stealth. Not that they needed them with Ren's mushrooms at the front, though. The air grew cooler as they descended, carrying a faint metallic scent that tingled in their nostrils. These crystals, Ren indicated in a murmur as they advanced, collect all you can. It's difficult to obtain pure crystals of this size without access to a vein. The pure ones the kingdom distributes are always in large denominations, so it's convenient to be able to easily take them here instead of wasting time at the vein again. The sentinel won't need them anymore. The group began carefully extracting the most accessible crystals, the soft scraping against the stone barely audible in the hushed silence. They're worth double the normal ones, commented Ren while storing several. But they're difficult to obtain, and their true value lies in their applications for initial cultivation. After collecting all the easy crystals, they continued their descent. The tunnel gradually widened until it opened into a large chamber where hundreds of female shadow stalkers slept in groups, adhered to the walls and ceiling like enormous bats. Their translucent bodies pulsed with light bioluminescence, casting eerie, shifting shadows across the cavern floor. Everyone instinctively stopped, holding their breath at the sight. The creatures, smaller than the male but equally lethal, pulsed softly with a rhythm that suggested deep sleep. Occasional soft chirps and whistles escaped them, creating an unsettling symphony. Don't make much noise, whispered Ren, so low he was barely audible. And don't wake any of them. We're not going to kill any yet. Yet? Taro silently articulated, shooting him a worried look. Ren simply gestured for them to follow, and began advancing along the edge of the chamber, keeping as far as possible from the walls where the creatures rested. The group followed in single file, each step calculated to minimize sound, even their breath controlled. At a particularly tense moment, one of the shadow stalkers moved in its sleep, partially extending its tentacles before returning to its position. The entire group froze, nobody daring to even breathe until the creature settled again. Larissa's hand found Luna's in the darkness, squeezing tightly. After what seemed like an eternity, they reached another tunnel that descended even deeper into the cave. They continued advancing for several minutes in silence until the tunnel finally opened into a new chamber, larger but with a clearly different purpose than sleeping. The molting chamber, announced Ren, his voice returning to a more normal volume though still controlled. What we were looking for. The chamber was filled with discarded skins, all nearly complete, piled in mounds that reached almost to the low ceiling in some areas. They're beautiful without any scratches, murmured Leora, approaching to examine one of the upper skins, which appeared to be in better condition than those below. The membrane felt cool and slightly slick beneath her fingers. And quite valuable, added Ren. The ones on top are the most recent, therefore the best preserved. Even some slightly older ones from the pile can serve, at least for the exam's purpose. How much is each worth? Asked Han, already mentally calculating, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Depending on the condition, Ren responded while examining a particularly well-preserved skin, holding it up to catch the faint light. Between 300 and 250 crystals, the old or damaged ones, perhaps between 50 and 100. With just 33 or 34 of the good ones, any of us could meet the exam requirement, calculated Larissa, clearly impressed. Exactly, Ren nodded. Last time I couldn't carry too many because of the weight and space, but there should be about 30 for each of us here. Collect all those in acceptable condition. We'll look for more chambers like this during the rest of the day. There are more? Asked Han, surprised. At least 3 more, if my calculations are correct based on this colony's size, confirmed Ren. Shadow Stalker colonies always make multiple molting chambers. It takes little time for them to degrade, but with just 1 chamber for this bigger colony, it would fill faster than they disintegrate. The group began to work, selecting and packing the best preserved skins. Each had to be handled carefully to avoid additional damage and properly packed to maintain its integrity during transport. The soft rustling of membranes and whispered instructions created a strange harmony in the dimly lit chamber. As the skins accumulated and backpacks began to fill, the atmosphere among the group became more relaxed. The expedition's success was practically assured now, even if they found nothing else. This is just the beginning, commented Ren while packing the last usable skin in his backpack. The other chambers may contain even more, especially if we continue descending. Further down? Taro couldn't help but ask with certain apprehension. Where there are more sleeping shadow stalkers, I assume. Yes, Ren confirmed naturally, as if discussing the weather. Of course, sighed Min, because we can never simply settle for what's safe and easy. Ren smiled slightly, his mushrooms pulsing with what seemed like amusement. That's the easy part. The hard part comes when you help me get some small tentacles. The silence that followed was immediate and absolute. Taro almost dropped the skin he was examining, his face draining of color. Tentacles? Mira finally asked, her voice a worried whisper. From the live females? Of course, Ren nodded, as if discussing something as simple as picking flowers. The sentinels are for one thing, but the females have different uses, equally valuable to me. And you need our help? Han left the question hanging in the air. You'll give me your help as thanks, won't you? Ren responded simply. For bringing you here and showing you these chambers. It's a fair exchange. Everyone audibly swallowed, exchanging looks of resignation mixed with nervousness. Finally they nodded one by one, their faces a mixture of dread and determination. Chapter 215, Taming the Finals, Unit 1-6. Everyone audibly swallowed, exchanging looks of resignation mixed with nervousness. Finally they nodded one by one, their faces a mixture of dread and determination. I suppose it's the least we can do, admitted Mira. Considering that with what we've collected, the exam is basically passed. Exactly, Ren smiled, his mushrooms pulsing with approval. And don't worry, I have a method that minimizes the risk. 2 molting chambers later, their backpacks were completely full, and some had even had to improvise additional bags with cloth they carried for emergencies. The weight made the shoulders of some ache, but the promise of success outweighed the discomfort. We can't carry any more, announced Taro, adjusting his already overflowing load. It's time to return. First, Ren intervened, pulling the weaver thread from his pack. We have one last pending matter. The group visibly tensed, shoulders rising and jaws tightening, but nobody protested when Ren began explaining the process. This weaver thread you collected, he instructed while demonstrating how to manipulate it, his fingers working with hypnotic precision. It's extremely good for dealing with shadow stalkers. The key is approaching close enough to loop it around the neck, but not so close as to enter their passive absorption range. And if it wakes up? Asked Han, studying the thread with skepticism, rolling it between his fingers. Then you back away and run to alert me, Ren responded pragmatically. I'll use the male's core to give us time to escape. But if you do it correctly, the other females will never know we were here. They cautiously returned to the main chamber, where hundreds of female shadow stalkers continued sleeping peacefully, oblivious to the intruder's presence or the looting of their molting chambers. Though they wouldn't care. One's trash could be another's treasure. Ren approached the edge of the wall where one of the females hung. With fluid and precise movements, he extended the thread and looped it around its neck. A clean pull, and it stopped breathing. The creature twitched slightly, but didn't wake in time before oxygen ceased flowing to her brain. Her tentacles went limp, the bioluminescence fading like a dying light. That's simple, he whispered, carefully storing the specimen and covering the tentacles with one of the mold skins. Now you. With evident nervousness, the group dispersed throughout the chamber, each selecting a target and preparing for the procedure. Their hands trembled slightly as they stretched their threads, the silence broken only by the soft collective sound of controlled breathing. Almost everyone had succeeded their first one, though Ren had to help nervous fingers Taro, as Min whispered teasingly. Min approached a female slowly, still chuckling under his breath, the thread secured between his fingers. But when he was about to loop it, his right foot slipped slightly on a small slope. Min managed to regain his balance, his arms windmilling almost comically. But the sound was enough to make the shadow stalker stir. Its tentacles began moving erratically, and Min froze in place, panic evident on his face, the blood draining visibly. Ren gave him a light tap on the head and quickly silenced the female just before she could wake the others. He had been close as a precaution, knowing Min was distracted teasing Taro. From the other side of the wall, Mayo rolled her eyes and mockingly gestured at Min's failure, as if saying seriously. Her exaggerated expression of disbelief was comical. But the distraction of her own mockery almost resulted in an equally serious disaster. While gesturing with her arms mimicking Min, her thread tickled another sleeping female. This time the creature emitted a low hiss that made the entire group hold their breath. For a few eternal seconds no one moved, no one breathed. Finally, the shadow stalker returned to its resting state, and the tension in the chamber dissipated slightly, replaced by collective relief. Larissa and Luna each presented one of their elbows to Mayo's ribs, the synchronized jabs making her wince silently. Min and Mayo exchanged embarrassed looks. Before returning to their tasks with renewed concentration, their earlier smugness completely evaporated. After several minutes of meticulous work, each group member had captured 2 females without waking the others. The bundles of inert creatures were carefully wrapped and stowed, tentacles safely contained. "That's enough," Ren finally announced, observing the contributions everyone carried. "Now we can leave." Exiting the cave proved considerably less tense than entering. With their objectives fulfilled and their backpacks bursting at the seams, the group advanced with renewed confidence through the tunnels. The weight of their bounty, though physically burdensome, seemed to lighten their steps. Upon emerging into the afternoon light, Lin congratulated them with something resembling pride on her face. "The expedition was successful," she commented, her crane manifesting briefly in approval. "More than successful," responded Larissa, unable to contain her enthusiasm. "We have enough to pass the exam 3 times over. 100 skins each, approximately," calculated Leora with precision. "Between 25 and 35,000 crystals in value, depending on the final quality." Mira still couldn't believe it, genuinely impressed at accomplishing it so easily thanks to Ren. "Who would have thought we'd get all that on the first day?" "Very impressive," acknowledged Han, studying Ren with renewed interest. The group returned to the main camp, where Zhao and the other professors supervised the rest of the students. Even from a distance, they could see the expressions of astonishment on the faces of those who noticed their bulging loads, jaws dropping as they approached. As they neared the camp, Ren noticed Jin and his group watching them with disbelief and barely disguised resentment, their eyes narrowing as they took in the obviously successful expedition. "Seems we have admirers," murmured Luna, following Ren's gaze. "Not for long," he responded, his mushrooms pulsing softly. "Let's leave everything with the teachers who keep count and return," dramatically. "Can't we just relax and enjoy our success for the next half of the day?" "We could," Ren smiled enigmatically. "But then we'd miss out on an extra 30,000 crystals for today that can be 50,000 after processing." Min sighed with melodramatic resignation. "I suppose rest will have to wait." "There's always time to rest when you're dead," commented Mayo cheerfully. "Then I'd prefer never to rest," replied Min with a mock scowl. "Perfect work then," responded Mayo, flicking his arm playfully. As the group finally reached the camp, ready to register their impressive haul, Ren couldn't help but feel a quiet satisfaction. Not just for the valuable materials they had obtained, but for how decently the group had functioned. At least to help him carry more than 40 females, and to make his adventure more enjoyable. The tentacles he would accumulate were valuable for his cultivation, without doubt, but the bond forged during this expedition might prove even more valuable than he had expected. Chapter 2, 216. The first day of gathering culminated in a procession that resembled more a victory parade than the return of simple students. Ren's group, loaded to impossible limits with perfectly preserved shadow stalker skins, emerged from the wooded area as the sun began to set. The golden light caught on their burdens, casting elongated shadows across the ground and making their silhouettes seem almost heroic against the darkening sky. Shizu's organized the transport better. Unfortunately, Shizu's Wolverine hadn't yet reached silver rank, so she couldn't use the space within it to store even more skins. But Matilda's turtle had created several wooden rods they used to build a platform that transported the additional piles of skins that wouldn't fit in their backpacks. The contraption swayed gently as they walked, the weight distributed among several bearers. The image was as absurd as it was impressive first-year students returning with enough loot to embarrass experienced gatherers. Their faces, though tired, beamed with unmistakable pride. "How many do you think there are in total?" asked Han while adjusting the heavy load they all supported from various sides. "We've completely emptied 3 malting chambers and almost half the 4th today," responded Ren, who was the only one breathing calmly as if he weren't carrying several extra kilos. "Approximately 250 skins per person, considering that we're 21. More than 5,000 skins," calculated Leora. "Each of us with an approximate value greater than 70,000 crystals." In the main camp, activity gradually stopped as students noticed the group's arrival. Expressions ranged from disbelief to open envy. The afternoon's chatter faded into stunned silence as they approached. A student from another group dropped the small sack of herbs and thread he had spent all day gathering. Compared to what Ren's group brought, his loot seemed like the leftovers from a banquet. "It's impossible," murmured an assistant loudly enough to be heard. "Not even 5th-year students get this much in the full 3 days." Even Zhao, who supervised the registration station, couldn't prevent his eyes from widening upon seeing the quantities they began to declare. The normally composed professor blinked rapidly, as if not trusting what his eyes were showing him. He knew Ren was special, but his professional expression briefly faltered, revealing the passionate explorer hiding beneath the instructor facade. 1.5 million crystals in value," he murmured while reviewing the records. "In 1 day." "The cave was especially well stocked," commented Ren casually while completing his form. "They had their molting cycle recently, luckily." "Especially well stocked," repeated Zhao, a resigned smile forming on his lips. "I suppose that's one way to describe it." A few meters away, Klein's group observed the scene with somber expressions. Despite having taken down several bark stalkers with their group of 9 and the help of Asta's bronze-rank beast, they had barely managed to obtain materials worth more than 5,000 crystals each. "It doesn't make sense," muttered Klein, his lion manifesting due to frustration, golden patterns rippling across his skin. "We have noble, powerful, and expensive beasts. We should be getting more than a group of mediocre students." "Your beast is indeed the strongest if we don't take into account Luna's cheating strategies, leader. But I think the fungus kid is cheating. Someone must be telling him where things are for sure," responded Hector, his hands nervously twisting his clothes. "It could be Lin or Zhao helping him out of pity, and despite us having the best beasts, strong beasts aren't much use if you don't know where to look for the materials," added Asta. "Sounds possible. How would he know about rare evolutions or obtain so many points in the exam otherwise? And it seems the fungus kid always knows exactly where the valuable stuff is," concluded Fing. "Maybe it's just insane luck," insisted Jin from where he sat, grumpily rolling up a long line of thread. "There's no way those professors would give someone with no future so much just out of pity." Cass let out a dry laugh. "All that he's obtained, nobody has that much luck. I'd be more inclined to believe he really knows everything like he hinted on the first day of school. Nobody can be born knowing everything. So they're hiding something from us," concluded Klein, his eyes fixed on Ren as he methodically organized his loot. "Who is that damn fungus kid, really?" Meanwhile, Mira and her group couldn't contain their enthusiasm while sharing the amazing details of their expedition with other students who had approached, drawn by the impressive quantity of materials. They gestured animatedly, recreating scenes from their adventure. "Are you telling me the mushroom boy eliminated the sentinel with that strange spear and you didn't wake any females inside the cave while you took all those skins?" asked a student from another group, clearly skeptical. "We almost woke them," Han smiled, exchanging a knowing look with Min and Mayo. There were some tense moments. "Ren knew exactly which routes to take in that labyrinth of caves," added Leora. It was as if he had a map in his head. Gradually, the story of their expedition spread throughout the camp, growing and becoming embellished with each retelling. By the time they finished registering all the materials, the feat had become almost legendary among the more than 50 first-year students. Most impressive, however, was that in the end, no one questioned the reality of the facts. They didn't need to. The facts spoke for themselves, and the mountain of valuable materials was silent but eloquent testimony to their success. The tent, considerably larger and more robust than in previous expeditions, served as an operations center for the instructors and general dormitory. When they finally retreated to the enormous tent for dinner, gazes followed them, some of admiration, others of envy, but in all had grown an undeniable respect for the mushroom boy. The atmosphere inside was a bit awkward for the group with the whispers and sidelong glances. "It's almost uncomfortable," commented Taro, while being served a generous portion of stew, the rich aroma rising in steamy tendrils. "The way everyone looks at us." "You'll get used to it," responded Larissa cheerfully. "It comes with the territory when you do something noteworthy." "It's going to get worse then," intervened Ren. "Tomorrow I want to eliminate some large bark stalkers and then we can focus on the last cave." "Aren't we going to finish looting the first cave?" asked Leora, delicately wiping her mouth with a napkin. Ren shook his head, his mushrooms pulsing softly. We're going to leave the last chamber for the other students if they can find it. It's already half empty anyway. There's a whole complete cave waiting on the other side, and I think the sentinel will be of higher quality. The group continued discussing plans for the following day, oblivious to how their success had subtly changed the dynamics of the entire camp. They were no longer simple first-year students. They had become a phenomenon that would be recounted for posterity in the expeditions of future generations. The professors gathered in the command tent. In the small section of the tent designated as an office, Zhao collapsed heavily into a chair, the wooden frame creaking under his weight. 70,000 crystals, he repeated for the umpteenth time, shaking his head. 70,000 in one day. When I was their age, it took me an entire semester to gather 50,000. Lin, seated across from him with a steaming cup of tea, smiled slightly. It was impressive, the way he eliminated the sentinel, watching him locate the molting chambers as if strolling through his home without a second's doubt that he was on the right path, how they extracted several specimens without waking the other females. And I missed it all, lamented Zhao, the explorer in him momentarily overcoming the disciplined professor and soldier. While you enjoyed a fun and interesting expedition, I was stuck supervising everyone from above. Chapter 217 at 1-8. And I missed it all, lamented Zhao, the explorer in him momentarily overcoming the disciplined professor and soldier. While you enjoyed a fun and interesting expedition, I was stuck supervising everyone from above. You think you've had bad luck with work assignments since that kid arrived. Yet I don't even know if what I do is still work, commented Wei from where he was reviewing notes for the upcoming theoretical exam. His voice sounded distant, clearly more concerned with his own problems, his fingers nervously tapping against the paper. It's not about good or bad luck, though luck is what Lin had, responded Zhao, shooting her an accusatory look without real malice. 3 molting chambers, it must have been like finding 3 treasure chests on the same day. 4, actually, Lin corrected, but they left the 4th already half looted, probably going straight to the next cave from how insistent I saw Ren being, making them carry more on the last trip. Interesting. A voice intervened from the farthest corner of the tent, where a tall figure remained partially in the shadows. And you say Ren located them all without any prior map? Julius, who had remained hidden underground, even from the students, advanced slightly. His presence on the expedition was a well-guarded secret from potential spies, part of the exaggerated security measures implemented after recent incidents. As if he had visited them before, confirmed Lin, which should be impossible, but with that boy, the word impossible seems to lose meaning, Zhao completed, leaning back in his chair. Hua looked up from his notes. His expression worried, and perhaps the gleam of madness in his eyes betrayed his scattered mind thanks to his desperation. I wonder if it would be impossible to have him review the theoretical exam. Although with the little time left, I don't think I could explain the fundamental principles of universal cultivation to them, even if I were given a book that truly explained it. The comment revealed the true source of his anxiety. It wasn't the exam he would supervise in just under a month. Rather, it was the possibility that he had been teaching incorrect things all along. Zhao noticed immediately. Have you been able to teach any classes after what Lin told me happened? I thought you had decided to give the usual exam for now. I've thought about it, admitted Wei with evident frustration. But every time I read the questions, I find myself questioning if my outdated ideas are correct. It's as if my entire reality is being questioned by a 10-year-old. A 10-year-old genius, Julius corrected distractedly. And he's not the first prodigy to challenge established knowledge. History is different, Wei shook his head, running a hand through his disheveled hair. Knowledge changes gradually, but he seems to have a complete system, possibly coherent for all beasts and possibly correct. The silence that followed was heavy, laden with implications that none could fully understand yet. Then why don't you dedicate yourself to verifying if all the information he claims is wrong is actually so, and that the new species discovered hasn't just been a fluke? It would be a better use of your time than worrying and not being productive. I'm going to fire you if you don't work, you know? But I'm even willing to subsidize all efforts you make with the boy to correct our kingdom's information that's wrong. Julius concluded. Wei looked up, finding a small hope. Zhao nodded, also in agreement with the prince. Lin, on the other hand, looked away, snorted and grimaced, crossing her arms. Julius realized she didn't get along well with Wei, but by not saying anything she seemed to be reluctantly accepting the idea too. The 3 men discussed some plans about how they could incentivize Ren to help Wei for a while, their voices rising and falling in the lamp-lit tent. Finally, Zhao changed the subject. Anyway, tomorrow I'll observe closely. I don't intend to miss another historic expedition. If they decide to do another one, commented Lin, they've already obtained 7 times the requirement. Ren might decide he can skip his exercises today and sleep in at the last minute. They could simply rest for the remainder of the expedition. Rest? Zhao let out a laugh. Ren? The boy who escaped to explore beyond the limit in the first expedition without a decent beast? I don't think so first. Suddenly, a subtle but unmistakable tremor shook the ground beneath them, so slight it might have gone unnoticed if not for the sudden silence that fell over the conversation. The four exchanged looks, all previous discussion instantly forgotten. The air in the tent seemed to grow thicker, charged with tension. "Was that?" Wei began, his voice trailing off. Julius was already standing, his expression transformed from interested to alert. "Yes," he confirmed simply, "and it shouldn't have happened here. Something was moving beneath them, something that shouldn't be there." Moments ago, the huge black structure that protected them at night was lightly illuminated by lots of cheap mana crystals, their light casting dancing shadows on the boys' obtained skins which rested carefully arranged on the ground. The extra flickering light from nearby fire pits created an ever-shifting pattern across their makeshift beds. The camp had a fairly predictable night routine, first basic survival lessons, how to light fires without igneous beasts, practically applying Mai's theoretical classes, identify edible plants and beasts, recognize attack patterns of some nocturnal creatures, then the community dinner, and finally rest in simple but clearly delineated areas. Boys on one side, girls on the other. None of the academy's usual comforts were present. There were no soft beds or the possibility of a relaxing bath after an exhausting day. It was part of the training. Zhao had explained learning to survive with the minimum, learning to adapt. Of course, Ren's group had elevated their own comfort level, adapting better. The Shadow Stalker skins, normally used exclusively for sale or cultivation, had proven to be excellent insulators, the worst quality ones, those older, with small tears or stains that significantly reduced their value, now covered the floor of their section, creating a surprisingly comfortable surface. "We should market this when we get back," suggested Min while settling on the skins. "Premium Shadow Stalker beds, the ultimate luxury for the discerning tamer." "They'd be too expensive," responded Taro, who was meticulously organizing his day's collection. "Nobody would pay what they're really worth just for a bed." "Speak for yourself," Han yawned, stretching like a satisfied cat. "After sleeping like this out here, I'll never be able to sleep on the ground again." Ren listened to the conversation with divided attention, his mushrooms pulsing softly while he adjusted his own area. Unlike the others, he had placed his skins in a specific pattern, seemingly random but actually following a configuration that minimized contact with the ground. "Why have you arranged them like that?" asked Jin, noticing the peculiar arrangement. "It looks like you're creating some kind of ritual circle." "Better distribution of the upper tips," Ren responded automatically, though his true purpose was more complex. The skins, placed that way, allowed him to better feel the ground's vibrations, as sensing what was beneath him had become a habit after so much subterranean exploration. Though there shouldn't be anything beneath them in this area. Chapter 218, Taming the Finals, Unit 1-9. Though there shouldn't be anything beneath them in this area. The conversation drifted toward plans for the following day. The boys' voices gradually lowered as fatigue from the day's exertions settled in their bodies. Gradually the conversation died down, replaced by deep breathing and occasional snores. The night silence was only interrupted by the distant sounds of local fauna and the crackling of the central fire that remained lit all night. Ren was about to fall asleep but still awake, his mushrooms pulsing softly in a slow and constant rhythm. It was then that he felt it. A subtle vibration, almost imperceptible, transmitted through the skins, so slight that anyone else would have confused it with their own breathing or perhaps with the movement of a nearby companion. But Ren managed to distinguish it. This vibration was different, deep, rhythmic, and above all, impossible. His mushrooms pulsed with greater intensity while he processed what he was feeling. It was a lesser worm. It was undoubtedly the characteristic movement of a lesser worm, but there was something fundamentally wrong with it. Worms shouldn't be able to come so close to the surface, not in this area. Ren mentally reviewed the subterranean geography he knew from the information that had never failed him. Mana in the subsoil was and wasn't distributed uniformly at the same time. It wasn't a simple sphere of mana that behaved the same throughout the world. It was more like an icosahedron, from which one of the points originated in the city's castle, with distribution lines that followed specific geometric patterns. The main mana arteries, those major veins that transported energy from the depths, followed predictable trajectories based on the points of this geometric figure. Between these arteries, the figure's lines connected in a straight and direct manner, but because the Earth is a sphere, the subsoil's mana was distributed in a gentle but constant slope as it moved away from the points. Surface mana, on the other hand, radiated from the light abyss crack and acted as a force field, like an atmosphere that lost its strength as it moved away from that crack. Like a belt for the planet, an incomplete shield. At the current depth, Ren could perceive it, so close to the surface of the iron ring, there shouldn't be enough mana to sustain a worm for long, not even a lesser one. The closest point with the appropriate concentration would be about 200 meters underground, a considerable distance for a displaced worm. Even if it was being pursued, it wouldn't have gone that far. Or at least, not a big chance to be escaping perfectly vertically for more than 50 meters. Those 200 meters should also always be free of mana, without exception. Environmental mana neither rises nor falls, doesn't invade spaces. When in the environment, it behaves like radiation, and only at certain concentrations and pressure does it become a resistant crystal. The Shadow Stalker caves, while deep by human standards and able to descend between 20 and 30 meters, barely scratched the surface in geological terms. They didn't remotely reach the natural territory of worms. The two species simply didn't overlap in their habitual distribution. Unless... Ren sat up slowly. What if the mana distribution is changing? The idea was disturbing. The structure of subterranean mana had remained constant for millennia according to what his knowledge whispered. The recent opening of the seed certainly qualified as a slightly disruptive event, but its effects should have been localized, concentrated primarily in the immediate area 300 meters below the academy. This gathering site was too far from that to be affected. Ren placed his hand directly on the ground, eliminating even the layer of skins to obtain a clearer sensation. The vibration continued. He hadn't imagined anything. The cool earth beneath his palm seemed to tremble with a rhythm. He considered waking the others, but what exactly would he tell them? That he had felt a vibration suggesting the impossible presence of a worm near the surface, that he suspected the fundamental structure of mana might be altering. I need more information before causing an uproar. It's not trying to reach the surface anyway, he decided, remaining alert and focused on the movement. His mind began analyzing other possibilities. Perhaps it wasn't a natural worm. It could be the vibrations of a tamer simulating a lesser worm with great precision, though that would raise the question of who and why someone would be digging so close to the camp. There was also the possibility that it was a natural phenomenon unrelated to worms, but extremely coincidentally similar to worm movement. But none of these explanations made much sense. The patterns were too perfect, too organic to be mechanical, and too deep for someone trying to spy or seeking to invade. Finally, he decided that without more information, it was best to alert Zhao. If something really was altering the subterranean mana distribution, it wasn't a matter to be taken lightly. Carefully, so as not to wake his companions, Ren silently rose. Min mumbled something in his sleep and turned over, but didn't wake. The others continued sleeping peacefully, oblivious to the anomaly Ren had detected. As he headed toward the professor's section, Ren kept his steps light and calculated, avoiding any sudden movements that might alert the subterranean creature. His mushrooms barely pulsed, reducing their glow to a minimum to avoid drawing attention in the camp's dim light. The teacher's tent was guarded by two assistants who watched the small fabric entrance. Before Ren could explain the situation, the door opened from within and Zhao emerged, his tense expression revealing that something had already alerted him. "Professor," whispered Ren, approaching cautiously. "There's something moving under the camp, a vibration pattern similar to a worm's but impossibly close to the surface." Zhao studied Ren for a moment upon finding him awake, surprise briefly flickering across his features. "We felt it too," he confirmed in a low voice, guiding Ren a few steps away from the guards. "But we've already sent someone with Earth specialty to investigate. It shouldn't represent an immediate danger." Instead of feeling relieved, Ren frowned. Something in the explanation didn't match the vibrations he had felt. If they had already sent someone, he should have detected a second presence, not just the worm's movement. So surely that someone had just set out. Following his impulse, Ren knelt and placed both hands directly on the ground, closing his eyes to focus completely on the sensations transmitted through the earth. Now he could clearly distinguish two entities, one with the unmistakable pattern of a lesser worm, moving erratically as if fleeing, and another significantly larger and faster that pursued it with relentless elemental earth control. Finally, the larger entity reached the worm. There was only a moment of struggle before everything became strangely still. Ren slowly opened his eyes, finding Zhao and watching him intently. "Is it Julius?" asked Ren directly, his voice barely audible. Chapter 219, Taming the Finals, Unit 110. "Is it Julius?" asked Ren directly, his voice barely audible. The surprise that crossed Zhao's face was revealing. His eyes widened momentarily before he could control his expression. He quickly looked around, ensuring no one else had heard. "Yes," he finally confirmed, placing a finger over his lips in a clear gesture for silence. "But you shouldn't know that, and we definitely shouldn't be discussing this here." Without further explanation, Zhao took Ren lightly by the shoulder and guided him toward the professor's tent. The guards appeared surprised, but didn't question the professor as both entered, the heavy canvas flap falling shut behind them. The tent's interior wasn't new to Ren. Detailed maps covered a central table, illuminated by soft light crystals that cast a warm glow over the gathered faces. Lin and Wei were discussing in hushed tones when Zhao and Ren entered, their conversation halting abruptly. He felt the vibrations, Zhao explained without preamble, and he's already learned that Julius is here. Lin didn't seem particularly surprised. Of course he felt them, she commented, studying Ren with an evaluative gaze. The question is whether he has any idea what might be happening. I'm not sure, Ren responded, his eyes traveling over the map spread across the table. But I've seen strange behaviors from creatures at school, especially near the seed. The three professors exchanged significant looks. Sit, Lin indicated, pointing to a chair near the table. We need to talk about what you just witnessed. Ren obeyed, his mushrooms pulsing softly while evaluating the situation. He hadn't expected his simple decision to warn about an anomalous worm would lead to this impromptu meeting with the professors. Julius is here, along with many more auxiliaries and guards, as an additional security measure because of what happened on the first trip, explained Zhao, keeping his voice low despite being inside the tent. His presence isn't known to the students, and we prefer to keep it that way. We must be prepared, added Lin, leaning forward slightly. We can't afford another similar incident, especially with so many important students in the first year. The worm, Wei returned to the topic, his fingers tapping nervously against the table's edge. I don't think it's natural. At least it shouldn't be so close to the surface due to the mana distribution and— I know, Ren interrupted. What do you think it means then? The three professors fell silent for a moment, apparently weighing how much they could share with a student, even one as exceptional as Ren. What we're going to tell you must remain between us, Zhao finally said. Understood. Ren nodded, his mushrooms pulsing with what seemed to be anticipation, their glow intensifying slightly. We suspect there are— explorers, Lin chose the word carefully, her expression guarded. Yino? Ren asked immediately, cutting to the heart of the matter. Again the professors exchanged glances, but this time it was Wei who responded. Possibly, he conceded, although we don't have concrete evidence yet. But Ren shook his head. I think that's very unlikely. It seems to me that the subterranean mana structure has been gradually altered even before the seed's opening. The slightly strange behaviors near the seed make more sense then. Which would explain why a worm might venture so close to the surface, Zhao completed, his brow furrowing in thought. Exactly, Ren nodded. Julius should return soon to give us information about what he found underground, but he's also looking for signs of external intervention, added Lin. Any evidence that someone might be trying to exploit these worm tunnels? Ren remained silent for a moment, processing all this information. The implications stretched far beyond a single misplaced worm. What do you want me to do? He finally asked. The question seemed to take the professors by surprise. They clearly hadn't expected Ren to offer help so directly. For now, nothing specific, Zhao responded after a moment. But if you feel other similar anomalies, inform us immediately. And of course, keep the secret, Ren completed. Not just about Julius, Lin clarified, but also about the changes in subterranean mana. The last thing we need is for students to panic, or worse yet, for some to decide to explore on their own. Ren nodded, perfectly understanding the implications. Knowledge, as always, came with responsibility. Before Ren could respond, a faint but distinctive sound came from the tent floor, a subtle vibration different from the worm's movement. It's him, Zhao murmured, straightening in anticipation. Mere seconds later, the earth opened and Julius emerged, his imposing figure somewhat made awkward by the fluid way he moved upwards. Still, not a speck of dirt clung to his immaculate clothing despite having travelled through the ground. A hole beside him grew larger, but the earth barely trembled despite its great size, earth elemental control at its finest. His earth wolverine finally emerged, holding a worm in its mouth. The creature couldn't move, trapped in a compressed earth cage that seemed to emerge from the ground itself. Julius's earth manipulation was so powerful in comparison that the worm could barely move its central segments to breathe, while its head and tail remained completely immobile. Julius paused momentarily upon seeing Ren, an expression of mild surprise crossing his face before being replaced by his usual composure. I see we have company, he commented, his voice controlled but friendly as he fully entered the tent. Good evening, Ren. Your Highness, Ren slightly inclined his head, maintaining a respectful distance. Young Ren felt the vibrations, Zhao quickly explained, and somehow deduced it was you who was pursuing the worm, so there was no point in hiding it from him anymore. Impressive, Julius acknowledged. May I ask how you reached that conclusion? By the size and level of earth control, Ren responded, his mushrooms pulsing softly. Since the day your wolverine transported me out of the school cave, I memorized that sensation. It's quite distinctive. Julius exchanged a look with Zhao and Lin. And apparently quite recognizable, he added with a slight smile, a hint of genuine respect in his eyes. Wei, who had remained relatively silent, approached the captive worm. "Did you find anything unusual?" he asked, pretending to be uninterested in Ren's surprising perceptive abilities. "Nothing concerning," Julius responded, allowing the conversation to change. "I found the small tunnel that Yino's spies had used during the previous incident. It was almost completely collapsed, but I still sealed it entirely." "Signs of recent activity?" asked Lin, also approaching to examine the worm. "None," Julius shook his head. "There were no traces of human presence, no unnatural alterations." "And what about our friend here?" Zhao pointed to the worm, which continued weakly writhing in its earth prison. "A completely ordinary worm," Julius responded. "Its behavior was absolutely normal when I found it. It showed no signs of external manipulation." "I agree as well," added Wei. Ren had slowly approached the worm, his mushrooms pulsing intensely while studying the creature. His eyes methodically traced each anatomical detail, as if reading information invisible to others. "May I examine it more closely?" he asked, looking at Julius. The prince nodded, though with certain caution. "The containment is secure, but keep your distance from its mouth." Chapter 220. "May I examine it more closely?" he asked, looking at Julius. The prince nodded, though with certain caution. "Go ahead. The containment is secure, but keep your distance from its mouth." Ren knelt beside the worm, his mushrooms pulsing in a pattern that seemed to momentarily synchronize with the creature's weak movements. With precise but respectful movements, he studied the segmented rings, the subtle color variations in its skin, and especially the small lateral glands that rearranged the absorbed and processed earth. "It's completely normal," he finally confirmed, standing up. "A common lesser worm near the first fusion cycle." "That confirms my observations," Julius nodded. "The question is, how did it get so close to the surface? Or rather," added Zhao, "why?" Ren remained silent for a moment, his mushrooms pulsing slowly while organizing his thoughts, their glow fluctuating slightly with each pulse. "If there are no signs of external manipulation or abnormal behavior," he began cautiously, "and if the spy's tunnel is collapsed." "Then it got there by its own means," Lin completed, her brow furrowing. "Which suggests it was expelled from its territory," Ren continued. "But that would have pushed it a maximum of between 50 and 100 meters up before going down. So it's almost certain that subsoil mana is changing its distribution. Mana is rising." The four adults exchanged significant looks, a silent communication passing between them. "Precisely what we feared," Wei murmured, running a hand over his face. "The worst option. If this worm rose so high, it's because there's enough mana to sustain it at a nearby depth, which shouldn't be possible, not in this area," added Zhao, his voice tight with concern. "The seed opening might have had broader effects than we calculated," Julius reflected, his expression becoming more serious. "The main arteries could be redistributing the flow." "What implications would that have?" asked Wei, clearly worried about the consequences, his fingers drumming nervously against his thigh. "Short-term ecological imbalances," Julius responded. "Depth creatures appearing in surface areas, alterations in migratory patterns. Long-term," added Ren, his mushrooms pulsing intensely. "It could mean a complete restructuring of the depth hierarchy, and perhaps even that of the rings. If mana continues ascending, zones that are currently iron rank could eventually harbor bronze rank creatures, or even silver rank if the mana rises too much. The city might not be safe." The silence that followed was heavy, laden with implications that none dared fully express. The soft hissing of the oil lamp seemed suddenly loud in the quiet tent. "We need more data," Julius finally concluded. "Systematic observations, concentration measurements at different depths. Impossible to obtain all that during a gathering expedition," Wei pointed out. "We'd need specialized equipment, time, resources." "For now," Zhao intervened, "we must focus on immediate safety. If more worms are approaching the surface, they could pose a danger to the students." "I'll return to the depths to start measuring," Julius assured. "You can be certain no worm will cross while I'm patrolling, and I'll seal any tunnel I find too close to the camp." His gaze briefly rested on Ren. "And it seems we have an unexpected additional sensor." Ren's mushrooms pulsed once, as if responding to the recognition, brightening momentarily. "What will we do with it?" Lin pointed to the captive worm. "I'll release it far from camp," Julius responded, "preferably in an area with enough mana so it doesn't feel the need to approach the surface again." "We should mark it somehow," suggested Ren, "to identify it if it reappears." Julius considered the suggestion for a moment. "A good idea. Any specific recommendation?" "The dorsal scales of the third segment," Ren pointed out. "They're the least sensitive and most durable. Even if it fuses, the mark will remain for at least a year." With a fluid movement, Julius extracted a golden dissection dagger and, following Ren's indications, made a distinctive mark on the indicated scales. The worm barely reacted, as if the area was indeed less sensitive, just as Ren had suggested. "Good," Julius sheathed his dagger again. "I'll take care of our marked friend and continue surveillance. I suggest everyone try to rest a bit before dawn." His gaze fell on Ren again. "And I appreciate your discretion in this matter. The fewer students who know of these anomalies, the better." Ren nodded, understanding the responsibility he now shared. Knowledge always came with a price, and in this case, the price was secrecy again. As he prepared to return to his rest area, Ren couldn't help but wonder what other surprises these changes in subterranean manner would bring. Ren stealthily returned to his rest area, his mushrooms barely pulsing to avoid illuminating his path back. As he settled again among the skins, he left one hand with his fingertips on the ground and kept part of his consciousness alert to any abnormal vibration. For almost an hour he remained like this, listening attentively to the depths. Occasionally he perceived distant movements, but nothing close to the surface. Julius must have been patrolling deeper areas, beyond the reach of his perception. Finally fatigue overcame him, and he slipped into a deeper sleep than he had planned, his body surrendering to exhaustion despite his determination to stay alert. Morning arrived with Taro's voice shaking him from his sleep. "Still alive?" his friend joked, giving him another push. "Come on, you never sleep this late." Ren opened his eyes, surprised that dawn had broken without him noticing. He felt unusually drowsy, his mind still heavy from the previous night, like a fog that refused to dissipate. "What time is it?" he asked, sitting up quickly. "Almost everyone's already had breakfast," Min responded, who was finishing organizing his equipment for the day. "Luna asked about you. She tried not to seem concerned, though, or so Larissa said." Memories of the night's conversation returned vividly. Had something else happened while he slept? By instinct, Ren lay down again and placed his hand on the ground, concentrating briefly. Nothing. The vibrations had returned to their normal pattern, with no signs of unusual activity. "Too comfortable in the skins?" Taro asked with a smile. "What's the plan for today?" "We will wake up and tell us," added Han, who had approached with a small food package for Ren. "But after eating, we got tired of waiting and decided to wake you up." Ren accepted the food with a gesture of thanks while considering the options. They could simply finish collecting the skins, but he feared Klein's team could find the best barkstalker specimens if they were left searching for too long. "Barkstalkers," he finally announced. "The largest ones." "The large ones?" Min arched an eyebrow. "They're notoriously difficult to find. Not for nothing they've grown so big, you know." "I know," Ren nodded, his mushrooms pulsing while he quickly chewed his breakfast. "But being so large also means they're close to evolving, so they must be closer to the boundary with the bronze ring. I'll use their recent feeding activity to find them quickly and still leave us time for the Shadowstalker cave." "How can you know that?" asked Mira, who had joined the group along with the noble cousins. "The tracks," explained Ren. "Large barkstalkers move very slowly, but their passage leaves distinctive marks due to their enormous carapace. The largest must feed more, so they must have been feeding at least a week ago. It hasn't rained, so the tracks should still be intact." Chapter 221, Taming the Finals, Unit 112. The group began preparing while Ren finished his breakfast and quickly organized his equipment. In less than half an hour, they were already heading toward the northern zone. Unlike the previous day, today's expedition had a more relaxed air. Having vastly exceeded the exam requirements, they felt no pressure to rush. "Why specifically large barkstalkers?" asked Leora as they advanced along a wooded path guided by Ren. "Their bodies contain abundant vitality," Ren responded. "I need their blood and flesh to process the tentacles you helped me obtain. And those processed tentacles serve for—" Larissa left the question hanging, curiosity evident in her voice. For insane advance completed before Ren could respond. "From what I've seen Ren do, super dangerous, and I wouldn't recommend you ever try it." Ren shot him a look of appreciation for having paid attention. "Exactly, but he's exaggerating about the danger." The others looked at Taro and Min, who were shaking their heads intensely. Clearly it wasn't something to try lightly, their expressions conveying more warnings than words ever could. As they approached the bronze ring's boundary, the mana concentration in the environment subtly increased, creating that characteristic pressure sensation students had learned to recognize as a warning thanks to their incursions in the mines. But it was a more gradual difference and much gentler, rather than the abrupt change they experienced underground. "This is where the exam zone limit ends, and this is as far as Iron students would normally go," commented Lin, pointing to a natural rock formation that served as a visual boundary about 2 kilometers away, its jagged silhouette stark against the clear sky. Ren guided them along the exam terrain's boundary, his eyes attentive to signs that would go unnoticed by others: scraped bark on certain trees, specific patterns of flattened vegetation, small accumulations of processed organic residue. Finally, after about 20 minutes of meticulous tracking, Ren signaled them to stop, his hand raised in a gesture that had become familiar to the group. "There," he whispered, pointing toward what appeared to be simply an earthy mound among the forest debris. The rest of the group narrowed their eyes, trying to distinguish what Ren saw. "I only see earth and rocks," Taro admitted after a moment, squinting in confusion. "Exactly," Ren smiled. "That's what it wants you to see. And how will we eliminate them?" asked one of the guards. "The bronze-rank beasts will have to handle it," Ren responded, looking toward the guards and the students accompanying the nobles. "They're very close to bronze and are creatures with high defense, so iron attacks will do very little to them. Those who can use mana vision can already distinguish them." Ren looked at the cousins, who were now channeling mana to their eyes. The large barkstalker's silhouette revealed itself to their gazes, a massive creature, the size of a small shed, perfectly camouflaged under layers of vegetation, stones and earth accumulated on its carapace. Its outline pulsed faintly with the mana it had absorbed from the surrounding area. "Impressive," murmured Leora. "How did you know it would be here? Did you use mana vision all the way?" "No, can't keep it on that long." "It was the feeding marks around it," explained Ren, pointing to some clues around the mound, torn foliage, unusual scratches in the soil, trails of dried sap on nearby trees. "They move very little but leave traces when they leap to attack." "What's the plan to take it down?" asked Min. "That thing is enormous. Since we don't need to capture it alive," Ren clarified, "we can kill it and dismantle it right here. Should I send my beetle to hit it?" Taro was ready to act, his beast partially manifesting. Ren studied the group, quickly evaluating their capabilities. "Shizu, Taro," he pointed to both. "You can flip it over with earth elemental control. Their carapaces are too hard for iron-rank beasts, but not for bronze ones, so." Shizu, one of the guards with earth control, nodded, understanding the plan. "Once flipped," Ren continued, "Mako's Night Ambusher and Kira's giant goat can attack the belly from the rear, away from the pincers. It will have no way to counterattack until it turns over and uses its legs, which will take time due to its weight. Taro and Shizu can keep it trapped and prevent it from flipping while the two beasts strike it." "Even if Iron rank, Trent's Fire Ant has an elemental advantage, wouldn't it be fine to just burn it?" observed Mira. "True," Ren nodded, "but it would damage the materials with excessive heat. I'd prefer the carapace herbs and certain internal organs to remain intact." Ren didn't mention that Leora's will-o-wisp would also be effective in this case, keeping her still secret beast for some secret. Nor did he suggest using Luna's wolf, despite the fact that theoretically it could infiltrate through the soft parts. The damage would be low, and there was no point taking the risk when the already mentioned 4 bronze beasts could achieve it without problems. "Everyone ready?" he asked, receiving confirmatory nods. The group positioned themselves strategically around the barkstalker. Taro and Shizu placed themselves on opposite sides, preparing to coordinate their earth control. At Ren's signal, both activated their beasts simultaneously. Taro's living tunnel manifested completely, creating a deep wedge under one side of the monster, while Shizu's earth wolverine generated a mound that pushed from the other end. The effect was immediate. With a cracking sound, the enormous bark stalker began to tilt, its balance compromised by the sudden alteration of the terrain beneath it. Clumps of dirt and vegetation fell from its carapace as it struggled to maintain its position. "Now!" shouted Ren. Taro and Shizu made their beasts intensify their efforts, their beasts working at their limits to overcome the monster's enormous mass. Finally, with a thud that shook the ground, the bark stalker flipped completely over, its legs thrashing helplessly in the air like an overturned beetle. Without losing a second, Kira and Mako launched their attack. Mako's Night Ambusher slid under the carapace and began tearing at the monster's exposed belly. Kira's giant goat charged, generating a loud crack, its horns penetrating the weak points Ren had indicated. The bark stalker emitted a deep screech, its front pincers waving uselessly, trying to reach attackers who were out of its range. Its powerful legs tried to push against the ground to flip itself over, but the damage to its belly was already too extensive. "That's enough," Ren indicated when he saw the creature stop resisting. "We don't want to damage the organs any further." The group backed away, observing how the huge monster finally became motionless after a few small involuntary tremors. The strategy had worked perfectly, and in less than a minute of battle they had defeated a creature that would normally represent a significant challenge for teams their age. "Now comes the important part." Ren approached the body, extracting his new dagger. "I need to dismantle certain parts with precision." With methodical movements, Ren began working on the bark stalker. His approach was surgical, carefully separating the multi-layered carapace while discarding the parts he didn't need. The others helped arrange things on the wooden platform again, organizing the harvest according to Ren's instructions. "Why does it seem like you know exactly where to cut?" asked Han, watching with fascination. I know the anatomy, Ren responded without stopping, his hands moving with practiced efficiency. The systems always maintain certain proportions, regardless of the specimen's size. In less than 20 minutes, Ren had extracted all the valuable components. After checking the ground for strange vibrations and feeling none, he addressed everyone. I need 2 more like this one, he announced while closing his backpack, its contents now significantly heavier but also more valuable. Chapter 222, Taming the Finals, Unit 113. The group continued the search, following the same pattern of meticulous tracking that Ren had demonstrated. Under his guidance, they found and defeated 2 more bark stalkers during the next 2 hours, each in a different location but always following the same pattern of camouflage and behavior. By the time they finished processing the 3rd bark stalker, almost 3 hours had passed since they began the hunt. The sun was high in the sky, indicating that a good part of the day still lay ahead, golden light filtering through the canopy above. Enough materials? Asked Taro while helping Ren organize the last components. Enough, confirmed Ren with satisfaction, his mushrooms pulsing with quiet contentment. Now we can head to the cave. Are we doing the entire Shadow Stalker cave today? Min groaned theatrically, though everyone knew he would follow Ren without hesitation. Without a doubt, Ren smiled, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Fine, but let me go and urinate before we continue plundering this poor forest with your predatory gaze, Han commented, earning laughs from the boys and varied opinions from the girls. When he returned, Min and Meo teased him for a while, as his bladder tended to constantly trouble him during excursions. With the guards' beasts serving as improvised transport, they secured the valuable parts of the 3 bark stalkers to take back to camp. The enormous carapaces and specialized organs would fetch a handsome price, far exceeding what most students could hope to obtain in their entire stay at the academy. The other students were surprised again by the procession, this time even earlier in the day, their faces betraying a mixture of awe and envy as they watched Ren's group return with their bounty. When they reached the cave entrance, they found another male Shadow Stalker mounting guard. Unlike the previous day, today Ren seemed much more confident with his bow, his stance relaxed yet focused. Let me help you today to ensure the first shot, said Han, offering to shoot to also redeem himself after the teasing. It won't be necessary, responded Ren with quiet confidence. He drew the bow, breathed deeply as Han had taught him, and released the arrow. The projectile flew with deadly precision, embedding itself directly in the point between the Shadow Stalker's sensors. The creature staggered, clearly wounded but not defeated, its wings beating erratically as it struggled to maintain its position. As Ren stepped forward, one of the guards made a fluid movement with her hand. A coral beast partially manifested, creating a brilliant barrier of crystalline mirrors that surrounded Ren, their surfaces catching and refracting the afternoon light. In case you miss, explained the guard, her eyes never leaving the wounded creature. Ren nodded in thanks, though his expression suggested he considered the precaution unnecessary. With calculated movements he prepared his spear, measured the distance and threw it with precise force. The spear cut through the air, impacting directly in the center of the creature. The male Shadow Stalker collapsed instantly, without even time to emit an alert call. Impressive improvement in bow use in just 1 day, commented Leora, genuinely admiring his progress. I had a good teacher, Ren responded, looking at Han. Han, on the other hand, shook his head intensely. He hadn't taught him so well as to warrant such instant improvement. Ren was a learning monster, absorbing skills at a rate that defied explanation. With the Guardian eliminated, the group entered the cave again, this time with greater confidence and efficiency. They knew the protocol, understood the dangers, and moved as a well-coordinated unit, their steps almost silent on the cave floor. Soon they found new molting chambers guided by Ren, as full as the previous ones, and began the collection process. But Ren seemed slightly distracted, his mushrooms pulsing in irregular patterns while he occasionally stopped to touch the cave walls as if listening to something only he could perceive. Is something wrong? Asked Luna during a pause, her eyes searching his face. No, Ren responded, turning his attention back to the task, just verifying something. But the way his mushrooms continued pulsing in unusual patterns suggested to Lin that, even amid another successful gathering expedition, part of his mind was still analyzing the anomalies of the previous night. For the second time in the day, the group ventured deeper into the cave. It was already familiar to them, and the sleeping females that once inspired an almost paralyzing fear were now simply another obstacle to navigate carefully, their translucent bodies pulsing softly in the dim light. As they advanced toward the deeper areas of the cave, Lin noticed that Ren still stopped to touch the walls, his fingers splayed against the cool stone. Did you feel something again? She finally asked, approaching him during one of these pauses. Ren remained silent for a moment, his mushrooms pulsing while he seemed to listen to something the others couldn't perceive, his brow furrowed in concentration. Yes and no, he finally responded. There's a strange sensation, but I can't precisely identify it. Any worms? Perhaps another beast from the depths? Lin studied his expression carefully. No, Ren shook his head. From everything I know, it's not a beast, it's just a feeling. Lin observed him a moment more before nodding. Let me know if you feel something concrete. But don't worry too much, it could simply be a residual effect of the changes we discussed last night. Ren nodded, but the slight wrinkle between his eyebrows suggested he wasn't completely convinced. We should finish soon, he decided, resuming the advance. Before night falls and the females wake. The group increased their pace, moving more quickly through the tunnels. This time they delved deeper, discovering 2 additional molting chambers, their walls lined with the silvery discarded skins. While collecting the skins, Han approached Ren, who was meticulously examining a particularly well-preserved specimen. I wanted to thank you again, Han said quietly, for the cultivation advice and for the help with the exam. Not just for me, but for everyone. You would have done the same, Ren continued with his task, though his mushrooms pulsed softly. If I had all that knowledge, Han continued, I'd probably be too greedy to share it. I think your head is worth a fortune. I don't think you would be, Ren finally responded, storing the skin. You shared the bow technique without hesitation. Han chuckled. That's not worth much. Anyone can learn to shoot a weak bow with practice. What you have? He gestured, encompassing the chambers, the skins, all the materials they had collected. That's worth too much. Ren looked at him directly, his mushrooms pulsing with a soft but intense rhythm. You shouldn't think that way about what you taught me with the bow. Sometimes the things people believe are worthless are the most valuable. Han seemed to reflect on this as they continued advancing, his expression thoughtful. Upon finishing emptying the chamber, the group began their journey to what would be the day's 4th and final chamber. Ren led the way through the intricate tunnels, occasionally taking alternative routes that he seemed to know by instinct. At a fork, he turned left without hesitation, followed closely by Han, the others trailing a few paces behind. Suddenly, his mushrooms pulsed with alarming intensity, brightening the narrow passage. A strange sensation, like an invisible pressure wave, traveled through the tunnel. Ren looked up and barely had time to register a disturbing sight, several shadow stalker carcasses scattered further ahead in the tunnel. But he had no time to process what he was seeing. In the next step, the ground simply disappeared beneath their feet. There was no warning, no prior cracking or change in texture. One moment they were walking on solid ground, and the next both Ren and Han were falling into an unexpected void, swallowing them in an instant. Taro and Shizu, just a few meters behind, had no time to react. Not even Lin, with her trained reflexes, could anticipate what happened. There was not even a hole. The fall was so sudden, so impossible, that no one was prepared, especially because it was Ren, the one who always knew exactly where to step, the one who never made mistakes in exploration. 1/5. Foe. I finally managed to make one extra without falling asleep. I'll try to make another one tomorrow. Chapter 223, Taming the Finals, Unit 114. As they fell. For a moment, everything was a chaos of sensations, stomachs contracting from the free fall, air whistling in their ears, the absolute disorientation of not knowing what was up or down. The sudden weightlessness made their bodies feel simultaneously heavy and light. Ren reacted instinctively. His mushrooms pulsed with increasing intensity, brightening until they illuminated the tunnel through which they were falling. The walls passed rapidly, an oddly smooth surface that seemed almost polished, reflecting the glow of his mushrooms. "Hold on!" he shouted to Han, who was falling beside him, the other boy's face a mask of shock and terror. When they had fallen barely 5 meters deep, Ren managed to get rid of his backpack, extract his dagger, and, with a precise movement, attempted to drive it into the tunnel wall. The blade penetrated the surface, creating a metallic screech as it momentarily reduced his falling speed. With his free hand, Ren managed to grab Han's arm, his fingers digging into the fabric of his sleeve. But their combined weight exerted extra pressure on his grip. The dagger, though crafted from exceptional materials, didn't have enough grip area to withstand such tension. The wall emitted an alarming crack as it began to break. "It won't hold," Ren warned, feeling the dagger beginning to loosen. "Your spider, use your web and drop the back." Han, who had been momentarily paralyzed by the suddenness of the fall, finally reacted. His weaver spider partially manifested, silvery strands appearing at his fingertips as it launched a silk thread toward the opposite wall. At that precise moment, the dagger gave way completely. Gravity reclaimed their bodies, dragging them deeper into the darkness, the momentary respite gone in an instant. Han's spider's thread hit the wall, but instead of adhering firmly as it should have, it seemed to slide. The silk, normally capable of supporting the weight of both boys, barely managed to slow their fall before detaching. The walls, Han shouted, desperately launching another thread. They're treated with something. Ren noticed it too. The surface appeared to have been deliberately polished and treated with some substance that prevented adhesion. He got rid of Han's backpack too by cutting the straps. But it was still not enough. Han continued launching threads in all directions, each one momentarily slowing their fall before detaching. It was a battle against gravity they were gradually losing, but each deceleration meant less force in the eventual impact. Meter after meter they continued descending in the darkness barely illuminated by Ren's mushrooms. 30 meters, 50, 100. The depth became alarming, taking them much deeper than expected. Keep launching threads, Ren instructed while trying to position himself below Han, calculating angles and trajectories even as they plummeted. 200 meters, 250. Their falling speed had decreased considerably thanks to Han's persistent efforts, but it remained dangerous, still fast enough to break bones or worse. The Hydra partially manifested, not in its complete form but as a protective armor, scales overlapping across Ren's body. The 140% increase in his defense would be crucial for what he planned. At approximately 300 meters deep, Ren perceived a change in the tunnel's acoustics. The space was widening, indicating they were approaching some kind of chamber. Prepare for impact, he warned Han. Han launched so many desperate threads that he managed to reduce their speed even further before they finally landed from the vertical tunnel into a wider chamber. The impact came with a dull thud that resonated in the darkness. Ren received the worst of it, his body serving as a cushion for Han. The Hydra armor absorbed much of the force, distributing it through its reinforced structures. Still, the pain was immediate and intense, wrenching an involuntary groan from him. The breath knocked from his lungs. Han rolled to the side immediately, conscious of Ren's sacrifice. Some small rocks and what appeared to be crystals fell from above, perhaps due to the dagger Ren had embedded. Fortunately, they didn't hit Han's head, clattering harmlessly beside them. "Are you okay?" Han asked with a tense voice, his own breathing choppy from pain and adrenaline. Ren slowly got up, assessing the damage. Nothing seemed broken beyond small cuts and bruises that he felt were superficial. Without the Hydra's armor, the result would have been much worse. "I'll survive," he responded, his mushrooms now pulsing with reduced intensity. "You?" "I think I hurt my left shoulder," Han grimaced while trying to stand. "But nothing serious thanks to you." Ren looked up. The tunnel through which they had fallen was barely visible as a tiny circle of deeper darkness against the chamber's ceiling. The distance was overwhelming. There was no way for them to return that way. His mushrooms slightly increased their brightness, partially revealing the space in which they found themselves. It wasn't a natural cavern made by any of the beasts in this area. The walls showed unmistakable signs of having been intentionally carved, their surfaces too regular, too deliberate. "Where are we?" Han whispered, his voice tight with apprehension. "I don't know," Ren admitted, his mushrooms pulsing with what could be interpreted as unease. "But I'm sure of one thing, whatever made this shouldn't be here in the first place." Moments before, Ren, Taro and Min's desperate shout echoed through the tunnel as they watched their friend disappear into darkness. "Han!" Sora exclaimed almost simultaneously, lunging forward, her hand outstretched as if she could somehow pull him back. Everything happened with dizzying speed. One moment Ren were there, guiding the group through the tunnel, and the next they simply vanished, as if the ground had devoured them in less than a second. Lin reacted with the quickness of a combat veteran, throwing herself toward the point where the boys had been standing, her arm extended trying to reach them. To her surprise, her hand went through what appeared to be solid earth as if it were made of mist. "It's an illusion!" she shouted, as her arm sank up to the shoulder in what should have been firm ground. She wasted no time. Her arm partially transformed, craned skin erupting to cover her own. With a precise movement, she struck what seemed to be the corner of something hard and crystalline. A satisfying crack indicated she had hit her mark. The crystal fractured, and for a brief moment the illusion fluctuated, revealing a dark, deep hole where before there had seemed to be solid ground. The noble cousins reacted instinctively. Larissa, Luna, and Leora simultaneously attempted to activate their transportation abilities, disappearing in flashes of light and shadows with the intention of appearing further down the tunnel, following Ren and Han. "No!" shouted one of the guards, her antenna Venus instantly manifesting, tendrils of green energy erupting from her skin. A pale green field briefly pulsed, and the three cousins reappeared confusedly next to the guard, not in the depths as they had attempted. "What are you doing?" Larissa began, clearly frustrated, her hands clenched into fists. "I cancelled your jumps," the guard explained in an authoritative tone. "None of you is capable of transporting another person with your ability, nor can you exceed the falling speed. You would have ended up falling for no reason." Mira and Sora observed the scene with enormous eyes, their surprise at the revelation that the cousins could teleport, momentarily eclipsing even the current crisis. "Can they make jumps?" Mira murmured, but no one paid attention to her. "We have to go down after them," insisted Taro, his living tunnel fully manifesting, ready to create a passage, Earth already beginning to shift at his feet. "Not so fast," another guard raised a hand. "That fall could be hundreds of meters. The best option is to find Zhao so he can fly them out, or create a rope with Matilda's turtle's wood and the resistant mosses from Mira's rat." "Silence!" Min suddenly shouted, his hand raised as he listened carefully. "What's that sound?" A low but growing hiss filled the tunnel. Min visibly paled. "The females," he pointed toward the entrance of the tunnel, where dozens of shadow stalkers were beginning to stir. "We've woken them up." Chapter 224, Taming the Finals, Unit 115. A low but growing hiss filled the tunnel. Min visibly paled. "The females," he pointed toward the entrance of the tunnel, where dozens of shadow stalkers were beginning to stir. "We've woken them up." The effect was instantaneous. The first of the females launched herself toward them, tentacles extended and pulsing with absorption hunger, the air around them seeming to distort with her approach. Lin reacted without hesitation. With a fluid movement, she leaped over the creature, spinning in the air to deliver a brutal kick to the center of its mass, carefully avoiding any contact with the tentacles. "Shizu, Taro!" she shouted as she landed. "We need a wall, now!" Shizu stamped her foot against the ground, her earth wolverine manifesting. The tunnel began to change as enormous stone blocks emerged from its walls and floor, the sound of grinding stone filling the air. Taro joined his efforts, his living tunnel working to solidify and structure the emerging barrier. The wall began to take shape, but too slowly. More shadow stalkers were approaching, their tentacles reaching hungrily toward the group. "We're going to need help," Taro shouted, sweat beading on his forehead. Larissa stepped forward without hesitation. Her mineral crystals shone intensely as they joined the structure, reinforcing the weak points and accelerating the construction process. "It's not enough," Lin warned, eliminating another shadow stalker with a kick, her foot striking with precise force. "Keep them back while the wall completes." Trent stepped forward, his fire ant manifesting, heat radiating from his skin in visible waves. "Back," he warned before a fireball erupted from his hands, illuminating the entire tunnel with an orange glow that cast bizarre dancing shadows on the walls. The heat, explosion, and small oxygen pressure change pushed the shadow stalkers several meters back, buying precious time for the wall's construction. The air shimmered from the thermal disturbance, making the approaching creatures appear to waver like mirages. One guard's firefly and another guard's coral joined the effort as more and more blocks were added to the barrier, their energy signatures adding strength to the growing wall. The wall finally closed, sealing the tunnel with a definitive sound just as the large wave of shadow stalkers was about to reach them. The final stone slid into place with a heavy, resonant thud that seemed to echo with finality. For a few seconds no one spoke. The only sound was that of heavy breathing and the occasional muffled impact from the other side of the wall, where the enraged shadow stalkers tried to penetrate the barrier, their attacks creating tiny vibrations that ran through the stone. "It will hold for a while thanks to Taro's living tunnel," Shizu finally stated, leaning against the wall to catch her breath, her palms flat against the cool surface. "Good," Lin nodded, her expression grave, "because now we have two problems. 2 students are trapped somewhere far below us, and with this tunnel blocked, we'll have to find another exit to reach Zhao." "And night will fall soon," added one of the guards, glancing toward the tunnel's entrance. "The shadow stalkers won't stop after dark." The group exchanged somber looks, the reality of their situation settling heavily. With darkness approaching, perhaps they wouldn't be able to rescue their companions lost in the depths anytime soon. "What do we do now?" asked Leora, her voice small in the silence that had fallen over them. Lin looked toward the wall they had built, then toward the opposite direction of the tunnel where more sounds started to come closer, her mind rapidly calculating their options. "First, we need to close that side, too. Second, we make a group to reach Zhao," she responded. "Third, another group to find our lost ones." Ren increased his mushroom's brightness, illuminating the chamber into which they had fallen more broadly. The room was approximately circular, with 4 tunnels extending in different directions like fingers of a monstrous hand. But what immediately caught his attention wasn't the structure, but its contents. Corpses. Dozens of them, in various states of decomposition. Some appeared relatively fresh, while others were reduced to little more than bones and carapace fragments. All showed signs of having been partially devoured, limbs torn away and torsos hollowed out. What is this place?" Han whispered, his spider partially manifesting as an instinctive response to the perceived danger, silvery threads appearing between his fingers. "Our storeroom," Ren responded, his mind working at full speed while analyzing the remains. Something is using this chamber to store food. There were numerous half-eaten female shadow stalker bodies, but he cautiously approached one of the more complete cadavers. It was a medium-sized worm, its segmented body now flaccid and partially emptied. Next to it lay the remains of what appeared to be a stone lurker, its once hard rocky skin shattered. "This doesn't make sense," Ren murmured, systematically observing the other bodies. "At this depth we should mainly find worms, stone lurkers, giant moles, and small mimic insects. Nothing capable of creating tunnels this size." His eyes stopped on a particularly large cadaver. Despite being partially consumed, it was unmistakable. A male shadow stalker, he identified, his voice barely audible. Worried, Ren crouched to feel the ground for vibrations, but the layer covering the tunnel seemed to cancel any external sensation. They were isolated in the chamber, cut off from the world. Han had approached to examine the chamber walls as well. "These crystals," he began, running his fingers over the surface, "they're not natural formations." Ren moved closer to the wall to examine it more carefully. The surface was covered by a layer of translucent crystals that reflected his mushroom's light, creating an eerie, shifting pattern as he moved. "It's some type of coating," he explained while studying the structure. "Similar to what living tunnels or giant scavenger wasp larvae produce, but none of those creatures belong to this area. The trap we fell through isn't from any of those." Han left the question hanging, his voice tight with apprehension. "Mimic insects are known for their illusions," Ren explained, "but they use them to hide, not to set traps, and their effects aren't permanent, nor can they be reflected in crystals like the ones we saw above. This is something else." His gaze methodically moved around the chamber, studying each detail with scientific attention, his mushrooms pulsing in complex patterns, as if performing invisible calculations. "Whatever created this place," he finally concluded, "is collecting creatures from different depths for some weird reason other than feeding or going up would make no sense." Ren looked at the fallen backpacks, filled with valuable skins they had collected during their last incursion. In any other circumstance, abandoning them would have been unthinkable. But now, "We can't take them," he decided, pointing to the backpacks. "They're too heavy and would slow us down." "Slow us down for what? We won't wait to be rescued?" Han asked, though his expression already anticipated the answer. "To escape." Ren headed toward one of the walls, examining it carefully. "This chamber is something's pantry, Han, and whatever stores food here will eventually return. Couldn't we hide in one of these tunnels?" Han pointed to the 4 exits extending from the chamber, each mouth a dark promise of unknown dangers. "We don't know where they lead," Ren shook his head. "And given the creatures that have ended up here, they likely lead to more traps like the one that caught us." His hand stopped at a specific point on the wall, where the crystals seemed slightly thinner. "We need to create our own path," he declared. "Break through this wall and dig upward as quickly as possible." "Dig?" Han looked skeptical. "We're like 300 meters deep. Other creatures will also feel the vibrations, and even that thing may follow our tunnel." "We don't need to reach the surface from here," Ren explained, beginning to systematically strike the point he had identified with a diamond-covered fist. "We just need to get out of this specific area and find some natural tunnel before the owner of this collection returns." Chapter 225, Taming the Finals, Unit 116. The students rested while Shizu, Larissa, Umi the guard with the coral, and Taro finished raising a second wall. Lin observed the situation with the cold calculation of a combat veteran. 2 walls of furious shadow stalkers, 2 companions lost in the depths, and night approaching. The decisions they made in the next few minutes would determine who survived. "We need to decide on teams quickly," she announced with a firm voice, immediately capturing everyone's attention. "One group must return to camp to alert Zhao, while another remains here to attempt rescuing Ren and Han." "I'm staying," Taro declared instantly. "Me too," added Larissa. Lin nodded, but raised a hand to stop the chorus of volunteers that would follow. "I need the rescue team staying with me to be small and specific. Larissa, Taro, Umi, Matilda, Min, and Mira will stay with me. We'll work on creating a rope long enough to lower down the hole while keeping the walls strong." Several voices began to protest, but Lin silenced them with a look. "The rest," she continued, "I need you to form a team to reach Zhao as quickly as possible, and that means tunneling beneath the colony." A tense silence followed these words. Creating tunnels in this area was a desperate tactic, something all gatherers avoided for good reason, but the tunnel could lead us directly to a larger shadow stalker hive. objected Hikari, her firefly trembling nervously on her shoulder, its light flickering with her anxiety. "It's a risk we'll have to take," Lin responded, her tone making it clear there was no alternative. "Shizu with her Wolverine will lead the tunnel team, Mako with the Night Ambusher, Hikari with the Firefly, and Luna at the front. You need beasts with offensive capability to give Shizu time to quickly seal any breach into the main hive if you find one." Luna stepped forward, her shadow wolf manifesting in a dark aura around her. "I'd prefer to stay and support you here. There are enough people to find Zhao. We won't all fit at the tunnel front." Leora and Luna exchanged glances. "I want to stay too," argued Leora, her voice usually serene now laden with tension. "My fire could be useful in keeping shadow stalkers at bay if a wall here fails." Lin observed them for a moment, her expression softening briefly before returning to her usual determination. "I understand how you feel, but reaching Zhao and bringing him quickly is the best way to help. Your abilities are particularly good because they don't take up much space and can make the tunnel front efforts safer." Larissa took her cousin's hands. "Go," she said with unusual firmness. "Bring Zhao as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, we'll keep the wall strong and prepare everything for the rescue." After a moment of hesitation, Luna and Leora nodded, reluctantly joining the tunnel group, their shoulders tense with unspoken concern. "Good." Lin turned to Shizu. "Start the tunnel about 20 meters down from here, where the softer ground begins. Maintain that medium depth, neither too shallow nor too deep. And if you reach another shadow stalker tunnel, seal it immediately and change course." Shizu nodded, her Wolverine fully manifesting as she prepared for the task, earth already shifting beneath her feet. "The rest?" Lin turned to the rescue team. "We'll begin preparing the rope. Matilda, we'll need your turtle to produce flexible, resistant wood. Mira, reinforce the line with your moss and give it better grip." As the tunnel group quickly departed under Shizu's leadership, those remaining with Lin immediately began rescue preparations, their movements purposeful despite the mounting tension. Taro, Larissa, and Umi reinforced both walls, adding additional layers to contain the increasingly agitated shadow stalkers. The impacts from the other side intensified, indicating the creatures were coordinating their efforts to bring down the barriers, each thud reverberating through the stone. "They won't hold forever," Taro murmured, beads of sweat sliding down his forehead from the continuous effort. "They don't need to hold forever," Lin responded while helping Matilda generate the first section of the improvised rope. "Just long enough." Min, working nimbly to help intertwine the wooden filaments, looked down toward the dark hole where his friends had disappeared. "Do you think they're okay?" he asked, his voice betraying a concern he would normally keep hidden beneath laughter and jokes. "It's Ren," Larissa responded with confidence she didn't entirely feel. "He'll take care of Han. He's probably already looking for a way up while meticulously classifying every rock he finds by its usefulness in cultivation. You'll be there to heal them when we find them." "We don't need to reach the surface from here," Ren explained, beginning to systematically point with a diamond-covered fist. "We just need to get out of this specific area and find some natural tunnel before the owner of this collection returns." With each blow, small crystal fragments fell to the floor, glittering in the light of his mushrooms. The wall was surprisingly resistant, but gradually began to yield under his relentless assault. "Do you have any idea what creature could have made this?" asked Han while joining Ren's efforts, but finding his strength insufficient to damage the covering. Ren paused briefly, his mushrooms pulsing in a pattern that Han had learned to recognize as concern, the light dimming and brightening in rapid succession. "No," he finally responded, "but most likely that means something." He stopped when a crackling began to spread from the point they were attacking. Small fissures branched across the wall like webs of light, reflecting the glow of his mushrooms in fractured patterns. "It's giving way," Han observed with renewed enthusiasm. With one final powerful blow, the wall finally yielded. The crystal broke with a sound similar to ice cracking, revealing compact but natural earth behind. Ren immediately pressed his hands against the earth, his mushrooms pulsing intensely as he felt the vibrations transmitted through the ground. "Can you sense anything?" Han whispered, watching with fascination as Ren's mushrooms changed their pulse pattern. "Movement," Ren responded quietly. "Several creatures, but distant. Nothing immediate." With a quick glance toward the chamber to ensure they were still alone, he closed his eyes briefly, concentrated, and his Hydra fully manifested. The Hydra glowed with a faint but unmistakable light. It didn't yet have multiple heads and only measured about 4 feet tall, but it did have a more complete armor than what manifested over Ren's body. Its scales shifted with iridescent patterns as it moved, small crystalline structures embedded within them. "She can help us dig faster this way," Ren explained simply. Without wasting time, he directed the Hydra toward the earthen wall. The diamond claws began to work with surprising efficiency, tearing away large chunks of earth and quickly creating an ascending tunnel. As it worked, Han alternately observed the tunnel's progress and the chamber entrances, tense for any sign of danger. The silence between them extended for several minutes, broken only by the sound of earth being removed and the occasional brief instruction from Ren. Chapter 226. Taming finally observed the tunnel's progress and the chamber entrances, tense for any sign of danger. The silence between them extended for several minutes, broken only by the sound of earth being removed and the occasional brief instruction from Ren. "Thank you," Han finally said, his voice low but clear in the confined space, "for not letting me fall." Ren paused briefly in his work to feel for vibrations while listening, his palm pressed flat against the tunnel wall. "With the dagger," Han continued, his eyes fixed on the glowing hydra as it worked, "you could have held on alone, since you probably would have stayed up close to the surface. Matilda or Mira could have thrown something down for you to climb up." Ren resumed excavation, but responded without turning around, his focus unwavering. "If I had done that, you might not have survived, and I wouldn't be able to sleep thinking I could have saved you." "Not everyone would make that choice," Han insisted, a note of wonder in his voice. I'm not sure I would have made it. I probably would have been too cowardly." This time Ren stopped completely, turning to look at Han directly. In the fluctuating light of his mushrooms, and the subtle glow reflected by the hydra, but intense, his eyes holding Han's gaze steadily. "It's not about cowardice or bravery," he said with a simplicity that carried the weight of his old father's deep conviction. "It's about doing what's right in the moment it's needed. Nobody really knows how they'll react until that moment comes. But you would certainly save your sister, right?" Han thought for a closing his eyes and nodding. "I think it's very likely. I would do anything for her despite the fear." "Then I think you can overcome cowardice." Ren smiled and continued sensing vibrations in the confined tunnel while speaking, the hydra's claws working tirelessly, leaving gouges in the compacted earth. "Besides, don't worry about those things now. The most important thing is that we're alive and we're going to get out of here." Han nodded, though Ren couldn't see him, and set about helping as best he could, using his spider to cover the tunnel entrance with fine silk threads. They had advanced perhaps 10 meters when Ren stopped abruptly. His entire body tensed, like an animal sensing imminent danger, every muscle going rigid. "What's happening?" Han whispered, immediately on alert. Ren raised a hand, indicating absolute silence. His mushrooms now pulsed with an irregular, almost erratic rhythm, the light fluctuating unpredictably. Han held his breath, straining to hear what had alarmed his companion. And then he noticed it, or rather noticed the absence. Not a single sound or vibration. The subtle background sounds that had been present for Ren, slight creaks, distant movements, the almost imperceptible echo of life, had completely ceased. The creatures were silent. An unnatural silence, as if everything in the depths held its breath, waiting. Ren's eyes widened, and he began to turn toward the entrance of their improvised tunnel. Han followed his gaze and felt his blood freeze. A glow, an intense pulsating purple radiance, began to filter from the direction of the chamber they had just abandoned. The light intensified by moments, projecting strangely elongated and distorted shadows on the tunnel walls, making ordinary shapes seem monstrous and alien. It wasn't the natural glow of any creature Ren knew, but he knew what it was. An abyssal. With extremely cautious movements, Ren repositioned his body and absorbed his hydra, the creature seeming to melt back into his skin in a shimmer of light. Han tried to control his breathing, which had become rapid and shallow. His spider had retracted almost completely, as if even she could feel it was better to remain hidden, pulling back beneath his skin like a frightened child. The purple glow intensified further, illuminating the beginning of their tunnel with an unnatural light that seemed to pulsate like a diseased heart. And with the light came a sound, a low hum, almost subliminal, that Han felt more than heard, a vibration that seemed to resonate directly in his bones and teeth. "Ren," he whispered, unable to contain the tremor in his voice. "I know," Ren responded, his own voice perfectly controlled, though his mushrooms had begun to pulse again, this time in a pattern Han had never seen before, rapid, almost frantic, but strangely reassuring, like a silent promise that they would survive this. Until Han felt it in the threads. Something was entering the tunnel. The tunnel advanced with surprising speed under Shizu's expert earth control. Her earth wolverine fully manifested, its placing volumes of soil that would normally require hours of work in mere seconds, the earth parting before her as if eager to make way. "Keep the pace," she instructed while working, sweat beading on her forehead despite the cool underground air. "We need to reach camp as soon as possible." The rest of the team had a efficient system. Mako with her night ambusher took over when Shizu needed a rest, while Luna's wolf, Trent's ant, Roran's dog, and Maria's armadillo took turns helping clear loose earth, their coordinated efforts creating a steady rhythm. Hikari and Leora provided constant illumination, Hikari's firefly emitting a soft but wide glow that illuminated the entire space, complemented by Leora's will-o-wisp that provided more intense, directed light toward the front. "How much further, do you think?" Luna asked Shizu, who paused briefly to evaluate their position. "Hard to know exactly," she responded, her fingers pressed against the tunnel wall as if reading some invisible map, her eyes closed in concentration. "But we're advancing in the right direction. If we maintain this pace, maybe another hour." The group continued advancing, fatigue beginning to show on their faces. Concern for Ren and Han, along with the constant tension of digging in potentially dangerous territory, made each minute feel like an eternity. "Something's not right," Shizu suddenly murmured. "I feel big changes in the Earth's resistance." A beast stopped as she pressed her hands against the front wall. Her eyes widened slightly. "There's a space ahead. Large. A natural cavern, perhaps?" Mako asked, hope briefly flickering across her features. "No," Shizu slowly shook her head. "Too regular, too constructed." A tense silence fell over the group as they considered the implications. Regular tunnels at this depth could only mean one thing. "Shadow Stalker Hive," Trent whispered. "Do we retreat?" asked Hikari, her light instinctively dimming, shrinking back as if sharing her apprehension. Luna shook her head. "We can't waste time. We need to reach Zhao as soon as possible. Then we dig about 5 meters deeper," Shizu decided. "At the first sign of danger, I'll close the tunnel and we'll change direction." With renewed caution, Shizu continued excavating, now in much slower movements due to the hardness of the deeper earth, each chunk requiring more effort to dislodge. Unfortunately, a small opening formed on top of them, barely the size of a fist. Hikari directed her firefly toward the hole, allowing its light to filter through to reveal what lay beyond. The glow illuminated a scene that made everyone hold their breath. A huge chamber extended before them, and moving throughout the chamber, dozens, no, hundreds of shadow stalkers awakened by the vibrations of the excavation. Chapter 227, Taming the Finals, Unit 118. The glow illuminated a scene that made everyone hold their breath. A huge chamber extended before them, and moving throughout the chamber, dozens, no, hundreds of shadow stalkers awakened by the vibrations of the excavation. "Shit," Roran whispered, his dog fully manifested beside him with the fur along its spine bristling. "It's the main hive of the area. Pull back," Shizu ordered Hikari, her voice low but urgent. "I'll seal this right now and we'll change direction." She couldn't finish her sentence. One of the shadow stalkers, apparently drawn by the firefly's light, had approached to investigate. Its sensory appendages stretched directly toward the small opening like probing fingers of mist. Before anyone could react, it began widening the hole, tearing at the edges. "Look out!" Luna shouted. Chaos erupted instantly. More shadow stalkers quickly joined the excavation efforts and began converging on the opening. Shizu tried desperately to close the hole. Her hands splayed against the earth, channeling her power, but it was already too late. Tons of tentacles scraped at the entrance with their tiny claws at the tips, widening the aperture with each passing second. The sound of scraping filled the tunnel, a nightmarish scratching that sent chills down everyone's spines. "I can't push them back." Shizu let them know, her wolverine struggling to contain the invasion. "Prepare to fight." The first shadow stalker forced its way into the tunnel, its tentacles thrashing violently as it searched for prey. Mako and her night ambusher were the first to attack. The beast's razor-sharp claws sliced cleanly through the shadow stalker, separating its upper mass from its tentacles in one fluid motion. Pale blue fluid splattered across the tunnel walls, glowing faintly in the dim light. Roran's dog launched itself at another creature with valiant ferocity, its fangs sinking deep into the shadow stalker's upper mass. The creature emitted a high-pitched shriek that echoed through the tunnel as it twisted, desperately trying to reach its attacker with its remaining tentacles. The dog growled through its mouthful of writhing flesh, refusing to release its grip even as the shadow stalker's body convulsed beneath it. "Trent now!" Luna shouted while her wolf dispatched a third shadow stalker attempting to enter. Trent didn't need to be told twice. His fire ant unleashed a concentrated burst of flames at the gap, effectively incinerating another creature and forcing those behind to temporarily retreat. But their victory was short-lived. More shadow stalkers began crowding the entrance, drawn by the battle sounds and the death of their brethren. "We can't hold them all back," Maria exclaimed, her armadillo creating an improvised barricade. Maria's armadillo was finally pushed back and chaos erupted. But, in the midst of the chaos, Roran's dog suddenly lunged into the hole, pushing the shadow stalkers and disappearing into the swarm. "Close it now!" Roran shouted. His connection to his beast allowed him to understand how miserable it was fighting in that mass of predators. Inside the chamber, the shadow stalkers swarmed around the dog. The brave beast fought ferociously, tearing through tentacles and ripping apart translucent bodies, but there were simply too many. More tentacles wrapped around its limbs, its torso, its neck, dragging it inexorably deeper into the hive. With one last heart-wrenching howl, it vanished among the mass of shadow stalkers. Roran staggered back. Losing his beast temporarily made mana management way harder. With a roar of effort, Shizu channeled all her Wolverine's energy. The earth around them began to tremble violently as enormous blocks of stone and mineral emerged from the walls, converging to seal the opening. Her face contorted with strain, veins standing out on her forehead as she forced the earth to obey her will. The resulting wall was impressive, at least 3 meters thick, but even through it they could feel the furious impacts of shadow stalkers trying to break through. "It won't hold forever," Shizu warned, sweat dripping from her brow and breath coming in ragged gasps. "We need to move, now." The group retreated in somber silence. The temporary loss of Roran's dog weighed heavily on them all. "We'll change direction," Shizu decided after a moment, wiping her brow with the back of her hand. "East instead of north. It'll take longer, but we'll avoid this hive." "More time means Han and Ren will be in danger longer," Lyra protested. "We can't help them if we're dead," Maria replied firmly, placing a steadying hand on Lyra's shoulder. The shadows were growing longer outside, as Zhao stood at the edge of the gathering encampment, his brow furrowed in concentration. His owl manifested, the markings along his eyes glowing with subtle intensity as he extended his senses outward, scanning the terrain before him. Ren's group should have returned by now. It wasn't just that they were late. The boy's thoroughness and attention to detail made quick expeditions almost impossible. What concerned him was the pattern of returning. Every other time had followed a similar timeline. This deviation spelled trouble. "Professor," one of the assistants approached, sensing his tension. "Patinder's group?" Zhao nodded, his decision already made. "Maintain the perimeter, no students leave camp until I return, and prepare the emergency protocols just in case." The assistant shifted nervously, glancing at the darkening sky. "Sir, night's approaching. The shadow stalkers will—" "I'm well aware," Zhao cut her off, his voice revealing no uncertainty. "That's precisely why I'm going now." He signaled to his most trusted auxiliary, a stern-faced man whose hawk beast had given him wings and good eyes too. "Kenji, you're in charge until I return." Without waiting for a response, Zhao set out toward the Shadow Stalker cave where Ren's group had headed earlier that day. His owl fully manifested, its ghostly form spreading wings that merged with his arms, enhancing his vision and allowing him to cover ground with unnatural speed. The cave entrance loomed before him within minutes, a dark mouth in the hillside that seemed to exhale cool air against his skin. The sentinel was missing. The male shadow stalker that had guarded this entrance was nowhere to be seen, which meant someone had eliminated it. Ren, most likely, just as he had done with the first one. They should still be in there then, he thought, cautiously entering the cave. The interior was surprisingly quiet, too quiet. Shadow stalker colonies, especially as darkness approached, should be buzzing with energy as females prepared to wake for their nightly hunting. Instead, the tunnels stretched before him in eerie silence, the mana crystals embedded in the walls providing just enough illumination to navigate by. His owl's enhanced vision penetrated the gloom, revealing details that would remain hidden to normal sight. Scuff marks on the floor indicated recent footprints, and the subtle patterns of disturbed dust spoke of organized movement. Ren's group had indeed passed this way. As Zhao advanced deeper, the silence gradually gave way to distant sounds, faint hisses and chittering that raised the hairs on the back of his neck. They had disturbed the colony. A movement caught his attention, a female shadow stalker gliding past a side tunnel, completely ignoring his presence. Another followed, then another, all heading deeper into the cave system, moving with purpose rather than the random patterns of normal hunting behavior. "They're being called," Zhao murmured to himself. Shadow stalkers only exhibited this behavior in 2 situations, when defending against a large-scale threat or when responding to the discovery of significant prey. Neither option boded well for Ren's group. Zhao followed the creatures through the labyrinth, maintaining a careful distance. His owl allowed him to move like a phantom through the tunnels, his footsteps barely disturbing the air. The females continued their purposeful journey downward, their numbers increasing with each joining tunnel until dozens flowed through the passageways like a macabre river of translucent flesh and writhing tentacles. The main problem came into view, and Zhao paused at its periphery, assessing the situation. Hundreds of shadow stalkers swarmed across the cavern floor and walls. But what drew his attention was the stone, mineral, and crystal barriers positioned at opposite ends of the chamber. So they had sealed the exits and were trapped. Like it? Give it a power stone. Good know. It's free, and you help me a lot. Have some idea about my story? Comment it and let me know. Thank you so much for reading. Degrees. Oh. About 200 meters underground, Julius advanced with the fluid certainty of someone who commands the elements surrounding him. His Earth Wolverine maintained a constant flow of perception through the ground, allowing him to detect movements and vibrations across a considerable radius. Something didn't add up, though. Since beginning his patrol after the worm incident, he had noticed strange patterns in the behavior of subterranean creatures. At times they seemed to become agitated as if responding to an invisible threat, moving in waves of panic that spread across different levels. But when he arrived at the location, inexplicably everything calmed again. "It's as if something is frightening them," he murmured to himself. His Wolverine's essence merged with his skin in subtle ripples, enhancing his connection to the earth around him. But when I approached to investigate, nothing. That was the most disconcerting part. Chapter 228, Taming the Finals Unit, Julius advanced with the fluid certainty of someone who commands the elements surrounding him. His Earth Wolverine maintained a constant flow of perception through the ground, allowing him to detect movements and vibrations across a considerable radius. Something didn't add up, though. Since beginning his patrol after the worm incident, he had noticed strange patterns in the behavior of subterranean creatures. At times they seemed to become agitated as if responding to an invisible threat, moving in waves of panic that spread across different levels. But when he arrived at the location, inexplicably everything calmed again. "It's as if something is frightening them," he murmured to himself. His Wolverine's essence merged with his skin in subtle ripples, enhancing his connection to the earth around him. But when I approached to investigate, nothing. That was the most disconcerting part. Each time he tracked these disturbances to their apparent origin, he found only silence and emptiness, as if the source of agitation had vanished moments before his arrival. What he had detected, however, were weak but unmistakable traces of abyssal energy, small pockets of that characteristic purple radiation, concentrated in cracks and recesses where it normally shouldn't exist. His first instinct was to associate it with remnants of the Yino incursion 4 months ago, when enemy agents had attempted to infiltrate this Yano territory. Residue, he theorized while examining one of these concentrations. Julius continued his methodical inspection, his Wolverine senses stretched to their limits as he moved through the earth. It was then that he felt it. A vibration more intense than any before. His Wolverine roared mentally, all its perceptions directing toward the origin of that disturbance. For the first time since beginning his patrol, Julius had a clear direction, an undeniable signal. "This isn't normal," he concluded, his voice hardening while he began moving at great speed through the earth. His body seemed to melt into the element, moving as if it were part of the ground itself. Han's breathing accelerated while his fingers felt something through the threads. Something was entering the tunnel, something large and heavy that broke his fine but tough webs as if they didn't exist. The purple glow intensified, painting the walls of the narrow tunnel with distorted shadows. The predator approached, and the light emanating from it transformed their improvised refuge into a death trap. A viscous glowing tentacle appeared at the entrance, moving with unnatural precision as it explored the space. It slithered forward, testing the air, sensing their presence. "No time to dig further," Ren whispered, his light claws manifesting as he prepared for combat. Han grabbed his arm with desperation, his fingers digging into Ren's flesh. "Don't fight, Dig. I can feel it through the threads. It's too big, too strong." Han's spider fully manifested, not as the shy presence it usually was, but as a desperate creature fighting for survival. From it began flowing an impressive amount of silk, much more than Ren had ever seen Han produce before. "Hurry!" Han insisted while his spider created layer after layer of resistant material, sealing the tunnel with a plug that grew thicker by the second. "Keep digging." Ren hesitated for an instant, torn between his instinct to fight and Han's desperate plea. The certainty in Han's eyes convinced him. With a grunt of effort, he buried his diamond claws into the earth, tearing through renewed force. Discretion no longer mattered. The vibrations that might attract other beasts no longer mattered. Even the comfortable size of the tunnel didn't matter. A small hole to crawl through would have to be enough. All that mattered was speed. Ren's claws ripped away large chunks of earth and rock quickly, his muscles burning from the superhuman effort. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed with frantic intensity, illuminating his work with erratic flashes. "Faster!" Han gasped, his body trembling from the effort of maintaining silk production. "It's coming!" Behind them, the creature was testing the resistance of the silk, as if it were a game, poking and prodding with casual malice. Ren felt something through the earth, an irregularity in the density that could mean. "There's a tunnel nearby," he exclaimed, redoubling his efforts. His claws moved in a blur, earth flying behind him in dark sprays. "I can feel it!" Han, following and still working to reinforce the barrier, suddenly shouted. "Quick, it seems! It's stopped!" His eyes widened, hope illuminating his face for a fleeting moment. Maybe it got stuck in the thick layers or lost interest. The silence that followed was deceptively calm, broken only by their ragged breathing and the sound of earth yielding to Ren's claws. For 1 second it seemed they might escape. Then horror. Like lances of purple light, several tentacles pierced through the silk barrier as if it were wet paper. They moved with lethal precision, wrapping around Han before he could react, securing his arms, legs, and torso in their slimy grip. "Ren!" Han's heart-rending scream resonated as he was dragged toward the chamber, wrapped in his own perforated barrier, his body contorting in a desperate attempt to break free. Ren didn't hesitate. He propelled himself backward, rolled, and leaped again. In an instant he was beside Han, one hand gripping his friend. With the other hand, Ren unsheathed his dagger and began cutting the tentacles that coiled around Han. The blade sliced with precision, but for every tentacle severed, 2 more seemed to replace it. Worse still, where Han's skin had made contact with the appendages, pale, sunken marks appeared, as if his vitality and mana were being drained. His friend's face grew ashen, eyes dulling as the creature siphoned his life force. "They're like the shadow stalkers." Ren recognized the effect while continuing to cut frantically. "They absorb vitality and mana?" The pulling force suddenly increased, as if the creature had lost patience with their tactics. With a devastating jerk, the tentacles dragged both boys through the destroyed silk barrier, pulling them into the main chamber. Ren continued cutting even as they were dragged, his dagger moving with the precision born of desperation. The last tentacle holding Han gave way just as they emerged into the larger chamber from which they had tried to escape, both falling several meters before landing painfully on a floor covered with residue and bones. The fall left Ren momentarily on his back against the ground, the impact stealing his breath. Beside him, Han lay motionless, eyes wide open, his skin pale where the tentacles had touched him, but still breathing. The purple glow that Ren had seen from the tunnel now bathed them completely, allowing them to see for the first time the creature that had captured them. What rose before them defied natural comprehension. A colossal worm more than 20 meters long writhed in the center of the chamber, its segmented body pulsing with abyssal light that emanated from within. But what horrified Ren wasn't its size, but its impossible anatomy. Dozens of long, thin legs, similar to those of a mimic insect, extended from its flanks, moving with an unnatural grace that barely disturbed the air around them and barely touched the ground, explaining the absence of vibrations that had confused Ren. They twitched and flexed independently, giving the impression of countless separate creatures working in horrific unison. Its body was covered by overlapping plates reminiscent of a living tunnel, interspersed with rocky protrusions typical of stone lurkers. Each segment seemed to have been designed by a madman, fusing characteristics of different creatures into an abomination that shouldn't exist. That must be what allows it to fuse such disparate characteristics. Ren recalled the agent with the monster that day beneath the academy, but was instantly pulled from his reminiscence. The creature emitted a sound that reverberated painfully in his ears, a discordant symphony of screeches and rumbles that seemed to vibrate the very air in the chamber. Its tentacles extended again, this time moving more slowly, with predatory curiosity. Ren evaluated his options, none promising. They were trapped in the monster's main chamber, weakened and facing a creature whose capabilities he couldn't even fully comprehend. The thin tunnel he'd begun digging was too far, and even if they reached it, the creature would simply follow. Ren knew that even with his enhancements and his beast's abilities, the odds were completely against him. The creature possessed the strength of multiple beasts combined. Its regenerative capabilities were extraordinary, and its absorption powers were already draining the chamber's ambient mana. The abyssal beast moved with terrifying speed. While Ren was evaluating his options, the creature had already made a decision. Its tentacles didn't target him, but instead shot toward Han, who lay unconscious and vulnerable on the chamber floor. There was no time to think. Ren's body reacted on instinct. No! The veins of light pulsed with great intensity, flooding the chamber with a radiance that battled against the abomination's purple glow. The Hydra responded to his desperation, manifesting not just as partial armor, but as the most complete fusion possible for a Yano Tamer. Scales covered around 30% of his body, the Hydra's muscles merging with his own, reinforcing every fiber, every tendon. The claws weren't typical tactical extensions, but blades of condensed light, fueled by the energy his mushrooms emitted in frantic pulses from within his body. With all his attributes enhanced by 120% thanks to the ring and Hydra, plus additional improvements to defense at 140% and strength up to 160%, Ren became a living projectile. If training with Lin had transformed his body into a more efficient machine, and now that efficiency multiplied exponentially. He launched himself toward the monster's head in a perfect straight line, intercepting it before it could touch Han. His light claws cut through the air with a whistle, impacting against the central mass. The chamber air crackled with displaced energy as he moved, leaving a brief afterimage of light in his wake. Yet, the resistance was greater than expected. Instead of cleanly separating, the monster's plates barely suffered a superficial cut, but the impact force was enough to divert it from its course. The blow reverberated through Ren's arms, nearly dislocating his shoulders despite his reinforced structure. "Too hard," he grunted, regaining his balance in mid-air to land on his feet. "Its resistance is at least silver rank." The abyssal worm emitted a shriek that seemed to tear the air itself. More tentacles emerged, this time all oriented toward Ren. He at least had achieved what he wanted, drawing its attention. Ren dodged the first onslaught with a lateral spin, his movements fluid as water thanks to more than double his normal speed. His mind worked at full capacity, analyzing attack patterns, calculating trajectories, identifying the milliseconds between strikes where vulnerability existed. 4 main tentacles, he muttered to himself while evading another blow that impacted the ground, creating a crater where he had been a second before. They emerge in sequence, with a 0.3-second delay between each. A tentacle managed to graze his leg in the next attack. The effect was instantaneous, an unnatural cold that penetrated even through his scales. Fortunately, Ren's internal light quickly reduced the effect, pushing back against the siphoning energy with a bright pulse, but the pain cost him an instant of doubt. The monster launched forward with its tentacles leading. Ren rolled to avoid a complete grab, his claws cutting the nearest appendage before it could coil around his ankle. The absorption reduced his energy, the light recovering from the damage but losing some intensity. But Ren had a plan. Each movement took him farther from Han, but also closer to the backpacks they had abandoned when they fell. The creature arched its segmented body, preparing for a faster and more direct attack. Its multiple insect legs tore through the air, generating a disturbing rhythmic clicking that reverberated throughout the chamber. Ren seized that moment to launch into a direct run toward the backpacks. The creature pounced, and the tentacles at its front pursued him, serpentining across the floor like rivers of purple death. As he passed the abandoned backpacks, his hand extended with precision. His fingers closed around the spear he had used against the male shadow stalker. The weapon, perfectly balanced thanks to Isaac's work, felt like a natural extension of his arm. Its weight felt reassuring, solid, a connection to the world above. But the beast would give him no time to celebrate. A mass of tentacles converged on him from multiple angles, closing any escape route with nightmarish coordination. With an acrobatic leap that would have made Lin proud, Ren jumped over the first tentacle, rolled under the second, and executed a mid-air spin with the spear and claws to cut the third and fourth. The Hydron ring increased his agility to superhuman levels, allowing him to perform maneuvers that seemed to defy normal physics. Time itself seemed to slow as his enhanced perception processed each movement, each threat, each opportunity at more than double their real speed. Before falling, Ren drove the spear into the ground and used the momentum to catapult himself upward, just as the beast's head collided with the spot where he had been. The movement carried him to land on one of the creature's upper segments. The sensation was repulsive. Beneath his feet, abyssal energy emanated directly against his scales, slowly trying to corrode his protection and his light. The worm twisted violently, trying to dislodge the intruder from its back. Ren drove the spear in as an anchor to maintain balance. The beast roared, a sound that seemed to combine the agonized screams of all its prey. The walls themselves vibrated with the force of its cry, small stones and dust raining from the ceiling. From his new elevated position, Ren could clearly see the creature's corrupted core, a pulsating mass of purple energy located just beneath the plates of the central segment. "There it is," he whispered, his eyes fixing on the target. Sweat stung his eyes, but he dared not blink. The creature seemed to sense his intention. It coiled protectively, partially hiding its core while more tentacles emerged from its posterior end. They whipped through the air with greater ferocity, their movements less controlled but more dangerous in their wild unpredictability. Ren breathed deeply, centering his mind as Lin had taught him. The light seemed to respond to his concentration, directing more energy to his arms. Ren jumped toward the backpacks full of skins again to land on something soft, avoiding the bite and tentacles that lashed the air behind him. With a movement that combined strength, precision, and all his desperation, Ren launched the spear directly toward the corrupted core during his mid-jump. The spear cut through the air like lightning, its trajectory aimed at the abomination's only vital point. Time seemed to slow as the weapon flew, the chamber silent save for the whistling sound of its passage through the air. Chapter 230, Taming Desperation. Meanwhile, Leora and Luna's group, the impacts against the containment wall intensified by the moment. Shizu stopped, leaning against the wall of the tunnel she had been excavating for the past few minutes. Her breathing was labored, each inhalation a visible effort that made her shoulders heave. The Earth Wolverine she had fully manifested was beginning to show signs of exhaustion, its earthy form crumbling slightly at the edges as her control wavered. "Need to keep going?" she gasped, sliding down until she was on one knee. Her face was drawn with fatigue, skin ashen beneath the dirt that smeared her features. "We can't stop." Mako looked at her with concern but also urgency. "Those shadow stalkers will break through the wall soon. I felt them through the ground." Hikari illuminated Shizu's face with her firefly, the light revealing the worrying pallor beneath the layer of dirt. "She's at her limit," she diagnosed, her voice soft but clinical. Pushing her further could cause a mana collapse. The guards exchanged meaningful glances. Maria was the first to speak, her voice firm despite the tension that tightened her jaw. "The priority is clear," she declared. "We must protect Ladies Luna and Leora at all costs. If Shizu cannot continue the planned route, we will stay to contain the beasts while you seek another path." The other guards nodded silently, their beasts partially manifesting in preparation for what might be their final stand. Their faces betrayed no fear, only grim determination born from years of training. "We won't abandon anyone," Luna protested, her shadow wolf briefly flaring around her silhouette. "There must be another solution." A tense silence fell over the group as they evaluated their options, interrupted only by another distant impact against the containment wall. "Up!" Leora suddenly pointed toward the tunnel ceiling, her will-o-wisp brightening with her excitement. "We could dig directly toward the surface. It's a much faster path than continuing to tunnel all the way to the camp. And it would allow us to find Zhao more quickly," Luna added, immediately grasping the idea. Mako shook her head, her expression somber. "Too risky. Night is very close. Besides, there's an 80% probability of intersecting another Shadow Stalker tunnel between 30 and 5 meters of depth. That depth is completely infested." "Then what do you suggest?" Luna asked, frustration filtering into her normally controlled tone. "The area under the camp is the only safe island," Mako explained. As Song had explained before Zhao repeated it to them, the ground there had a higher concentration of calcium and was drier due to the old efforts of auxiliaries and earth element masters, which naturally repelled shadow stalkers. "Remember why they forbid us from digging deep to set traps during gathering." Her night ambusher rippled along her skin as she spoke. "Reaching the island and emerging from beneath the tent is our only safe path." A new impact sent vibrations through the tunnel, stronger than before. Small stones dislodged from the ceiling, pattering around them like ominous rain. "We don't have time for debates," Maria declared. "The wall won't hold much longer." Luna knelt beside Shizu, studying her exhausted face. She gently brushed a strand of dirt-caked hair from the girl's forehead. "Can you make it to the camp?" she asked directly, her voice gentle but firm. Shizu tried to stand, only to stagger. Her wolverine flickered, almost dematerializing for a moment before stabilizing again. "No, I don't think I can, my lady." The admission seemed to pain her more than her physical exhaustion. "Then it's decided," Luna rose, her decision made. "We'll dig upward. It's our best option now." "If we encounter a shadow stalker tunnel?" Mako began to protest. "Then we'll have to deal with it," Leora completed, her will-o-wisp manifesting to illuminate the space with renewed intensity. The ethereal flames cast dancing shadows across their determined faces. The guards exchanged another look before Maria nodded with resignation. "If you're going to do it, then we'll establish conditions," she declared with authority. "If you find a populated tunnel, don't fight. Run back immediately to where Lin is. We'll stay here to ensure you have an escape route." "You can't stay," Leora protested, her normally quiet voice rising. "You're coming with us." "Our mission is to protect you," responded one of the guards, her tone leaving no room for discussion. "That means securing your escape, even at our own cost if necessary." Hikari intensified her firefly's light, illuminating the tunnel ceiling. "Let's begin then. An angle of about 45 degrees should take us to the surface quickly without compromising accessibility and mobility too much." With Shizu, too exhausted to contribute significantly, the others combined their efforts. Mako used her night ambusher to displace Earth, while Luna and the others applied their own beasts in creative ways to facilitate excavation. The new tunnel began to take shape, ascending at a pronounced angle toward what they hoped would be safety. The earth yielded grudgingly to their efforts, each handful of soil and stone representing another step closer to the surface. 25 meters, 20 meters, 15 meters. Sweat soaked their clothes, but the sensation of approaching the surface kept their spirits up. Perhaps, against all odds, they had found a direct path to salvation. It was then that Trent, who had slightly advanced ahead with his fire ant, stopped abruptly. His body went rigid, one hand raised in warning. "Wait," he whispered, his body tensing. "I feel something. Vibration in the wall." Everyone froze, sharpening their senses. A barely perceptible sound filtered through the earth, the soft dragging of bodies, the brushing of tentacles against stone. "Shadow stalkers have sensed the vibration of our advance," Mako confirmed, in a tense whisper. "On the other side of this wall." As if responding to their name, the earth began to give way at several points, small holes appearing as the creatures on the other side perceived the disturbance and began to investigate. Tiny streams of dirt trickled down as the first probing tentacles searched for weaknesses in the barrier. "Fall back," Maria ordered, her armadillo beast fully manifesting, plates of protective armor spreading across her skin. "Now!" Luna looked toward the guards, desperation flickering in her eyes. "Come with us. We can—" She didn't have time to finish. A tentacle emerged through one of the holes, serpentining in the air as if seeking prey. Another followed, and then another. "Return to Lin!" shouted one of the guards, her beast launching itself against the first shadow stalker that had managed to create an opening large enough to pass through. "We'll hold them back. We won't leave you," Leora protested, her will-o-wisp intensifying as she prepared to fight. The flames flared with her emotion, bathing the tunnel in ghostly blue light. "Our mission is your safety," Mayo insisted, her beast already engaging another shadow stalker that was forcing its way through. "Do your part and return to Lin." Luna hesitated only a moment more before making a decision. They wouldn't leave without them. Zhao observed the situation with a grave expression, his mind evaluating possibilities while shadow stalkers continued flowing through the tunnels like rivers of nightmare. "Something's wrong," he murmured to himself. His owl partially manifested as he sharpened his vision to penetrate the deepest shadows of the cavern. Ren should have been able to control this situation. Knowing the boy as he now did, it seemed strange that he hadn't employed some ingenious strategy to evade the shadow stalkers. After all, Ren had demonstrated surprising knowledge about these creatures' weaknesses. With the cores of the males they had eliminated to enter, plus all the resources they had collected, they should have had sufficient tools to create illusions or vibrations like the previous time and lead everyone in an orderly retreat. "Unless they can't use them," Zhao concluded, concern accentuating on his face. "Unless they're separated, or something worse." Night was approaching rapidly. Soon the entire surface would be infested with fully awakened shadow stalkers. Zhao weighed his options, aware that each passing moment narrowed his choices. "I'll have to intervene directly," he decided, the responsibility weighing on his shoulders. Part of him regretted that this would mean reducing the group's grade. They had collected an impressive amount of materials, possibly the largest ever recorded by first-year students. But the protocols were clear. Any direct teaching intervention to rescue students from the site beasts implied a significant penalty in the final evaluation. "Safety first," he reminded himself as his owl fully manifested, extending almost spectral wings that merged with his arms. "Grades can wait." With a fluid movement, Zhao extracted several feathers from his wings. Chapter 231 Taming Aid. With a fluid movement, Zhao extracted several feathers from his wings. Aiming with millimetric precision, he launched the first feather. It cut through the air like a bolt of silver light, penetrating 3 aligned shadow stalkers before embedding itself in the cavern wall. Without pause, Zhao continued his assault. Each feather found multiple targets, eliminating shadow stalkers with an efficiency that spoke of decades of combat experience. His movements were fluid and economical, wasting no energy as he positioned himself for optimal firing angles. His owl eyes enhanced his precision to superhuman levels, allowing him to calculate trajectories that seemed almost impossible. Time itself appeared to slow as he tracked the movement of each creature, predicting exactly where they would be when his projectiles arrived. "Too easy," Zhao murmured, his eyes scanning the battlefield. He advanced deeper into the cavern, eliminating shadow stalkers almost distractedly, while his mind continued working on the mystery. His feathers returned to him after each kill, eliminating even more creatures on their way back, while he positioned himself at different angles. Each feather that returned merged seamlessly with his owl manifestation, ready to be used again. Dozens of beasts lay dead in the tunnel, and only the wall, product of the combined efforts of Taro, Shizu, Umi, and Larissa, remained standing. The battle against the shadow stalkers underground continued. One after another, the students' beasts began to disappear. Jun's monkey was the first. It had been keeping 3 shadow stalkers at bay simultaneously, its agile movements a blur of fur and claws. But when a 4th wrapped around its leg, the creature emitted an agonizing shriek. No! June cried out as he felt the bond break, falling to his knees while the pain of forced cancellation and the difficulty of controlling unbound mana coursed through him. Sora's deer resisted for barely a few seconds more. Its antlers had impaled multiple shadow stalkers, the elegant beast charging and pivoting with surprising grace in the confined space. But the continuous absorption of vitality finally depleted its reserves. With a final flash, the majestic creature vanished, leaving Sora gasping and pale, her hands clutching the tunnel wall to keep from collapsing. "Fall back," Maria ordered, her armadillo serving as another defensive barrier, its plates expanding to shield as many students as possible. "Conserve your beast's energy." But it was already too late for many. Trent's fire ant consumed itself in flames, unable to maintain its material form. The small beast fled brilliantly one last time, incinerating 2 shadow stalkers in its final act before winking out of existence. Mayo's cloudbird dissipated like mist under the midday sun. Mako, who had been fighting on the front line from the beginning, finally reached her limit. A night ambusher's claws slashed one last time before dissolving, and she collapsed unconscious, saved from the tentacles only by Kira's goat's quick intervention. The horned beast charged the creatures, knocking them back with powerful impacts before it too began to fade. Hana's Venus extended its roots, creating a defensive network around the unconscious Mako. The plant's tendrils wove together in a protective lattice, temporarily keeping the shadow stalkers at bay. It worked for a brief moment, until the shadow stalkers, learning quickly, began attacking the roots instead of the adjacent earth. The plant shuddered and began to visibly wither. "Hikari Leora, I need light," Luna shouted, her shadow wolf struggling to maintain its form while repelling the creatures. Both responded instantly. Hikari's firefly emitted a blinding flash that momentarily disoriented the shadow stalkers, while Yora's will-o-wisp created a barrier of blue flames that kept the closest ones at bay. But it was evident in their contracted faces and in the trembling of their hands that they were operating at the limit of their capabilities. "We can't maintain this much longer," Hikari murmured. Her firefly's light pulsed erratically, growing dimmer with each flash. "Something's wrong," Maria observed between gasps. "They're absorbing too quickly, as if they were hungry for something specific." Her armadillo's plates had begun to crack in places, small fissures appearing where the shadow stalker's touch had drawn out too much vitality. A different vibration then traveled through the tunnel. It wasn't the familiar soft scraping of female shadow stalkers, but something more intense, more powerful. Leora visibly paled. "It's the nuptial flight," she whispered in horror. "We must be near the dispersal season." Hikari turned to her, confusion momentarily overriding her fear. "Ren told me in the tunnels that the males of this species aren't males like those of ours. They're not what they seem," Laura explained. "Shadow stalker queens create sentinel males not for reproduction but as carriers and protectors. The males transport young queens to new areas to establish colonies, along with some workers to start the process." "So in this colony they're creating more males now?" Hikari asked, her light dangerously flickering as her energy decreased. "It seems that." She didn't need to finish the sentence. A guttural sound, completely different from the hisses of female shadow stalkers, resonated through the tunnel. The creatures that had been attacking them momentarily stopped, as if listening to silent orders. "They're coming," Luna confirmed in the darkness what everyone feared. "The males." Her wolf, now reduced to little more than a shadow outline, growled weakly. Hana's Venus had collapsed almost completely, its roots now simple dry greenish threads. Matilda's armadillo maintained its position, but its shell was looking brittle and worn. The wall at the end of the tunnel gave way, and a creature emerged that made normal shadow stalkers seem harmless by comparison. The male shadow stalker entered the tunnel. Its tentacles were thicker, more numerous, and extended farther than those of its smaller counterparts. Behind it, a second male began to emerge like a nightmare taking physical form. "You must run, my ladies," her firefly, now barely a trembling point of light. The first male extended its tentacles, the energy pulsation in them so intense that the air itself seemed to distort around them. The few remaining beasts positioned themselves in defensive formation, but it was an almost symbolic gesture against such power. The male attacked. In the same instant, the ground beneath the shadow stalker exploded upward like a geyser of earth and stone. The creature was thrown backward, its tentacles flailing in momentary confusion as it was launched into the air. A figure emerged from the ground, with the fluidity of one who dominates the earth element, as an extension of their own being. Julius stood up between the students and the shadow stalkers, his wolverine fully manifested, transforming his arms into colossal claws of crystallized rock. "Take cover," he ordered, his voice resonating with natural authority as the earth around him began to move as if it had a life of its own. The ground trembled beneath their feet, responding to his will like an eager servant. Without waiting for a response, Julius struck the ground with both fists. The earth responded to his command, undulating like a wave that rose to form a protective wall in front of the students. The barrier emerged with startling speed. The second male had finished emerging, and now both converged on Julius, their tentacles extending like deadly whips, hungry for the powerful mana signature they detected. But Julius was in his element, literally. With impossibly precise movements, he created stalagmites that eliminated each of the creatures in sight, while simultaneously sealing the tunnel with all the adjacent earth. Tons of weight that had cost Shizu so much effort to move were now like extensions of his own hands, responding to his will with perfect obedience. In moments, what had been a desperate battle became a one-sided demonstration of mastery over the earth element. Chapter 232-232, Taming Disillusionment. The spear cut through the air like a silver lightning bolt, its trajectory perfect. The weapon impacted exactly where Ren had aimed, cleanly piercing the pulsating core of the abomination. The tip sank deep into the glowing mass with barely any resistance. An ear-splitting shriek reverberated throughout the chamber, so high-pitched that Ren felt as if his head might explode. The creature writhed violently, while the spear remained firmly embedded in its center. Ren landed in the abandoned backpacks. Without losing a second, his hands found the bow and quiver of arrows he had left behind. His fingers closed around the weapon while he was already nocking an arrow in case a follow-up shot was needed. But it was merely an excessive precaution. "Should be enough," he murmured, his mushrooms pulsing as he assessed the damage caused. The spear went directly through the core. Any moment now it should. He stopped abruptly, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. Something wasn't right. The creature continued writhing, yes, but its agony seemed contained. It wasn't the reaction of a being whose vital core had been destroyed. There was no catastrophic energy release, no cascading failure of its systems. The abomination shook again, and the spear fell to the ground with an almost metallic clang, its bright tip stained with a purple fluid. But where the destroyed core should have been, where there should have been catastrophic damage, there was nothing. "That can't be," Ren whispered, understanding hitting him like a sledgehammer. "The core." His eyes frantically scanned the creature's segmented body, and then he saw it. Or rather, he saw them. Energy pulsations now appeared at multiple points on its body's small cores glowing beneath its plates, strategically distributed along its segments. Each one pulsed with the same sickly purple light, creating a hypnotic rhythm of illumination across the monster's form. It was an illusion, Ren realized, a drop of cold sweat running down his temple as he tensed an arrow in his bow. The core was a fake. The beast seemed to react to his discovery. The multiple cores pulsed, changing position with greater speed as if mocking him. The purple light they emitted intensified in brightness, projecting distorted shadows on the chamber walls that seemed to dance with malevolent purpose. "It has advanced mimetic capabilities," Ren quickly analyzed while backing away, keeping the arrow drawn. "It doesn't just absorb physical characteristics from its prey, but also their abilities. The illusion of the hole we fell through." His mind worked at full speed. What beast in the area could generate such convincing illusions? None of the bronze-rank creatures it had absorbed possessed that capability at such a level of complexity. Unless the illusion of a mimic insect projected onto a living mineral, he murmured. So, something like a living illusion, the abyssal beast, as if having understood that its trick had been discovered, emitted a metallic screech that seemed to tear the air itself. Its segments began to contract and expand in a hypnotic rhythm, and before Ren's eyes the creature began to change. The transformation was both fascinating and horrifying, like watching a nightmare reshape itself into something worse. The tentacles extended again, now moving with more erratic and unpredictable patterns. Some merged together to form thicker appendages, while others split into finer, whip-like structures that cracked the air with each movement. The plates covering its body reorganized, some fusing while others divided. The tentacles transformed into more solid structures, resembling barbed harpoons more than the absorptive appendages they had been moments before. The head, that nightmare of combined features, contracted upon itself before expanding into a new configuration even more terrifying. "It's adapting," Ren realized with horror. "It's evolving in response to the encounter." The multiple cores were now visible to the naked eye, pulsing beneath transparent plates that had previously been opaque. They shifted position constantly, never remaining in the same place for more than a second, making targeting any single one nearly impossible. Never tipped with a greater worm's tooth, not a lesser worm's tooth like his first planned arrows. The teeth of the greater worm were capable of penetrating one rank higher, in this case silver. The projectile whistled through the air and embedded directly into one of the visible cores, but not very deep. The creature shuddered, the arrow fell away, and the wound began to close almost immediately, purple light knitting the damaged tissue together. Accelerated regeneration. Ren prepared another arrow, his mind desperately evaluating strategies. I need to attack all the possible cores. I have no way to damage it quickly enough to prevent regeneration. The Hydra roared within him, eager to face this abomination with Ren at full strength, but Ren knew that, even with his beast enhanced by the mushroom's light and the ring, the power difference was too great. A direct confrontation would be suicide. The abomination seemed to perceive his dilemma. The segments of its body finished compacting, conferring greater power to its movements. The creature launched forward with terrifying speed, its head converted into a lethal projectile. Ren barely had time to throw himself to the side, avoiding direct impact by millimeters. The floor where he had been standing shattered, fragments of corrupted living mineral and earth flying in all directions. Too close, he gasped, rolling to stand again, his muscles protesting the sudden movement. The beast gave him no time to recover. With a fluid movement, it retracted its spearhead and charged again. This time, Ren jumped to the other side, feeling the displacement of air brush his face as the head passed beside him. The impact against the chamber wall was devastating. The rock cracked, fragments of stone and crystal falling like rain onto the floor. Ren dodged 2 more attacks, each more precise than the last. The creature was learning, calculating his movements, gradually reducing his maneuvering space. With each charge, more sections of the chamber were destroyed. Jumping to avoid a new attack, Ren noticed something strange. When crystal fragments fell from the walls and ceiling, some of the multiple cores he had seen seemed to flicker, as if their image suffered interference. The crystals, he murmured to himself, an idea forming in his mind while dodging another devastating charge. His eyes darted around the chamber, noting how the light played across the crystalline surfaces embedded in the walls. As he landed after the jump, one of the creature's tentacles reached him, grazing his leg. The effect was immediate and painful, an unnatural cold that penetrated to the bone, draining his vital energy. Ren cut the tentacle with his claws, but the damage was done. His leg felt numb, more light energy reconfiguring to heal it, diverting precious resources from his combat capabilities. However, the observation had been worth the price. Each time a crystal fragment fell from the chamber's structure, the illusions flickered momentarily, revealing inconsistencies in what should have been solid form. The crystals are amplifying and reflecting the illusory capability, Ren understood while evading another attack by centimeters. They're part of the system. If he could break the illusion, perhaps he could find the true core. Chapter 23233 Taming Disillusionment 2. If Ren could break the illusion, perhaps he could find the true core. The beast seemed to sense the shift in his mood from the discovery. With a roar that combined the agonized screams of dozens of different creatures, it intensified its attacks. The spearhead moved so fast it was barely a blur in the hot, stale air of the chamber. One of the attacks connected partially, sending Ren crashing against the wall. The impact knocked the breath from his lungs, black spots dancing in his vision as he fought to maintain consciousness. Beside him, a large crystal fragment detached from the wall, the jarring impact having loosened it from its setting. And in that instant he saw it. When the crystal hit the ground and shattered, one of the cores, the one pulsating in the enormous Shadowstalker Queen segment of the tail, didn't flicker like the others. It remained constant, its purple light unwavering amidst the chaos of failing illusions. Ren needed confirmation. With his enhanced strength, he grabbed one of the large crystal fragments from the floor and hurled it against an intact section of the chamber. The impact caused more crystals to break free from the walls, cascading down in a glittering rain of sharp fragments. Again, while the illusions flickered, the core in the third segment remained constant, its purple glow undisturbed by the disturbance in the crystal network. There it is. Ren pulled himself up with renewed determination, ignoring the pain radiating from his battered body. The true core. The creature seemed to sense that its secret had been discovered. Showing its intelligence, it made its light dimmer so Ren would not see its tail. Its movements became more calculated, more defensive. It positioned its segments differently, shifting to better protect the area Ren now watched so intently. I need to reach the spear, and then attack the real core. But the creature wouldn't give him that opportunity so easily. As if it had read his thoughts, it intensified its attacks against Ren, pushing him away from the weapon, limiting his ability to maneuver. Fine, Ren murmured, gathering his strength. One last effort. His eyes fixed on the fallen weapon several meters away, its edge still gleaming with the beast's purple fluid. The spear lay tantalizingly out of reach, its crystalline tip catching what little light existed in the chamber. The light from the mushrooms and the ring was gradually diminishing too, The energy they provided, so vital for maintaining his enhanced capabilities, was reaching its limit. Soon he wouldn't have enough power to face the creature or even to dodge its relentless attacks. "It's now or never," he told himself, feeling how exhaustion began to infiltrate his trained muscles. The creature was intelligent, so Ren would have to be even smarter than it. Most creatures inhabiting these depths had adapted without relying on sight, depending primarily on detecting vibrations and other specialized senses. But this abomination, having absorbed characteristics from multiple species, was different. It possessed various types of eyes, but not all were optimized for total darkness. Not all were blind to light. A dangerous but potentially effective idea began to form in his mind. "It's almost impossible to turn off my lights with my mushroom in my body," he murmured to himself. With a concentration that defied his exhaustion, Ren dodged the next attack and immediately expelled his beasts from his body. He did something he had never done before, invoking his beasts separately while remaining alone. The Hydra emerged beside him as it assessed the situation, its scaled body reflecting dim light as it tensed for action. The small mushroom from his head appeared in his hand, the creature forming an independent body the size of a fist, its luminescent filaments pulsing as it looked at Ren with curiosity. "I'm sorry, little friend," Ren whispered, squeezing the mushroom, "but I need you to do me a favor." The little mushroom emitted a pulse of light that seemed to convey confusion as it was compressed. Without giving time for further doubts, Ren threw it with all his strength toward the opposite end of the chamber. The mushroom traced an arc of light through the darkness, emitting a faint pulse of indignation that only Ren could interpret as it soared through the air. "I'm not a stone. This is not an appropriate use for a companion," it protested as it flew through the air, its luminescence creating an ephemeral trail behind it like a miniature comet. The abyssal beast, detecting the movement and light, partially turned its attention toward the strange event. Its multiple senses attempted to process the separation of energies that until now had remained united. The creature's head swiveled toward the light source, tentacles extending reflexively toward the new stimulus. With the mushroom away from his body, darkness enveloped Ren almost completely. Without the constant luminescence of the mushrooms in his hair, his presence became much more difficult to detect. Only the faint energy signature of the Hydra remained, but that too was part of the plan. "Go," he ordered in a whisper to the Hydra. "Distract it." The creature, understanding perfectly, began moving in the opposite direction from the mushroom, its feet deliberately generating what little vibrations it could against the floor. The abyssal beast immediately detected this new movement, its senses divided between the two contradictory signals. Its head swiveled back and forth, unable to focus on a single target. Motionless against the crystalline wall, Ren held even his breath. Without movement, without light, without any vibration, he had become a blind spot for the abomination's senses. He blended with the chamber wall, his survival now depending on absolute stillness. The beast emitted a shriek of confusion. Its senses, though powerful, were overloaded by contradictory signals. The mushroom emitted light but few vibrations. The Hydra generated strong vibrations but no light. And the human? Where was the human? The creature's head rotated between the 2 points of interest, unable to decide which represented the true threat. Finally, after several moments of indecision, its enormous eyes began to dilate, absorbing every available photon to try to visualize what its other senses couldn't detect. The beast slowly approached where Ren remained motionless, its head oscillating gently as its eyes strained to distinguish shapes in the almost complete darkness. The tentacles extended, brushing the air mere centimeters from where Ren held his breath. It was time. With a thought as swift as it was decisive, Ren simultaneously reabsorbed both the Hydra and the mushroom. The beasts returned to him in a beam of light, reintegrating into his body in an instant. The energy surged through him like a lightning strike, filling every cell with renewed power. The mushrooms emerged again in his hair, but this time Ren channeled all available energy toward them. Concentrating every particle, he forced the mushrooms to release a pulse of light so intense that it seemed to transform the subterranean chamber into broad daylight. The flash was blinding, instantaneous and devastating for the beast, whose eyes had dilated to their maximum to search for him in the darkness. The abomination emitted a shriek of pure pain, its multiple eyes violently contracting, unable to process the sudden luminous assault. The creature recoiled, tentacles flailing wildly as it tried to shield its sensitive visual organs from the searing light. It was precisely this instant that Ren had been waiting for. With the Hydra fully manifested and integrated into his body, his muscles powered to their maximum by the fusion, Ren launched himself forward, in a movement so explosive that his feet left cracks in the crystalline covering. Time seemed to slow down as he flew through the air, each second fragmented into microseconds of perfect clarity. His vision narrowed to a single point, the true core, now exposed as the creature writhed in blindness and pain. Chapter 234, 234 Taming A2 in Larissa and Tara's group. The walls trembled with each new impact. The shadow stalkers on the other side had intensified their attacks, as if sensing that the structure was about to give way. "Turn hands against the minerals," feeling the vibrations transmit through her palms. "It won't hold much longer," she warned, turning toward the group. Her face was drawn with concern, eyes darting between the weakening wall and the student she was responsible for protecting. Taro, Umi, and Larissa constantly reinforced the structure, channeling what little remained of their energies to maintain the solidity of the wall. Their faces were pale with effort, sweat beading on their foreheads as they fought to keep the barrier intact. Meanwhile, Mira and Matilda's rope descended slowly into the dark hole where Ren and Han had disappeared. They had already extended about 100 meters of line, but the absolute darkness made it impossible to know how much more they would need. "How much farther could it be?" Min asked, peering over the edge of the hole. The light from the wall's crystals barely penetrated a few meters into the darkness before being devoured by the gloom. Beyond that lay only impenetrable shadow. "Impossible to know until we reach the bottom or feel a tug from the boys," Lin responded, dividing her attention between the threatened wall and the rescue operation. "For all we know, it could be twice what we've extended so far." "Or more," Larissa added, her voice strained from the effort. "We can't continue like this," Taro panted, sweat running down his face. His living tunnel, though evolved, was reaching the limit of its capabilities against so many enemies. "We need to reach Ren soon, or we won't get out of this." Lin nodded gravely. She wasn't sure she could keep the students safe. They had placed too much confidence in Ren, who made it seem impossible not to be able to face any mishap in this easy zone. Now she faced a terrible decision. It was the kind of decision no instructor wanted to make protect the present group or try to rescue those who had fallen. Each option carried its own weight of responsibility and potential regret. It was then that they saw it. A flash of light, brief but intensely bright, ascended from the depth of the hole like an inverted lightning bolt. It illuminated the chamber for a split second before fading away, leaving ghostly afterimages dancing in their vision. "What was that?" Mira blinked, rubbing her eyes. "Ren?" Min had no doubts. Those are his mushrooms when he forces them. But events weren't happening alone or in order. A new sound drew their attention. It didn't come from the internal wall they were having more trouble defending, but from the opposite one, where they had sealed the cave entrance and there were fewer shadow stalkers. It sounded as if hundreds of creatures were moving frenetically on the other side while the air whistled through small cracks in the barrier. "Maybe they want to increase pressure there too," Umi observed with alarm. "If they attack this intensely from both sides simultaneously." Lin quickly evaluated the new situation. Perhaps it was time to send the children into the escape hole. An attack that broke the walls and came from both broken fronts simultaneously would be impossible to contain. They would be overwhelmed in seconds. But then, as suddenly as it had begun, the noise outside the wall leading to the main exit began to diminish. Finally, it ceased completely. "What's happening?" Matilda whispered, her eyes wide with uncertainty. Lin cautiously approached that wall, pressing her ear against the stone. The sudden silence was almost as unnerving as the previous commotion. Something or someone has changed the situation. It's not night yet, so. Meanwhile, the other wall, containing the shadow stalkers from the deeper section, continued receiving increasingly powerful impacts. An alarming crack indicated that a section was beginning to give way. "I can't hold it," Taro shouted, attempting to repair the crack, his hands pressed desperately against the fracturing stone. Lin made an instant decision. "We need to open the other wall," she declared, pointing toward the now silent barrier. "It could be help." After a moment of tense deliberation, the group nodded. With extreme caution, Lin directed Larissa to create a small opening in the silent wall, just large enough for them to see what lay beyond. Then a familiar face appeared. "Professor Zhao." Mira exhaled with palpable relief, her shoulders sagging as tension fled her body. Indeed, Zhao peered through the opening, his owl markings glowing intensely as he rapidly assessed the situation. Behind him, the passage was clear, the floor littered with the remains of shadow stalkers. "Widen the opening," he ordered. While Taro and the others expanded the opening, a cracking sound indicated that the other wall had finally yielded. The shrieks of shadow stalkers filled the air as they began to flood the space, their translucent bodies gleaming in the dim light as they poured through the fissures. "Behind me!" Zhao shouted, beginning to launch feathers with deadly accuracy.
Forward through the widened opening.
Lin ensuring that everyone passed safely before her, but also covering for Mira and Matilda to keep the line going as the shadow stalkers surged forward. In Leora and Luna's group, the last shadow stalker was crushed under the power of Julius's Earth Wolverine. With a fluid movement, Julius sealed the final opening through which more creatures could enter. The earth responded to his will, as if it were an extension of his own body, flowing and hardening at his command with perfect obedience. "It's safe now," he announced, turning toward the group of exhausted students. The scene was desolate. First-year students, who should have been enjoying a gathering excursion in which they had already achieved an astonishing goal, now found themselves in various states of exhaustion and shock. Some leaned on each other to remain standing, while others had simply collapsed against the tunnel walls, their faces pale from the vitality drain they had suffered. But this was very strange to Julius. They had shown they had a perfect lineup for this area, and yet they had reached such a bad state. "I'll have to get you out of here," Julius decided. With precise movements, he began manipulating the earth to create an ascending platform. With it, he reconfigured the ground and raised all the students simultaneously, more difficult but perfect for those most weakened. The earth rose beneath them in a smooth, controlled motion, carrying them upward toward safety. As the earth reconfigured under his command, Julius evaluated the situation. Several students would need immediate attention. The signs of mana poisoning were clear in at least 3 of them, and vitality loss had severely affected several more. Luna and Leora, exhausted but determined, approached him as he supervised the ascent. Despite their fatigue, they moved with the ingrained grace of nobility, refusing to succumb entirely to their exhaustion. Luna began, her normally controlled voice now tense with effort and concern. "Ren and Han are still down there. They fell through a hole," Leora added, her will-o-wisp barely a weak flicker. "We have to rescue them." Julius observed them, recognizing the brave effort they were making to remain conscious. Both had exceeded their limits, and their beasts could no longer fully manifest. "I think I understand the situation," he responded gravely. "But look around you." With a gesture, he encompassed all the injured students. "Several of your companions need anti-mana medicine urgently," he continued. "And nightfall is approaching. When darkness comes, this entire area will be infested." Leora tried to protest, but exhaustion almost made her fall. Only Julius's quick reflexes prevented her from collapsing. His arms steadied her, firm but gentle. "In your current condition, none of you would survive the journey back to camp without protection," he explained while helping her stabilize. "And I cannot divide myself." The frustration in both girls' eyes was palpable, but even they couldn't deny the logic of his decision. "But we can't abandon them," Laura insisted, her voice barely a whisper. "We aren't abandoning them," Julius assured, his tone firm but compassionate. "I'll return as soon as I get everyone to safety. Now we must move," he ordered. "Every minute counts." With painful but necessary resignation, Luna and Leora nodded. Julius cast one last look toward the sealed depths, where he didn't know that right now 2 students were fighting for their lives against unknown dangers. "Hold on," he murmured, before turning to guide the survivors to safety. Ren's vision narrowed to a single point, the true core, although he couldn't know it. He would receive no help in time. He would have to resolve his situation on his own. The weight of survival rested solely on his shoulders, with Han's life hanging in the balance alongside his own. The creature, temporarily blinded, thrashed its tentacles erratically, trying to ignore the pain in its damaged eyes. Ren slipped between 2 tentacles that flailed blindly, dodging by millimeters a third that almost struck him by pure chance. His outstretched hand could almost feel the spear already, fingers extended toward the weapon that might be their only salvation. Taming Disillusionment 3. Ren ran every muscle in his body, propelled by Lin's relentless training, but the abyssal beast didn't remain paralyzed after momentarily losing its vision. In a movement that defied all natural understanding, the creature did something that froze Ren's blood. It voluntarily detached its eyes. The visual organs dropped from its head like ripe seeds falling from a plant, landing on the ground with sickening wet sounds. The creature had decided that sight was a weakness in this battle. Without the distraction of visual stimuli, the beast fully reconnected with its other senses. Ren finally reached the spear. The weapon felt like a natural extension of his arm, its weight reassuring as he landed on one knee, pivoting to face the abomination once more. Now, with the spear in his hand and exact knowledge of where the true core was located, Ren had a real chance. A single opportunity to end this nightmare once and for all. The beast had rid itself of its eyes, but that had taken a second. Taking advantage of that second of distraction, Ren leaped forward, suspending himself in the air so the now blind creature would have trouble perceiving the direction of the attack. His body traced a perfect arc through the vitiated air, the spear extended before him like the point of a compass seeking true north. The segment containing the true core was now within his reach. It was the last one, the massive tail that appeared to be a grotesque hybrid between a worm and a shadow stalker queen, swollen and pulsing with purple energy. With every fiber of his muscles, Ren launched the spear. The weapon cut through the air like lightning. its path true and unwavering. The tip penetrated cleanly into the abdominal section of the segment, piercing through protective plates and alien tissue until burying itself deeply into the pulsating core. This time the reaction was immediate and catastrophic. A shriek, different from any sound Ren had ever heard before, reverberated throughout the chamber. The tail segment grotesquely swelled, pulsing with unstable purple energy that leaked through cracks appearing on its surface. The fissures spread like spiderwebs, purple light spilling from each new opening. Ren barely had time to land and take cover behind a sizable corpse before the core imploded. The energy released from its containment collapsed inward before exploding outward in a small shockwave of abyssal power. When he could finally focus his vision again, Ren observed with horror what he had unleashed. From the shattered segment emerged small creatures, dozens of them. They were like abyssal miniatures, reduced versions of the greater abomination, with combined features of beasts, but better structured. They writhed blindly, their translucent bodies weakly pulsing with residual purple light before fading out and stopping completely. It was gestating offspring, Ren realized with a shiver that ran down his spine. It was going to reproduce using the Shadow Stalker Queen's capacity. The implications were terrifying. If this abomination had managed to establish itself and propagate its brood, it could have permanently altered the subterranean ecosystem and even the surface. It could have created a new species of abyssal predators adapted to any environment, combining the worst aspects of multiple beasts into something nature never intended. Relief washed over Ren. He had prevented the worst. He had identified and destroyed the true core. He had won, or so he thought. The beast's agonizing roar suddenly changed, transforming into a howl of pure primordial fury. The segment immediately adjacent to the destroyed one began to pulse with increasing intensity, the purple energy concentrating and crystallizing within it. Before Ren's horrified eyes, a new core was forming. That's not possible, he thought, desperation threatening to overwhelm him. If each segment can become the primary one. The realization hit him with devastating force. He wasn't facing a creature with multiple organs, he was fighting against a modular entity where each part could assume the central function. He had destroyed one core, but the beast was simply creating another. To completely eliminate it, he would have to destroy each segment individually, and in his current state, exhausted and at the limit of his capabilities, that task seemed impossible. For a moment, despair threatened to consume him. His muscles shook from sustained effort, his energy reserves almost exhausted, the fusion with his Hydra manifesting with increasing difficulty. The light that had sustained him was dimming, his extraordinary abilities fading as his strength waned. But then, like a beacon in the darkness, images of his parents working tirelessly to give him the best filled his mind. He saw Liu, Min, and Taro, his first true friends. He remembered Lin, who had seen potential in him when everyone else saw only a child with the weakest beast. He saw everyone who now shared fun adventures with him. And a few meters away, Han began to move weakly, his eyes slowly opening, disoriented and confused. His friend was still alive. I can't give up, Ren decided, determination hardening within him like tempered steel. Not while I can still move. Ignoring the pain radiating from every cell in his body, Ren launched himself toward where the spear had fallen after the explosion. The creature, now reorganized around its forming new core, pulled back, as if evaluating this opponent who refused to be easily defeated like all those before. Ren reached the spear, his fingers closing around the shaft with renewed determination. If this abomination could create new cores, he would destroy them one by one. No matter how many he needed to eliminate, he wouldn't stop until the threat had been neutralized. The creature and Ren faced each other again, each evaluating the other with new respect. The abomination had lost a complete segment and its reproductive capacity. Ren had proven to be much more than simple prey. He was a predator in his own right. A weak groan broke the tense calm. Han, finally regaining consciousness, tried to sit up, his body still weak from the vitality drain. His movements were sluggish, uncoordinated, his skin pale where the tentacles had touched him. Ren, he murmured, his voice barely audible. What? The reaction was instantaneous. The abyssal beast, detecting more vulnerable prey, sharply turned its attention toward Han. Its multiple sensors registered the weakness, the fragility, the opportunity. A hungry tremor ran through its remaining segments. With terrifying speed, the creature launched itself toward Han, tentacles extended like deadly spears directed at the defenseless boy. Han, still too disoriented to fully comprehend the danger, watched with bulging eyes as death approached. Ren reacted without thinking, his body moving on pure instinct. In a fluid movement, Calculated to take advantage of the beast's new angle of attack, he threw the spear. The weapon flew. The tip headed inexorably toward the new core that was forming, the point where the purple energy concentrated with greatest intensity. But Ren didn't stop there. In the same instant that the spear left his fingers, he launched himself with superhuman impulse toward Han, his body transformed into a projectile of pure determination. He moved faster than he ever had before, pushing beyond limits he didn't know he had, his only thought to reach his friend before the creature did. Chapter 2, 236, Taming Disillusionment, End 1. Divided by 2, his sister's face faded into the crowd, her terrified eyes desperately searching for him as the guards dragged her in the opposite direction. Han stretched out his small hands trying to reach her, but other arms held him firmly in place. "Hedda! Hedda!" he screamed, his childish voice breaking with the effort. Tears streamed down his face, hot against his cold skin. "Han!" his sister's voice echoed one last time before disappearing behind a carriage door. "I'll find you, I promise." The promise was never fulfilled. The following years merged into an endless sequence of exhaustive training to transform him into a perfect tool. Physical pain became so constant that Han learned to mentally separate himself from it, observing it as if it were happening to someone else. "Remember the rules," the instructor repeated, his face always in shadows as Han lay exhausted on the training floor. The cold stone pressed against his cheek, the only comfort in a world of calculated cruelty. "You know perfectly well that you are forbidden from seeing her directly, but if I contribute to my nation, Yino will ensure my sister has a good life," Han completed mechanically, the words engraved in his mind after countless repetitions. "The queen you got is your last resort," the instructor continued, his voice monotonous but laden with threat. "The only situation in which you will use it is one where a high-priority target is within your reach. Otherwise, it's better that you die without ever using it, rather than showing it to the enemy." The instructor then leaned in, his hot breath against Han's bruised face. "Remember that if we find out you've committed that offense, she will pay the consequences." The image of Hedda, now blurred after years of separation, was the only thing that kept Han functioning, the only thing that gave him purpose amid so much suffering. Her memory was both his strength and his weakness, the reason he endured, and the chain that bound him to his master's will. "Do you understand?" "Yes, master, I understand." The memory vanished like mist under the sun when a new wave of pain shot up from his knee and through Han's body. He focused on ignoring it as always. But reality returned brutally, the underground chamber, the abyssal monster, debris everywhere, and Ren, that strange mushroom boy, trying to protect him with his own body. The spear struck first. It penetrated cleanly into the segment where the new core pulsed, the tip piercing layers of alien tissue until reaching its target. Ren reached Han an instant later, just in time thanks to the beast twisting in pain just as the tentacles were about to make contact. "Hide in the tunnel!" Ren shouted, positioning his body between Han and the beast, using his own flesh as a shield. His mushrooms pulsed frantically, casting erratic shadows across his determined face. The beast writhed a few meters away, its energy distribution reconfiguring after losing another core. Han tried to stand to escape as requested, but a sharp pain in his leg stopped him. He looked down and saw the tear in his pants, blood soaking the fabric, his leg clearly fractured from the previous impact. Even if he ignored the pain, he couldn't move fast like this. He couldn't escape before the monster attacked again. If he used the Carrion Queen, he could save himself, but that would mean eliminating Ren with his own hands. Sacrificing an innocent to save himself, a final betrayal of whatever humanity remained within him. It wasn't something he wanted to do, so all that remained was to die as bait, and he accepted this fact with a calmness that would surprise anyone who hadn't gone through his training. Death was simply another possibility for which they had prepared him as a spy, another variable in the equation, the final page in a story written by others. "Ren," he called, his voice strangely serene. "Leave me. Save yourself." Ren turned to him, his face marked by small cuts and dirt, his light pulsing weakly. Exhaustion had carved deep lines around his eyes, yet determination blazed within them. "I can't," Ren responded, and Han could see in his eyes something he immediately recognized: genuine determination. It wasn't the manufactured determination that had been instilled in him during years of training. It was something natural, something real. "I already told you I couldn't sleep, and if I don't sleep, training with Lin is much worse." Han felt a strange mixture of emotions. Admiration for this boy who, with that beast and against all odds, had earned the respect of so many. Envy for the freedom that radiated from him, for having real friends, for being able to simply be himself, for having something to protect by his own choice, not out of obligation or fear, for possessing the very thing Han had been denied, the simple right to make his own decisions. "Don't be foolish," Han shouted, frustration breaking his facade of calm. "We'll both die if you stay." Ren simply smiled, that carefree smile he wore even in the tensest moments, and turned toward the beast that was beginning to recover. The segment following the destroyed one pulsed with increasing intensity, the purple energy condensing to form a new central core. "I don't plan to die," he stated with a simplicity that seemed almost absurd given the situation. The abyssal beast, now reorganized around its third core, prepared a frontal attack. Its tentacles, combined with insect legs and chitinous extensions, formed a living spear aimed directly at the children. Han closed his eyes, waiting for the inevitable impact. His last thought was for Hedda, silently apologizing for not being able to send her one final farewell letter. But instead of the pain he expected, he felt a wave of heat and heard a hissing sound like compressed air being released under pressure. He opened his eyes to witness something impossible. Lines of pure light traversed Ren's body, no longer emitting their usual soft glow. Now they shone with blinding intensity, converging in geometric patterns over the diamond plates covering his body. All the luminous energy seemed to concentrate in front of Ren, condensing into a brilliant point. The light intensified with each second, transitioning from a soft glow to a concentrated ray of pure energy. With a cry that channeled all his determination, Ren released the accumulated energy, a ray of light, so bright that Han had to narrow his eyes to avoid being blinded. The beam cut through the air, impacting directly against the beast's frontal attack. There was a moment of resistance, a frozen instant where opposing forces met and fought for supremacy. Then, Ren's light prevailed. The tentacles and extremities forming the creature's attack disintegrated upon contact with the ray, pulverized by the pure energy. The beam continued its relentless trajectory, vaporizing the beast's body segment by segment. Where it touched, corruption was cleansed, abyssal energy dissipated, and alien flesh simply ceased to exist. Han observed with absolute incredulity. The child whom some idiots called rotten, whom they despised for having the weakest beast, was facing an abyssal abomination with a power they couldn't dream of acquiring. Chapter 2, 37, 237. Taming Disillusionment End 2 divided by 2. Fragments of abyssal tissue scattered throughout the chamber. 3 complete segments were entirely destroyed. The other 15 remaining, now headless, collapsed with a dull thud. But the monstrosity was far from defeated. Before Han's horrified eyes, the beast began to reorganize itself once again. What remained of its original 20 segments, after losing 5 in battle, began to restructure. The last segment at the front started to swell and transform. Translucent membranes stretching as a new structure formed a grotesque mouth with rows of triangular teeth arranged in concentric rings. All remaining segments began functioning in coordination again, like independent control centers forming a collective organism, each capable of directing the whole. The abomination wasn't a creature with multiple vital organs. It was multiple creatures fused into a single modular consciousness. Ren fell to one knee, completely exhausted. The light had diminished to a faint glow, barely enough to illuminate his exhausted face. Despite his condition, Ren extended his arms in front of Han, determined to continue protecting him until the end. Han observed this boy, so different from anyone he had met before, someone with genuine concern for others. A memory, so vivid it almost hurt, emerged from the depths of his mind. "Why do you try so hard?" Han remembered asking, his childish voice filled with genuine curiosity as he watched his sister mending their worn clothes by the light of an almost consumed candle. Hedda had looked up, her fingers momentarily stopping their meticulous work. Her eyes were reddened from fatigue, but her smile never faltered when she spoke to him. "Because I love you, silly," she had answered with that particular mixture of toughness and tenderness that only she knew how to combine. "But the adults say we're pests," Han had insisted, repeating the cruel words he had heard whispered in the alleys. "That there are too many like us, that we consume resources." Hedda had put down the needle and taken his face between hands calloused from work, forcing him to look at her directly. "Listen to me, Han." Her voice had become intense, almost fierce. "No matter what they say, no matter our situation, I want you to be a good person, I promised our mother. You must be someone who knows what's right, even when it's difficult, especially when it's difficult. But—" "No buts," she had interrupted. "Promise me. Promise that you'll always try to do what's right, no matter what happens." And he, too young to fully understand what he was promising, had solemnly nodded. "I promise, sister." The memory faded, but left something vital in its place. A certainty. A decision. Ren deserved to live, this boy who had been willing to sacrifice himself defending him, who represented exactly what Hedda had wanted for him, deserved to have a chance. If I use my second beast, he'll discover me, Han thought, anxiety tightening his stomach. And if I'm discovered, Hedda will pay the consequences. But as he watched Ren, still trying to protect him, something changed inside him. A crystalline resolution formed, displacing years of fear and conditioning. No, Han decided. Hedda wouldn't want me to be different. She would want me to do what's right, especially when it's difficult. With a certainty he had never felt before, Han activated his beast. It wasn't a normal manifestation. It was Yino's extreme style, where human and beast not only fused but intermingled. His fractured leg dissolved into a mass of pulsating tissue that quickly reconstructed itself, but no longer as a human extremity. Instead, a chitinous leg with additional joints formed, characteristic of the abyssal carrion queen. The transformation didn't stop there. His torso expanded, chitinous plates emerging through the skin, his bone structure reconfiguring with wet cracking sounds. Translucent wings sprouted from his back, membranous and veined with patterns that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. In seconds, where a child had been before, now stood a monstrous abyssal wasp. The creature that had been Han moved with unnatural fluidity, positioning itself protectively in front of Ren. Multiple compound eyes glowed with intelligence as they evaluated the abomination, which surprisingly had halted its advance. The abyssal beast seemed to detect something familiar in the energy emanating from Han. Its movements became slower, almost cautious, its multiple senses vibrating as it analyzed this new presence. Han felt the connection immediately. Concentrating intensely, Han began releasing specific pheromones. The air around his transformed form distorted slightly. The pheromones reached the abomination, which reacted with a visible shudder. Its segments tensed, its tentacles retracted, and the multiple cores pulsed in a different rhythm, more harmonized. It was time. With a movement that combined physical gestures and chemical signals, Han issued an unequivocal command to go down, to the natural level of US abyssals. Slowly, the beast began to retreat. With a final roar that seemed to contain as much frustration as resignation, the abomination launched itself toward one of the openings in the chamber floor, disappearing into the depths with a sound similar to a train entering a tunnel. When the abomination finally withdrew, plunging into the depths where it belonged, Han turned toward Ren. He mentally prepared himself for what would come: the look of betrayal, the horror, perhaps even contempt. The reaction any inhabitant of Yano would have upon discovering a Yino infiltrator, a monster with an abyssal beast. But what he found was something completely unexpected. Ren was standing, yes, but barely. His body swayed dangerously, his unfocused eyes staring at an indefinite point in the void. A few threads of residual light still traversed his skin, but they were rapidly fading. Ren? Han took a cautious step toward him. His eyes tried to focus, his lips moved but emitted no sound. And then, like a puppet whose strings are cut, he began to collapse. Han barely had time to catch him. He examined him, noting with growing alarm the evident signs of mana poisoning. Ren's skin was pale, with an alarming greyish tint. Purplish veins marked his neck and temples, pulsing with an irregular rhythm. His pupils were dilated and cold sweat covered his forehead. His breathing was rapid and shallow. He absorbed too much mana from the environment to generate that last ray, Han understood, recognizing the symptoms from his training. His body couldn't process it correctly. Ren needed immediate medical attention. Just when he had saved himself from being discovered, he would have to stand firm. Han made an instant decision. He would use his transformed form to fly and take Ren to the surface. Once he delivered him to the professors, especially to Lin, who seemed to have such appreciation for him, Han would simply disappear. Perhaps he would fly directly to Yino, trying to reach his sister Hedda before it was too late, before the consequences of his betrayal fell upon her. His mission had ended. His cover would be sacrificed to save someone who inexplicably mattered that much to him. He prepared to ascend, but then he felt it. A powerful presence was descending through the tunnel at great speed. Someone or something was approaching, and the force emanating was considerable, clearly beyond a student's level. Han retracted his transformation immediately, the instinct ingrained by years of training taking control. If it was a professor, perhaps he still had a chance to maintain his cover. There was no time for speculation. With supreme effort, Han forced the carrion queen to retreat completely, ignoring the searing pain of his returning broken leg. In seconds, his body returned to its normal student appearance, though exhaustion hit him like an avalanche. He let himself fall beside Ren, feigning unconsciousness just as a figure landed gracefully in the center of the chamber. Through his half-open eyelids, Han saw Zhao. Chapter 2, 38, 238, 238, Taming Aid 3. Dozens of Shadow Stalker bodies lay scattered across the ground, their translucent forms gradually losing luminescence as death claimed even the last particle of their essence. His feathers were very effective in this territory, perhaps too much so. A necessary massacre, he told himself while evaluating the situation, but still, As an expert in this gathering ecosystem, Zhao understood the delicate balance. Shadow stalker colonies had their function in the natural order, keeping other, more aggressive species at bay. At least the queen and her closest guards must still be alive, he thought, finding some comfort in that fact. The guardians of the royal chamber would have remained in position, protecting their monarch instead of joining the attack frenzy. It was typical behavior. The colony would eventually recover. The widow queen's pheromones would travel for miles, eventually attracting some wandering male that would allow the cycle to be re-established. In a few months, the colony would thrive again. His reflections were interrupted by Lin. Her normally serene face showed clear signs of concern. "Professor Zhao," she said without preamble, the urgency evident in her voice. "There is much to explain, but right now the most important thing is to find Ren and Han." "What has happened?" he asked, his owl markings intensifying instinctively at the tension. "They fell through that hole," Lin explained quickly. "It was some kind of illusory trap." The girls had probably already found Julius through the vibrations in the earth, although they didn't know he was here, but most likely he would first take the students back to camp. "Which means he's far from where Ren might be now," Lin concluded. Lin continued, "You're the fastest option to rescue them." Zhao understood the situation, and without losing another second, headed toward the opening Lin had pointed out. The illusion had been deactivated, revealing a dark well that descended vertiginously into the depths. "I'm going to find them," he declared. "Keep the students safe until I return." Zhao launched himself into the void. Air currents enveloped him as he descended, his wings controlling the speed of descent. The darkness was almost complete, but his owl provided vision even in these conditions. As he fell, his amplified senses detected something disturbing, a trail of abyssal energy, faint but unmistakable. It wasn't a stable presence, but rather an echo, as if something had been there just moments ago and was now rapidly fading. Abyssal creatures shouldn't exist at this depth, much less in this area. The sensation briefly intensified as he continued his descent, only to dissipate completely, as if the source had disappeared or had been deliberately hidden upon sensing his power nearby. The discovery put him on maximum alert. First the worm abnormally close to the surface, then the illusory trap, and now abyssal energy. Through his half-open eyelids, Han saw Zhao. The gathering professor observed the scene with an indecipherable expression, his owl markings glowing intensely as he evaluated the situation. His gaze traveled across the destroyed chamber, the remains of the abomination's segments, the pulverized crystals, the spear, the bow, and the abandoned backpacks. Finally, his eyes settled on the two boys collapsed on the ground. Han kept his breathing controlled, his body motionless, perfectly playing the role of an unconscious victim. But inside, a whirlwind of emotions and thoughts consumed him. What had Zhao sensed? Did he realize it was him that expelled the abyssal energy just moments ago? Or would he think it was the abomination? Would they discover him? Would Ren remember what he had seen? How much time did he have before Yino discovered his betrayal, and Hedda paid the price? As Zhao approached them, Han made the most difficult decision of his life. No matter what happened, he would try to maintain his cover at the probable cost of losing everything. He would pretend to be just another injured student here, hoping that Zhao would deduce that the beast was responsible for the abyssal energy. For now, he would risk his secret, but no longer out of loyalty to Yino, not out of fear. He would do it for Ren. As he felt Zhao's hands checking his vital signs, allowed himself one last thought before falling asleep to fully commit to his role, perhaps. Just perhaps, there was still a way to save everyone from the terrible misfortune of a war. Back to Zhao Pof. When Zhao landed in the lower chamber, the vast cavern showed signs of an intense battle. Fragments of what appeared to be parts of some massive creature lay scattered, some still weakly pulsing with purple energy. Entire sections were charred, as if they had been struck by an intense energy ray, and at the center of all this destruction, two motionless figures, Ren and Han, apparently unconscious and with clear signs of having fought a desperate battle. Zhao approached. Upon reaching the boys, his concern intensified. Ren showed clear symptoms of mana poisoning. Han, for his part, didn't seem to be much better. Although he showed no signs of mana poisoning, his body was covered with cuts and bruises, and his leg was at an angle that suggested a possible fracture. Luckily, they managed to survive. But what happened here? Zhao wondered while checking their vital signs. Surely that energy I sensed was the beast. Ren's spear lay a few meters away, its tip stained with a strange fluid. The bow and several broken arrows were scattered across the floor, silent witnesses to the desperate struggle. "Hold on," he murmured as he prepared to transport them. "You're safe now." As he secured the boys for the ascent, Zhao couldn't help but cast a final evaluating glance at the chamber. Something terrible had happened here, something that shouldn't be possible at this level. Although Ren and Han had survived in some miraculous way, Zhao couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't the end, but barely the beginning of something much bigger. With that somber thought, he fully summoned the huge owl that extended his wings and began the ascent, helping him carry the two unconscious students. But Zhao also carried a growing doubt about what really lurked in the depths. Chapter 239. Light filtered gradually through Ren's eyelids that slowly pulled him from the deep abyss of dreamless sleep. Ren opened his eyes, blinking several times to adjust his vision to the prevailing brightness. A white canvas stretched above him, the inner fabric of a tent ceiling, illuminated by the morning light that managed to penetrate the partially open fabric door. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed softly, as if greeting the new day. He felt curiously renewed, as if he had slept for weeks instead of hours. His body, which he remembered on the verge of collapse after the battle with the abomination, now seemed brimming with energy, each muscle relaxed, every nerve at peace. The residual pain he had expected was conspicuously absent. Slowly he turned his head to inspect his surroundings. He found himself in a separate compartment, smaller than the main camp tent. The air held the faint scent of medicinal herbs and clean linen. The only person present was Lin, seated on a small stool next to his cot. Her expression, normally playful, now showed an unusual seriousness, though her eyes visibly brightened when she noticed he had awakened. She leaned forward slightly, relief evident in the softening of her shoulders. On another cot nearby, just a few meters away, lay Han. His companion remained motionless, eyes closed, breathing regular. A bandage wrapped around his broken leg, and smaller dressings covered various minor wounds on his arms and face. "How long?" Ren began, his voice slightly hoarse from disuse. "Just one full night. Your recovery's monstrous, much faster than I remember," Lin responded, handing him a glass of water. "It's the morning of the third expedition day." Ren drank gratefully, the fresh water dispelling the last vestiges of dryness in his throat. While he drank, Lin took a small silver bell that rested on a small table and rang it briefly. Outside the tent, hurried footsteps moved away, probably some assistant sending a message. "How do you feel?" Lin asked, studying him attentively, her eyes scanning for any signs of lingering illness or pain. "Surprisingly well." Ren noticed 2 empty vials on a nearby tray, recognizing them as containers of good-quality anti-mana medicine. "I suppose that explains why I don't feel like I've been trampled by a herd of bull elephants." Lin nodded, a small smile briefly appearing on her lips. "Mana poisoning. Quite severe, I might add, if Zhao hadn't found you when he did." Her voice took on a somber quality, the unspoken implications hanging heavy in the air. She left the sentence incomplete, but the message was clear. "Ren," she continued, her tone changing to something more cautious, more measured. She leaned closer, lowering her voice slightly. "I need you to tell me exactly what happened down there." Ren contemplated the question for a moment, organizing his thoughts. The memories came in flashes. The fall, the chamber, the monstrous creature that defied all natural laws. Each image was vivid despite his exhaustion at the time. From his position on the other cot, Han listened attentively. Although he appeared asleep, something in the tension of his shoulders, in the too regular pattern of his breathing, started to suggest he was awake. "It was an abyssal," Ren began, "but not a common one. Somehow it had absorbed characteristics from all the surrounding deep beasts." Lin leaned forward, her interest clearly intensified. "What do you mean by absorbed exactly that?" Ren gestured with his hands, trying to give shape to what he had witnessed. His fingers traced patterns in the air, mimicking the creature's impossible anatomy. It had characteristics from different creatures, living tunnel plates, mimic insect legs, stone lurker features. It had even assimilated part of the Shadowstalker queen from the colony. Lin visibly paled. The queen? That would explain the unusually aggressive behavior of the colony. Her fingers tightened around the edge of her stool, knuckles whitening. Fortunately, it hadn't encountered a weaver queen, Ren continued, a shiver running down his spine at the mere thought. The image of such a creature wielding thread manipulation abilities made his blood run cold. If it had acquired their abilities to manipulate thread, we wouldn't have survived to tell the tale. Lin was clearly trying to process this information, her brow furrowed in concentration as she mentally connected dots. "Wait," she interrupted, raising a hand. "How is it possible for a creature to absorb special abilities from such disparate species? I've never seen any abyssal with more than one ability in the hordes." "I'm not sure, but I think it was the corrupted core of a Shadowstalker," explained Ren, his mushrooms pulsing more rapidly as he remembered. "The abyssal energy that permeated it. It was as if it had corrupted its natural absorption capacity, taking it to impossible extremes. It could create illusions like an advanced mimic, absorb vitality like a Shadowstalker." For the next few minutes, Ren detailed the battle, the creature's multiple cores, abilities, the illusion trap, how he had needed to destroy several segments before the creature finally retreated. The words flowed easily as he recounted the desperate struggle, each detail preserved with perfect clarity despite his exhaustion at the time. He described how he had used the spear, the bow, and even a last desperate attack with the concentrated energy of his light, amplified by the Hydra's armor. His hands moved animatedly as he explained the sequence of events, tracing the trajectory of each attack in the air. However, his account ended with the ray of light, just before losing consciousness. There was no mention of Han's transformation. Han maintained his pretense of unconsciousness, but the tension in his jaw over what Ren might say relaxed. His breathing returned to its carefully measured rhythm. "And that's all I did," Ren finally concluded. "After launching that last attack, the mana poisoning overcame me. The next thing I knew was waking up here." Lin remained silent for several seconds, absorbing everything she had heard. The implications were staggering. A creature capable of cross-species absorption represented a threat far beyond normal ecosystem disruptions. Finally, she settled back in her seat and nodded as if accepting the story. "Incredible," she murmured. "Absolutely incredible that you survived something like that." Ren took advantage of the pause to slightly change the subject. "How is everyone else? Min, Taro, the girls, everyone?" "Everyone is fine," Lin responded, her expression softening. "Some cases of beast exhaustion, mana drainage, what's expected after a prolonged confrontation with Shadowstalkers. Nothing that proper medicine and rest can't solve." She gave him an appraising look. "Though they're not monsters like you, the auxiliary healers will have to work overtime there." Lin paused, as if considering whether to add something more. Julius returned to the chamber. After ensuring all students were safe, he recovered your backpacks and belongings. "And probably thoroughly investigated the scene," Ren mentally added, noticing the subtle change in Lin's tone. "The current theory," she continued, confirming Ren's suspicions, "is that this abomination, as you've described it, could be a product of the last intrusion of Yino agents, perhaps even something deliberately planned." Han's body relaxed slightly more at these words. A nearly imperceptible sigh of relief escaped his lips. "What will happen with our evaluation?" Ren asked, genuinely concerned about the lost time, and points potentially deducted for the rescue. Lin smiled, a flash of her usual playful personality briefly appearing. "Considering the extraordinary circumstances, no points will be deducted. The presence of an abyssal beast is not a common part of the environment in which you're being evaluated. It would be unfair to penalize you for something like that." Ren felt a wave of relief wash over him. The last thing he wanted was for his companions, who had risked so much following him, to suffer academic penalties. Their trust in him had already cost them enough in his mind. "So, we have a third day to obtain more materials," Ren calculated, his mind already planning how to make the most of the remaining time. New routes, potential gathering locations, and strategies began forming in his thoughts. Lin's expression turned cautious again. "Not so fast, young genius. First, you'll have to answer some more questions. To Zhao and Julius." As if they had been waiting for precisely that signal, the tent flap opened at that moment, revealing the two men. Zhao entered first, his owl markings glowing softly as they always did when he was evaluating something with special attention. His eyes swept the tent with practiced efficiency. Julius followed, his expression carefully neutral, though his eyes quickly scanned the tent, briefly pausing on Han before focusing on Ren. "Professor Zhao, Your Highness." Ren slightly inclined his head in respect. "Ren," Zhao nodded in response. "It's good to see you awake and recovered." "A remarkably rapid recovery," Julius added, "especially considering the severity of the mana poisoning you presented." There was something in his tone, not quite suspicion, but a hint of curiosity that suggested he found Ren's resilience worthy of further investigation. Chapter 240. 240. Taming the Finals, Unit 120. Ren immediately perceived the subtle interrogation, hidden behind the seemingly innocuous comment. The careful emphasis Julius had placed on remarkably hadn't escaped his notice. "High-quality anti-mana medicine works wonders," he responded, maintaining a casual tone. "Besides, now that I'm a double tamer, my Hydra seems to be a very resilient creature." Julius nodded, as if the answer confirmed something he already suspected. Ren repeated the same account he had told Lin moments ago. The words flowed naturally, each detail consistent with his previous telling. "Your perspective of the events, I must admit it is extraordinary." Julius's voice carried the weight of careful analysis, his eyes studying Ren's face for any sign of inconsistency. "I would say impossible," Zhao intervened, though without accusation in his voice, rather with genuine scientific curiosity. A creature with the ability to absorb such disparate abilities from multiple species defies everything we know about abyssals. And yet, added Julius, rubbing his thumb against his forefinger thoughtfully, the remains I found in the chamber match your description perfectly. This caught Ren's attention. His mushrooms pulsed with heightened interest. You found remains? Of the segments you destroyed, Julius confirmed with a single nod. Some were still showing clear influence of abyssal energy, sufficient to confirm your account, although many questions remain unanswered. The prince's gaze was penetrating, as if trying to see beyond Ren's words to the truth that might lie beneath. Zhao leaned slightly forward, his posture shifting from casual to focused in an instant.
Brings us to the purpose of this conversation.
We need to understand exactly how you survived an encounter with such a creature, how you made it flee, Ren. The implicit message was clear. Something didn't add up in the story. If Ren had lost consciousness, how had he defeated or driven away the creature? The suspicions of the ring's whereabouts and the last abyssal energy Zhao felt still not fully resolved or explained. Hansed again, his pretense of unconsciousness becoming increasingly difficult to maintain amid the growing tension. Ren began, his mind racing through possibilities. I'm not sure, he finally admitted, his voice softening with what appeared to be genuine confusion. My last clear memory is launching that attack with all the energy I could channel. After that, nothing certain, until waking up here. Julius and Zhao exchanged a brief look, some silent communication passing between them. The canvas of the small medical tent rustled when Julius and Zhao emerged outside. The morning sunlight cast long shadows across the camp. The morning light illuminated the camp, where the remaining students prepared with renewed enthusiasm for their third day of gathering. Backpacks were being checked, tools sharpened, and plans discussed in small groups scattered throughout the area. Zhao observed the scene with a slightly envious expression. His explorer's instinct, never completely tamed by years of teaching, yearned to follow Ren's group, to document their methods, to learn their secrets. The opportunity to witness such a remarkable first-year student in action was a rare privilege that called to his scholarly heart. You can go with them, Julius commented, correctly interpreting his gaze. There's no longer any need for both of us to remain here. The prince's voice was low, almost casual, but his eyes remained alert, scanning the bustling activity around them. Zhao looked at him with surprise. Are you sure? After what happened? Julius led Zhao away from curious ears to a small clearing near the camp boundary. His earth wolverine partially manifested, creating a subtle vibration in the ground that would interfere with any attempt to eavesdrop. The spider boy didn't do much more than send that letter with irrelevant details, Julius commented, his voice barely audible even to Zhao. As always. Zhao nodded slowly, remembering the reports he had periodically received during the past few days. Since the seed incident, new intelligence groups had been following Han with particular interest. He wasn't the only student under surveillance, of course. Security teams kept a watchful eye on Ren during his incursions into the depths, and Julius received secondary information through Larissa, although the young noble was unaware she was indirectly providing data about Han. You were certain from that day, weren't you? Zhao asked, keeping his voice low. That Han was a spy. There were too many indicators, Julius confirmed, mainly his excessively perfect behavior. Young infiltrators often fall into that pattern. They fear standing up for doing something wrong, so they end up standing up for doing everything right. Why allow him to continue at the academy? Julius smiled slightly, though the expression didn't reach his eyes. There was a coldness to it, the calculated measure of a man long accustomed to the chess game of politics and security. A known spy has certain uses. We decided to let him believe he was going unnoticed to monitor his communications with Yino, and eventually confront him with evidence to try to extract extra information. According to Julius's explanation, the plan had been reasonable. Han's letters, carefully intercepted and copied before allowing their delivery, always followed the same pattern, seemingly innocent messages to a sister in Yino, with small coded details interwoven in the text, class schedules, excursion dates, basic mappings of certain areas of the campus. Hardly relevant information, Zhao murmured, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Barely the minimum to justify his role as a spy. Exactly, Julius nodded, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. Data that Yino probably already possesses through more established sources, such as the Goldcrests and other known traitors. Information that would hardly change the balance of power. But apparent harmlessness had led them to maintain discreet surveillance, using him as a window to understand what kind of basic information Yino handled. But recent events had cast momentary doubts on that strategy. You feared he had shown his true capabilities during the incident, Zhao understood. Julius nodded gravely. A vulnerable moment, an extreme situation, the perfect circumstances for a dormant agent to activate. He's just a child, but like Harold he could. An abyssal beast. Zhao could barely believe the possibility. despite the residual energy he had sensed during his descent. Is it really possible? Weren't they thoroughly checked? Harold was a very recent addition by the Goldcrests, wasn't he? Although Han has much older records, we can't be certain they aren't false or that he doesn't have one. Our mechanisms for internal mana perception wouldn't detect it, Julius explained, his brow furrowing slightly. Not like they detect the core of a common second beast. It could have been hidden all this time, even now. Zhao considered the implications. A Yino agent with an abyssal beast, infiltrated into the heart of the academy, with access to the kingdom's future elite. It was an alarming scenario. The constant supervision and even the company of a professor in each group on this excursion made more sense in terms of resource expenditure. Lin's presence in the group should be sufficient safeguard, Julius continued, his tone measured, and his last communication sent during one of his bathroom trips followed the same harmless pattern as always. But everything changed too quickly, Zhao completed, understanding dawning in his eyes. And for a moment you worried you had underestimated the boy. Ren's account seems to dispel those doubts. Julius placed a hand on his chin, his expression thoughtful. But we need to be certain. Interrogate him directly when this is over. Zhao nodded, understanding the gravity of the matter. Meanwhile, I can follow the group closely during their last excursion. Even if he turns out to be as dangerous as you think he might be, he wouldn't stand a chance against a beast like mine. Zhao would finally be able to gather with Ren. Julius seemed about to confirm his approval when a flash cut through the morning sky. A swift hawk descended directly to perch on the prince's extended forearm. The bird carried a small cylinder attached to its leg. Julius unscrewed it with precise movements and extracted a tiny scroll. His expression remained inscrutable as he read the message, but Zhao, who had known him for years, could detect the tension accumulating in his shoulders. Bad news? Zhao asked, though he already knew the answer. There was an attack, Julius responded, his voice controlled but laden with gravity. We must return immediately. Chapter 241, Taming the Return. The caravan carts, their wheels creaking over occasional stones as they left the gathering territory behind. The sky stretched in an intense blue above their heads, with just a few scattered clouds offering moments of welcome shade in the midday heat. The gathering had been abruptly interrupted, to the disappointment of many students. As a concession, the professors had reduced the approval requirement to 6,000 crystals in total value, an adjustment considered fair given the lost time. But for Ren's group, this change was irrelevant. They had exceeded even the original requirements several times over. In one of the carts, sitting tightly packed between piles of gathered materials, Klein Goldcrest maintained a tense conversation with his followers. His expression oscillated between frustration and cold determination as he mentally calculated his next moves. A minimum of 150,000 points for the lowest member of that enormous group, Asta murmured, remembering the official announcements. He shook his head in disbelief. The Mushroom Boys group has shattered any first-year record, possibly of any year. Klein clenched his fists on his knees. The semester honor, that recognition he had planned to obtain as a first step toward platinum student status, seemed to be slipping through his fingers like fine sand. The legacy he had promised to uphold for his family name was being overshadowed by a brain-rotted commoner with fungi growing from his head. It's only the first unit, he replied, his voice controlled but charged with tension. There are still 4 more. I just need to surpass him in 3. Feng, seated across from him, nodded with a somber expression. Especially in battle. When your lion reaches bronze 1, you'll tear him to pieces. Exactly. Klein smiled, though the gesture didn't reach his eyes. A cold calculation resided there instead. This is just a setback, a stroke of luck that won't be repeated. Another cart, in contrast, overflowed with energy and animated conversations. The atmosphere was light despite the recent dangers they had faced, a celebration of survival and success. Too many students had crowded into it, clearly exceeding its recommended capacity, but no one seemed willing to separate from the main group. Their shared experiences had forged bonds that none wanted to break, even temporarily. Ren sat between Taro and Min, with Han facing them, his leg extended on an improvised bench of backpacks. Luna, Leora, and Larissa occupied the nearby space, while the maids and the rest of the students accommodated themselves wherever they could, creating an organized chaos of bodies and materials. Min, whose water serpent healer still had enough energy to continue working, had attended to the minor injuries that persisted in several of his companions. His fingers, surrounded by a faint bluish glow, traced small bruises, accelerating their healing. Hold still, he ordered Han while examining his fractured leg, now almost completely recovered thanks to previous treatments. Ren nodded. Listen to Min. There are still small cracks in your bone that need to seal. I can't believe you missed almost all the action, Min continued, unable to contain a mocking smile. Knocked out while Ren fought an abyssal abomination. What bad luck? Han merely laughed, though something in his gaze revealed an underlying tension that only Ren seemed to notice. "Bad luck indeed," Han responded with forced lightness. "But I am grateful that Ren saved me, though I'm sure you would have been trembling in a corner, probably wetting your pants. The only one who doesn't control his bladder here is you." Min exclaimed indignantly, remembering the frequent pauses for relief that Han always requested during their expeditions. A wave of laughter swept through the cart, momentarily alleviating the tension accumulated from recent events. Leora, who had remained unusually quiet, looked up at the clear sky. Her normally serene face held a shadow of regret. "I can't help but regret it," she said softly. "We couldn't be of help. We didn't manage to get out of the underground by ourselves." Her comment brought a brief contemplative silence to the group. The memory of being trapped, of walls crumbling and shadow stalkers advancing, hung heavy in the air. "If it hadn't been for Julius," Maria began, leaving the sentence incomplete, but the message was clear to everyone. "Actually," Ren intervened, his mushrooms pulsing calmly as he spoke, "Lin knew that Julius was keeping watch at the camp. If you had continued digging downward as originally planned, you probably would have found Julius before the shadow stalker tunnels. Your quest was getting to him from the beginning, so don't worry about that." "I suppose you're right," Leora nodded, some of the tension leaving her shoulders. "He would have sensed the excavation sooner or later," Ren explained. He directed a grateful look at the group. "Though I appreciate that you took the risk of going up to try to help us more quickly. It was brave, even if dangerous." His eyes briefly scanned the faces of his companions, pausing a moment on Luna. "I wouldn't want anything to happen to any of you." Luna, surprised by the sincerity of Ren's words in his eyes' manner, blushed slightly and turned her attention to the outside landscape, feigning sudden interest in the passing trees. Mayo, closely observing the interaction, exchanged a knowing look with Matilda. "I agree with Ren," added Larissa, apparently oblivious to the moment, "though I'll definitely have a conversation with my dear brother about not mentioning to me that he would be present during our expedition." Her light tone contrasted with the calculating gleam in her eyes, suggesting that this conversation would carry much more weight than her words indicated. The chat naturally drifted toward the abrupt cancellation of the gathering. Rumors had begun to circulate as soon as the return order was given, fueled by fragments of conversations overheard among the professors and the evident urgency with which Julius had departed ahead of them. "An attack," Hikari murmured. "That's what I heard one of the auxiliaries say." Her voice dropped further, glancing around to ensure no outsiders were listening. "But where?" Taro asked, leaning forward. "And by whom?" No one had concrete answers, only increasingly elaborate speculations ranging from border incursions to palace conspiracies, theories passed from student to student, growing more outlandish with each retelling. "What concerns me," Leora intervened in a low voice, making sure that only those closest could hear her, "is how timely the attack was." Larissa nodded, immediately understanding. "Just when half of the Academy's security forces were deployed here, with us." "And with Julius," Leora added. A worried silence settled among the nobles. The implications were disturbing. Someone might have warned of the relative weakness. "Maybe it's just a coincidence," Taro suggested, though without much conviction. "Perhaps," Larissa conceded, but her expression made it clear that she didn't believe in coincidences, at least not this one. Years of royal education had taught her to search for patterns and motives in seemingly random events. The cart traversed an especially pronounced bump, shaking all the occupants and momentarily breaking the atmosphere of seriousness. Min lost his balance and fell onto Mira, who in turn pushed Trent, creating a domino effect of bodies and surprised exclamations. "Watch your hands!" Mayo shouted, lightly hitting Jun's head, who had tried to stabilize himself by grabbing the first thing he found. "It was an accident!" The boy protested, rubbing the point of impact. The laughter returned, temporarily dissipating the tension. Ren observed the scene with a grateful smile, valuing these moments of normalcy after the underground nightmare they had faced. Han, noticing his expression, gave him an inquisitive look. His eyes searched Ren's face with careful scrutiny. "Are you okay?" he asked quietly, taking advantage of the momentary chaos for a more private conversation. Ren nodded, his mushrooms pulsing softly. "Just thinking about how fortunate we are, despite everything." Han studied his face for a moment, as if looking for some indication that Ren remembered more than he had admitted in front of the professors. But the mushroom boy's expression remained open, without a hint of suspicion or recrimination. "Yes," Han finally responded. "Very fortunate indeed." Chapter 2. Fortunate indeed. Toward the city center. In the distance, the main towers of the three principal schools and the castle began to take shape against the horizon, their spires catching the late afternoon sun. 200,000 points for Ren, Taro commented, looking with amazement at the pile of materials they had accumulated in 2 adjacent carts. Even I obtained the equivalent of 155,000 crystals. I never imagined we would get so much. And all thanks to Ren's instructions, Mira added, her voice filled with genuine admiration. It wasn't just because of me, Ren protested, genuinely uncomfortable with the exclusive credit. Everyone did their part, helping me get fresh tentacles, and the 3 big guys also carrying their own weight. A great weight in skins, Min added with a grin, gesturing toward the overflowing carts trailing behind them. The conversation continued flowing animatedly in the cart as they ascended the serpentine path leading toward the city center. The familiar silhouette of the academy grew larger with each passing minute, its features becoming clearer as they approached. But something about its profile seemed wrong, a subtle disruption in its familiar symmetry. Trent was the first to notice. "Something's not right," he murmured, narrowing his eyes to better focus on the familiar silhouette of the academy towers. The conversations gradually died down as more students directed their gaze toward the horizon. "A spire is missing," Luna pointed out, her voice barely a whisper. Her finger traced the skyline, indicating the gap in the academy's crown. Indeed, one of the spires that crowned the east tower had disappeared, leaving an irregular stump where it once rose elegantly. But that wasn't all. The section near the western cave. Leora leaned forward, her face pale, will-o-wisp flickering briefly around her fingertips. "It's burned." A large black stain, like a scar on the academy's skin, covered part of the western wing. Even from a distance, the movement of workers could be distinguished as small figures repairing the damage. "The school has been attacked," Larissa finally articulated, verbalizing what everyone had already understood. A dense silence settled in the carriage. Students exchanged worried glances, some thinking of friends or family who had been in classes these days, others contemplating the unexpected vulnerability of what they considered an impregnable sanctuary. The rattling of the wheels seemed to intensify in the silence, marking a somber cadence as they continued their inexorable, gentle ascent toward a wounded academy. Lynn must have perceived the growing unease in the carriage. She approached, her mount trotting slowly to keep pace with the vehicle. Her expression was serious but controlled, like someone bearing bad news, but who has found a balance to convey them. "We recently received a message from Julius," she announced, her clear voice cutting through the tension. "The academy is secure now. Wei and Zhao are informing the other carriages what I'll tell you." Her presence seemed to bring some normalcy to the situation, an anchor amid the uncertainty. "What exactly happened?" Taro asked, his eyes fixed on the evidence of the attack that became increasingly clear with proximity. Lin took a deep breath, carefully weighing her words. "There was an attack from Yino agents," she began. "The Ashenway family sent reinforcements by direct order of my Aunt Selphira as soon as they received news. The castle could allocate few personnel due to other situations requiring attention. The Goldcrests also sent." The subtle emphasis Lin placed on the word didn't go unnoticed by Larissa, who narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. Political nuances rarely escaped her attention. "And the Starweavers?" Luna asked, thinking of her own family. "They couldn't send anyone," Lin responded with neutrality. "Lack of available personnel, as I understand it. But the combination of forces was sufficient," she continued. "The attackers were repelled and the academy is now under control. Repairs began immediately." Min, who had been unusually silent, finally spoke. "There must have been many to cause so much damage. A complete battalion from Yino." Lin shook her head, and her response left everyone momentarily speechless. "2," she said simply. "Only 2 attackers." Exclamations of disbelief followed immediately. How was it possible that only 2 individuals had inflicted such destruction on an institution protected by dozens of teachers and guards? Taking advantage of the moment of general confusion, Lin discreetly approached Ren. Leaning slightly, she murmured in a voice low enough that only he could hear. "It seems the target was the seed. They retreated when they couldn't locate the bearer of the relic, and when reinforcements finally overcame their combined power." Ren nodded imperceptibly, the implication crystalline in his mind. "Secrets are bad manners, Lin." Larissa's but firm voice cut through the moment. Nothing escaped her notice, especially not whispered conversations that excluded her. Lin straightened, a resigned smile appearing on her lips. "You're right. In any case, you'll all find out soon. There's no point in hiding things." Turning her attention back to the group in general, Lin adopted a more formal tone. Her expression became graver, and Ren noticed how her shoulders tensed slightly, preparing to share even more difficult news. During the battle, there were casualties. The carriage seemed to sink into absolute silence, as if even the sound of the wheels and the wind had been absorbed by the gravity of those words. Most were auxiliaries who fought underground where the investigation of the last incident continued, Lynn said, her voice professionally controlled but with an underlying tone of pain. Probably few or none that you knew personally for the majority of you. She paused, and Wren instinctively knew that the worst was yet to come. The momentary hesitation in Lynn's usually confident demeanor told him more than words could. We also lost 2 teachers. Min's hands unconsciously clutched the edge of his seat, while Taro closed his eyes, as if preparing himself for the impact. The others held themselves rigidly, bracing for news they didn't want to hear. One of them taught classes to you. Lynn's voice descended to little more than a whisper. Professor Song, crystal instructor, fell valiantly defending a group of students. The news fell like a stone slab. Professor Song, with his contagious enthusiasm for crystals and his characteristic good nature, had been a pleasant presence during the short time they had known him. His optional class, though not mandatory, had been a breath of peace amid the rigorous curriculum of the academy. For many, he was barely an acquaintance, a friendly face they crossed in the hallways. For others, a mentor who had dedicated extra time to explain the mysteries of crystals after class. But for all, his loss represented a fissure in the shield of security that the academy symbolized. Death had reached into their sanctuary, shattering the illusion of perfect safety. It can't be, Mira murmured, tears forming in her eyes. Just 3 days ago, he was so excited showing me how to identify mana crystals from the incursions with Wren. Several students lowered their heads, some regretting not having attended or paid more attention in his classes, others remembering gestures of kindness that now took on special weight. Memories of the professor's gentle correction, his patient explanations, his genuine passion for teaching crystallized into a collective grief. Wren observed the reactions around him, particularly Hans. The boy had become completely still, his face a pale, expressionless mask that contrasted with the emotionality of the rest. There were no tears, not even visible shock, but something deeper and more complex, an absolute stillness that spoke of a more intense shock than any external manifestation. "Are you okay?" Wren asked quietly. Chapter 243 Tamer King. The director's office had lost its characteristic aura of formal dignity. In the center, Director Ignatius remained seated. His face, normally serene and authoritative, showed the weariness of someone who had looked death directly in the eyes. His phoenix was partially manifested, both from defensive instinct and the need to accelerate his own healing. But it was the absence of healing that proved most shocking. Where his left leg should have been, only an empty space remained beneath the carefully folded fabric of his trousers. The legendary regeneration of his specific beast would allow him to recover the limb eventually, but the attackers had ensured its destruction to an excessive degree, beyond what even a phoenix could quickly repair. Victor Dravenholm, Julius's older brother, occupied a nearby armchair, his usual royal attire replaced by bandages covering much of his torso and right arm. Blood had seeped through in places, creating dark patterns against the white gauze. His face, so similar to Julius's but marked by more years of combat, showed an intensity of tension more severe than usual. The triples proved more powerful than we anticipated, the director was explaining to Julius, his voice maintaining admirable composure considering his circumstances. It wasn't just their individual strength, but their synergies, as if the enhancements were retroactive. Julius absorbed the scene with the analytical meticulousness that characterized him. The devastation evident in these 2 powerful men sent a chill through him, but he kept his expression neutral. "Real triples?" Victor turned toward his younger brother, a weary smile briefly appearing on his face. "Tamers with 3 beasts at the same time, indeed, a facet of Yino we would have preferred never to know." "Impossible," Julius responded automatically. "In their experiments they could never withstand the strain of managing 3 cores. Evidently," the director interrupted, gesturing toward his absent leg, "they have found a way." Victor sat up slightly, wincing in pain when the movement tensed the bandages on his chest. "I believe the secret is the power of the main beast. Each carried a gold beast as a base. One gold one, the other gold 2. Despite both secondary beasts being only silver 3, the synergies with the abyssals gave them many unexpected combinations. The enhancement percentages multiplied with each other, the director continued. Combinations of abilities that no traditional tamer could achieve. The director paused, his gaze involuntarily drifting toward his missing leg, a momentary lapse in his otherwise perfect composure. Julius remained silent, processing the information. The implications were staggering. If Yino had successfully developed stable triple tamers, the balance of power had shifted dramatically. "What was their objective?" he finally asked, though he suspected the answer already. "The seed," Victor and the director responded in unison, exchanging a significant look. The word hung in the air between them, laden with implications. A heavy silence fell over the room, broken only by the soft hum of the healer's energy. They knew exactly what they were looking for, and that the academy was lightly guarded these days. Which leads us to wonder, the director tilted his head slightly, how did they obtain that information so fast? The Goldcrests, Victor growled, his voice loading with bitterness. They're infiltrated even into the walls of this institution. The director neither confirmed nor denied the accusation, but his silence was eloquent. I barely arrived in time to help Ignatius, Victor continued, unconsciously rubbing his injured shoulder. Professor Song and Professor Jasiba had already fallen. Julius knew both professors. Song with his contagious enthusiasm for crystallography, Jasiba, stern but fair, an expert in beasts of the second ring. Deaths that left a void impossible to fill. He could picture Song's animated explanations, Jasiba's precise corrections, now silenced forever. And the abyssal beasts certainly didn't help, added Victor, his frustration clear. The auxiliaries and the rest of the teaching staff were busy evacuating students and containing abyssal leaks. A muscle tensed in Victor's jaw as he continued. If those bastards from the castle were more efficient in their damned functions, if our dear siblings were less concerned with politics and more with actual security. He interrupted himself, as if suddenly remembering Julius's presence. But mainly his voice descended to a dangerously low tone. If we could root out the real problem, the Goldcrests and their treachery. Victor, the director's tone contained a veiled warning. Be careful what you say aloud, even here. Why? Do you fear the walls have ears, Ignatius? Victor let out a bitter laugh. They probably do. But it wouldn't matter. Julius remained still, observing the exchange. If the old man were here instead of wasting valuable resources and time, Victor finally continued. Chasing fantasies on the diamond line while Yino moves its pieces here. But he isn't, said Ignatius. Victor, did you reach the sixth ring with him? Julius asked, unable to contain his curiosity. Victor sighed heavily. Don't ask, brother. Julius's curiosity, however, could not be so easily deflected. Since you arrived, you've been hiding it. I want to try contacting him again. Were you at least able to follow him? Do you know where he is now? A dry laugh escaped Victor. Follow him? The gold 3 ring was already dangerous even for me, little brother. Platinum 1 is a constant dance with death for anyone who isn't him. I found him resting there just by luck. Victor leaned forward, his expression suddenly serious. But Platinum 2 is hell itself, Julius. Trying to follow him to the edge of the diamond level would have been suicide, even for me. But if you want to try, go ahead. He should still be in the Central Territories artery, the 4th one. The mention of the diamond ring made Julius visibly tense. It was legendary territory, home to the youngest dragons whose power already surpassed human comprehension. The mere idea that their father was tempting that limit, and you tried to convince him, Victor shook his head. A waste of time, you know how he is. Oh yes, Julius knew. Dragarian Dravenholm, king of Yano, was known for his legendary stubbornness as much as for his impossible feats. Once he set a goal, not even the gods themselves could dissuade him. But has he achieved something, at least? Julius asked, trying to find some hope in the situation. Victor seemed to hesitate, as if considering whether he should share certain information. Finally, he nodded slowly. He already has 2 minor rings, he admitted, his voice barely audible. A torrent of emerald energy tore through the clearing, vaporizing rocks and turning the air itself into greenish fire. The dragon's breath, concentrated like a living laser, transformed everything in its path into an extreme explosion of life. Particles of pure essence scattered in its wake, refracting the surrounding light into cascading prisms. Where it touched the earth, vegetation emerged with uncontrolled violence, not simple plants, but botanical monstrosities that joined the battle. Dragarian rolled under the beam, feeling the heat that threatened to steal his vitality brush against his back as carnivorous trees instantly sprouted from the charred soil. He rose with the fluidity of a predator, adjusting the feathered gauntlet protecting his right hand, a defense torn from the claws of a flame griffin in the depths of the 2nd platinum ring. The gauntlet glowed with residual fire, embers dancing between the golden feathers. "Damn it, you're too persistent for a lazy-ass skipper," exclaimed Drag, a savage smile illuminating his weathered face as he dodged another burst of the arboreal breath. His eyes gleamed with the thrill of combat, a hunter facing worthy prey. The king of Yano bore no resemblance to the traditional image of a monarch. No crown adorned his unkempt hair, cut irregularly as if he himself had taken a knife to keep it out of his eyes. His clothes, though of exquisite quality, showed evident signs of countless battle patches made during campaigns, acid burns, and the characteristic discoloration produced by toxins from beasts of the 4th ring in this latitude. Mud caked his boots, and various implements hung from his belt, tools of survival rather than symbols of office. His weathered skin told the story of a life spent under harsh conditions, far from the comforts of court and castle. Chapter 2, 244, Taming the Dragon Tree. The wind howled among the enormous tall that marked the boundary between the possible and the impossible. Here, at the edge of the Diamond Ring Forest, the air itself seemed charged with a different energy, denser, more ancient. Sunlight refracted into millions of fragments as it passed through the enormous crystalline mountain that rose like a silent guardian between two worlds, the Platinum Ring, the strongest humans could traverse, and the Diamond Ring, where only dragons reigned without dispute. Inside the ring, one of the 10 he needed, 3 rings gleamed on his left hand, each emitting a distinct radiance. The first was the original ring from the center of Yano, extracted from the first seed. The other 2, one of aquamarine crystal and another of twisted metal that seemed to trap currents of air, were trophies from past victories against young dragons, guardians of mana arteries similar to this one. The dragon tree, an impossible creature that guarded the entrance to the crystal mountain, rose like a vegetal nightmare 100 meters tall. It was the guardian of Yano's central point, protector of one of the 7 mana arteries where the internal distribution icosahedron touched the surface. It wasn't a simple tree shaped like a dragon, but a living nexus, a central point from which the mountain guardian exercised its dominion. Twisted branches extended like gigantic arteries, each delineating a draconian feature composed entirely of living wood and leaves sharp as razors. From the exposed roots constantly emerged the guardian's servants, bark knights, humanoid warriors formed of wood harder than iron, wielding swords of vegetal obsidian. Dark hollows in their faces emitted a greenish glow, the dragon's will animating these constructions without minds of their own. At the center of this vegetal maelstrom, Drag moved with the confidence and agility of someone who has danced with death too many times to fear it. His movements were precise, calculated after decades of facing beasts much more powerful than himself. 21 attempts, he murmured to himself, as his eyes evaluated the dragon tree's attack pattern. And each time your forest grows more impressive. I almost feel flattered by the effort. With a fluid movement, Drag activated his earth Killin. His legs fused, elongating and filling with scales, while crystalline horns sprouted from his temples, shimmering with pure elemental power. The stone beneath his hooves reverberated, responding to his will. Simultaneously, the 3 rings on his left hand began to glow with increasing intensity. The first, forged with the primordial metal of the original seed, emitted a pulse of white light. The second, wrenched from the water dragon after a 3-day battle in the depths of a great lake, shone with a deep blue that evoked the abyssal trenches. The third, trophy of his victory against the wind dragon, seemed to contain a miniature hurricane, constantly spinning within its crystalline structure. Drag channeled the power of the second ring, and the air around him lost its moisture. With a gesture, he manipulated this energy toward the bark knights advancing toward him, drying their bodies until each of their movements crackled with desiccation. "Let's see how well your toys move when they're thirsty," he smiled, as his azure dragon responded to his call. The transformation of his arms was instantaneous, bluish scales covering his skin, while his fingers elongated into claws that gleamed with a blue radiance. With a roar that rivaled the dragon's own, Drag launched himself against the knights. He didn't fight like a duelist, nor like a soldier. He moved like a force of nature. The dragon tree perceived the threat and responded. It inhaled deeply, its wooden chest expanding before releasing concentrated jets of sap that melted stone on contact. Drag activated the 3rd ring, and the wind around him violently swirled, forming a cyclonic shield that deflected the projectiles. In response, the dragon tree deployed its most lethal card. From its central trunk emerged a figure that made even Drag momentarily pause. An amber knight, 3 times larger than the bark ones. Its body formed not of simple wood, but of fossilized resin that shone with the dragon's concentrated power. In its hands it wielded a halberd whose blade was a petrified dragon fang, powerful enough to cleave even the scales of a platinum tamer. "Oh, this is new," murmured Drag, all mockery leaving his voice as he evaluated this new opponent. "Finally something interesting." The amber knight advanced with surprising speed for its size, its halberd tracing a deadly arc that would have decapitated the king if not for centuries of refined instincts. Drag ducked under the attack, rolling forward and inside the colossus's reach, where its size played against it. His blue claws struck with precision against the giant's joints, seeking weak points in the fossilized resin. To his surprise, the amber resisted, barely scratching. "Interesting," Drag smiled, genuinely impressed while dodging a descending punch that fractured the ground. "This will take a long time." With a fluid movement, Drag simultaneously activated all 3 rings. The combined power made the light around him distort, adding 200% to all his capabilities. His Earth Qilin manifested completely, covering his lower half with living armor, while his Azure Dragon enveloped his arms and torso in blue scales. The fusion of elements created a hybrid appearance, neither fully dragon nor Qilin, but something uniquely powerful. The dragon tree roared, this time emitting a sound that shook the mountain itself. From the depths of the surrounding forest emerged more wooden creatures. Drag extended his dragonized arm, channeling his own vegetal energy. Where the dragon's breath created aggressive and lethal trees, Drag's Azure Dragon commanded wood with precision. The roots of the feet of the soldiers began to burrow, responding to a different will, fighting against the dragon's control. It was a battle of domains. 2 similar powers confronted in a duel of wills. The dragon, irritated by the interference, released its breath over an enormous area. A cloud of green energy erupted from its jaws, floating like living mist toward Drag. Drag covered himself. Immediately, small sprouts began to form on his coat, trying to root themselves in his flesh. Each seedling pulsed with the dragon's essence, seeking to transform him into another servant. With a gesture of annoyance, Drag tore off the incipient plants and activated the wind ring. The air around him purified instantly, neutralizing the residual effects of the draconic breath. "Always the same trick," he commented, standing up straight. "I expected something more creative after almost a year." The Guardian's entire army summoned to stop a single man. Drag inhaled deeply, focusing on the sensation of the rings against his skin. With each visit, with each attempt, he had learned more about the dragon's defenses, cataloging weaknesses, observing patterns. "This time," he murmured, more to himself than to the Guardian who couldn't hear him, "this time will be different." From his position, he could see the entrance to the crystalline cavern where the 3rd minor ring, the 4th ring that would fall into his power, awaited. Inside, somewhere in the depths, would be the next artifact he needed, not for glory, not for power, but out of desperate necessity. Time was running out, and without the 7 rings, everything, his kingdom, his people, perhaps the world itself, would be lost. With a cry that contained decades of unbreakable determination, Drag launched himself against the arboreal army, his fused beasts shining like a beacon of impossible defiance against the power of a dragon. The battle for the 4th ring had begun. Chapter 245 Taming the Future. "Father already has 2 minor rings," Victor admitted, his voice barely audible. Julius couldn't hide his surprise. "2? I thought diamond-ranked dragons were invincible, and why hadn't you told me?" "Because father didn't want to give false hope to you all," Victor replied, reclining again in his armchair. Pain flickered across his face as the movement disturbed his wounds. "You know how he is with these things. He doesn't want to promise anything until he's certain. But it seems his Qilin's elemental advantage was just enough to defeat the water dragon, and the wood element advantage of his Azure Dragon was also enough to defeat the wind one. So he has made progress those last years," Julius reflected, a spark of hope igniting within him. Perhaps the situation wasn't as dire as it seemed. "Yes," Victor conceded, "but time runs against us if Yino gets more of those soldiers. By the time he obtains all 7 minor rings, it could be too late, and with one of the 3 major rings lost." The phrase hung in the air, laden with somber implications. The director, who had remained silent during this exchange, finally intervened. "What we need now is to focus on finding it. It must not fall into Yino's hands." Julius nodded, but his mind was working in another direction. As the king's youngest son, he'd always occupied a peculiar position. He wasn't the principal heir like his older brother. This position certainly had its disadvantages, but also unique advantages. Their father had always maintained a special connection with him, one that sometimes transcended protocol. An idea began forming in his mind. "Perhaps I can send father a message," he suggested carefully. "Something that might make him reconsider his priorities." Victor looked at him skeptically. "And you think he'll listen to you when he ignored my direct petitions and those of the entire council?" A small smile appeared on Julius's face. "Maybe. He left me an option." Victor shook his head, but there was a hint of amusement in his exhausted expression. "Go ahead, try. Things can't get worse." Director Ignatius, observing the exchange between the brothers, seemed to find a moment of relief amid the chaos surrounding them. His phoenix briefly brightened, responding to the small spark of hope. "Meanwhile," Victor continued, his voice regaining some of its usual authority, "we must reorganize our defenses. The triples might return, and next time we'll be prepared." "Are you okay?" Ren asked quietly. Han seemed to slowly return from some distant place. He blinked, as if struggling to focus on immediate reality. His eyes had a haunted quality to them, seeing something beyond the present moment. "Yes," he responded mechanically, "just surprised." But Ren noticed how Han's fingers trembled slightly, the only crack in his facade of controlled indifference. The carriage finally entered the inner boundaries of the academy. The damaged towers loomed closer now, the destruction more evident at this proximity. Workers could be seen on scaffolding, some using earth and wind magic to repair the structural damage, others clearing debris. Lin excused herself to return to the front of the caravan, leaving the students to process the news. The festive atmosphere from just hours ago had transformed into solemn contemplation about the fragility of what they considered permanent. The weight of loss settled over them like a heavy blanket. Upon arrival, they would normally have distributed materials and celebrated the passing scores, but it wasn't so this time. They sent the students to their rooms. The auxiliaries would handle distributing things later. Priorities had shifted in the wake of the attack. Han seemed to want to say something as they walked toward the dormitories, his gaze oscillating between Ren and the ground. His fingers closed and opened rhythmically, as if rehearsing grasping words from the air. However, before he could decide, a figure in the uniform of administrative auxiliaries approached the group. The woman moved with crisp efficiency, her expression professionally neutral. "Students Han and Lady Larissa, your presence is required immediately in the director's office." The rest of the group exchanged looks of surprise and concern. Whispers immediately began circulating among them. "Did they do something wrong?" Min asked, earning an elbow from Taro. The auxiliary maintained her neutral expression. "It's just protocol. The rest should go to their dormitories until further notice." Han cast a final glance at Ren before following the auxiliary along with Larissa, who bid farewell with a reassuring gesture. "What was that about?" Taro murmured as the group resumed their path toward the dormitories. "Extra interrogation, probably," Liora responded. "Larissa is a representative of the royal family, and Han, well, they didn't have much time to question him during the trip because of the abrupt cancellation, and they might think he possibly saw something relevant during his fall in the expedition." Ren remained silent, watching Han's figure recede into the distance. Upon reaching the first-year dormitories, Ren, Min, and Taro found Liu organizing his notes on the table. His face momentarily brightened upon seeing them enter, but his expression quickly changed upon noticing their countenances. "I guess you've already heard," he said by way of greeting. "We saw it when we arrived," Taro responded, dropping his backpack with an exhausted sigh. "The East Tower." Liu nodded gravely. "They say it was an underground attack first. They were looking for something on the seed." His gaze briefly rested on Ren, who was already heading toward his eggs, apparently indifferent to the conversation. His mushrooms, however, pulsed with a pattern that suggested intense mental activity. The eggs showed signs of normal development, although Ren immediately noticed that progress had halted during his absence. Unfortunately, Liu hadn't managed to replicate the rune. The delicate and complex energy pattern required Ren's specific understanding. In any case, it wasn't serious. The crystalline structure remained stable, and the cores maintained their integrity. 2 days without his direct attention only meant 2 days less of energy accumulation. "Did Lin or Zhao tell you anything else?" Liu asked while Ren meticulously examined each egg. He leaned forward, eager for information beyond the official announcements. "Only sad news," Min replied, collapsing onto his bed. The exhaustion of the journey and emotional toll of recent revelations weighed heavily on him. Liu lowered his head. "The professors and auxiliaries protected us valiantly. While the others shared what little they knew about the attack, Ren carefully extracted the Shadow Stalker tentacles he had collected. Their condition was optimal, thanks to the bark stalker blood he had used as a preservative after obtaining them. With precise movements he began finishing their processing, before they lost potency and mana absorption." "And what did you see?" Taro asked Liu, while observing Ren work. Liu shrugged. "Not much, really. They evacuated us to the underground shelter almost immediately. We felt tremors." His voice grew lower. "Afterward we learned what it was when some abyssals emerged on the lower level. The professors contained them." A heavy silence fell over the room. The reality of the losses, the fragility of the security they had taken for granted, settled in their minds like a stone slab. Ren, though apparently absorbed in his work, processed all the information. His mind was far from the mechanical task at hand. The academy needs more strength, he thought, evaluating options. Lin and Zhao may obtain their beasts soon, but that wouldn't be enough against triples with gold level. The solution was evident, though it would require considerable resources, more eggs, more beasts for promising students, and he needed to begin immediately. Chapter 246 Taming Honor. The solution was evident, though it would require considerable resources, more eggs, more beasts for promising students, and he needed to begin immediately. After finishing processing the tentacles, Ren dedicated some time to his daily cultivation. The light of his mushrooms acquired that characteristic bluish tone while he channeled energy. Min and Taro imitated him shortly afterward, each focused on their own techniques. Liu, having completed his routine in the morning, continued with his studies without paying much attention. Lin didn't seem likely to appear to supervise today's exercise, which wasn't surprising considering the circumstances. Ren took advantage of this absence to extract 3 more cores from his now abundant personal reserve. When his companions finished their cultivation, Ren silently headed toward the door. "Where are you going?" Min asked, looking up from his meditation position. "Exchange warehouse," Ren responded succinctly. "I'll be back soon." "But they told us to," Taro began, concern evident in his voice. Ren merely smiled, his mushrooms pulsing with quiet determination. "I won't be long." Upon arrival, he found the special materials section still active, with Jessie nervously organizing several scrolls behind the counter. She was sorting through the chaotic aftermath of the Academy's disruption. "Ren!" the young woman exclaimed upon seeing him, her cat ears moving with surprise. "You shouldn't be here." "I need some specific materials," he responded directly. "It's important." Jessie seemed to hesitate, but something in Ren's expression must have convinced her. The intensity in his eyes, perhaps, or the unusual urgency in his typically measured demeanor. "Well, I suppose I can make an exception. What are you looking for?" She pulled a ledger toward her, ready to check inventory. "Cheap wind links parts, 5, Ren began, mentally consulting his list. Jessie quickly reviewed the inventory. "We have some cheap iron rank ones." Her fingers traced down the columns of her ledger. Professor Zhao's auxiliary had a specimen. They're not very common, but not excessively rare either. After verifying the price, Ren nodded. 500 crystals was reasonable for a component of that quality. "I also need 5 demonic bash parts," he continued. Jessie's eyes widened slightly. "That's quite unusual. We only have as the lowest the bronze 1 rank, and they're considerably more expensive." "How much?" Ren asked, mentally preparing himself. 5,000 crystals for the complete set." Ren made an internal grimace. It was undoubtedly a higher sum since they weren't iron rank, but the expedition had been extraordinarily productive. He could afford it. The Bash components would provide the perfect balance of stealth and power for what he had planned. "And finally," he continued, "I need components of the celestial white tiger, its initial form, the striped light cat." He was genuinely surprised. "That's extremely rare, Ren, even more than the Bash. Do you have anything?" "Yes, but..." Jessie consulted the registry again. 20,000 crystals. And that's with your luck being generous, because they're only bronze 1 rank. Normally there's nothing that isn't silver since the Starweavers control that market. Ren calculated quickly. Between the price of the materials and what he would need for other components of the process, he was spending an amount that would have sounded substantial to him before. But he remembered Luna, her support since that first day. Despite her occasionally overwhelming insistence, she had proven to be an ally and a good person. He finally decided, all of it. "Yes, please," Ren affirmed. With the carefully wrapped packages under his arm, Ren returned to the dormitories. His mind was already designing the additional nests. The next day, the Great Hall had been transformed for the occasion. Black banners hung from the walls, replacing the Academy's usual vibrant colors. The students, by year, remained in perfect formations, all dressed in simple black robes over their uniforms. The silence was absolute, broken only by the occasional quickly suppressed sob. On the main stage, portraits of the fallen had been placed. In total, 2 professors and 21 auxiliaries and support staff who were underground at the time of the first attack. A devastating figure compared to the single casualty of the previous attack. Director Ignatius slowly advanced toward the center of the stage, leaning on a richly carved staff. His physical absence was painfully evident. Where he once stood with majestic presence, he now moved with the careful deliberation of someone whose equilibrium has been fundamentally altered. The empty space where his left leg should have been seemed to draw eyes, despite the flowing robes designed to disguise it. His phoenix was partially manifested, the golden reddish glow pulsing softly under his skin, accelerating a healing process that would take months even with the best treatments. "We gather today," he began, his voice projecting clearly despite his evident fatigue, "to honor those who gave their lives protecting this institution's fundamental principles: knowledge, honor, and above all, the future that each of you represent." Ren observed from his position among the first-year students. His mushrooms barely pulsed, maintaining a silent respect for the moment. Beside him, Min kept his head bowed, while Taro stared straight ahead, his jaw tense with contained emotions. A little further away, Han remained absolutely motionless, his face a stone mask that contrasted with the open sadness of those around him. Since his return from the interrogation, he had maintained a subtle but perceptible distance, as if fearing to contaminate them with something invisible he carried. Occasionally, his eyes would dart to Ren, then quickly away, as if unable to maintain contact. The director continued with the ceremony, individually naming each of the fallen, while a small flame was lit above their corresponding portrait. In the Jano tradition, the flame symbolized the spirit's passage to the great mana cycle, released from earthly bonds. The additional presences at the ceremony didn't go unnoticed by Ren. Guards from noble families, recognizable by their heraldic insignia, lined the walls. Castle personnel, with their characteristic dark blue uniforms, occupied strategic positions near the exits. And Julius, standing at one end of the stage, his face betrayed no emotion, but the tension in his shoulders spoke volumes about his awareness of the continuing threat. The academy had fortified itself, preparing for another attack that everyone feared might be repeated. When the ceremony concluded with a minute of absolute silence, the students were released to attend their regular classes and attempt to reinstate normalcy amid the recent chaos. The crowd dispersed slowly, many lingering near the portraits to pay personal respects. Ren stood for a moment next to the portrait of a guard, the one who normally stood at the entrance of the cave at midday, and affectionately called him Lucky Shroom. "Looks like we'll have Zhao for crystallography," Min commented as they headed toward their first class. His voice was kept low, as if speaking normally would somehow dishonor the somber mood. "Temporarily," Taro added, "until they find a permanent replacement." The news didn't surprise Ren. Zhao was one of the few professors with knowledge broad enough, and now also free time, thanks to Julius, to cover multiple subjects, although his specialty was exterior gathering. Upon entering the crystallography classroom, normally half empty as it was an optional subject, they found the space completely full. Students who previously showed barely any interest now occupied every available seat, their faces solemn and notebooks open. It seemed Professor Song's sacrifice had accomplished what his passion for teaching could not, filling his classroom. Zhao entered punctually, his expression slightly uncomfortable at finding the overcrowded classroom. His owl markings and feathers seemed more pronounced today, perhaps reflecting his heightened alertness. "Good morning," he began, quickly adapting to the situation. "As you know, I will be covering this class until an appropriate successor is designated for Professor Song." He paused, letting the name float in the air for a respectful moment. "For those joining this subject belatedly, I must clarify that the requirements for passing haven't changed. A minimum quantity of crystals collected from the mine is needed, which most of you have already fulfilled during your regular incursions." Several students visibly relaxed at this confirmation. "However," Zhao continued with a slight smile, "this doesn't exempt you from the theoretical exam, which constitutes 50% of your final grade. Chapter 247, Double Tamer 3rd. However," Zhao continued, with a slight smile, "this doesn't exempt you from the theoretical exam, which constitutes 50% of your final grade." A murmur of discontent spread through the classroom, primarily from the newly incorporated students who had hoped for an easy pass. For Ren, however, the news presented no problem whatsoever. His enhanced processing capacity, a product of his fusion with the ring, allowed him to assimilate information at a rate that bordered on superhuman. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed with quiet confidence as he reviewed his mental catalogue of crystallographic knowledge. He had already memorized practically the entire syllabus, extracting knowledge from textbooks and notes borrowed from Min and Taro. He wouldn't need to present a thesis specialized in his beast either, since Wei had already approved him. Despite his mushroom having reached bronze rank, fulfilling another of the possible requirements, it was very difficult to demonstrate that this was the case and not incorrect maturation. The only obstacle to officially verify this rank was that his core remained abnormally small, even tinier than that of his Hydra, despite technically being his main beast. A specialized crystal could see his interior cores, but the mushrooms would still not reach the minimum size of a bronze one. The 20% increases his mushroom had managed to obtain also far below traditional standards. A bronze 1-rank beast should provide a minimum 60% increase in its main attribute and a maximum of 100%. "The true advantage of my beast is being able to obtain multiple beasts," Ren reflected as Zhao began the lesson. "I could explain to them in detail, but having them believe I've simply taken a potion is convenient for now." The idea of having to explain to Julius, the director, or any of the intimidating adults at the academy how his beast really worked seemed an unnecessary risk. The obtained potion provided the perfect shield, a reasonable explanation that required no further questioning. At the end of class, Ren caught Klein's gaze, laden with barely contained frustration. The Goldcrest heir must have already understood that it was too late to surpass him in this subject. In his eyes, Ren had practically lived underground the entire semester, giving him an unfair advantage in crystal collection. His only hope would be to obtain a perfect grade in Mai's class, tie with Ren in Wei's, and then defeat him decisively in the battle class, both in individual and team modalities. Since the combat subject carried more weight than the theoretical ones, he could still snatch the semester honor, a logical plan considering he would soon be Bronze 1. The lion's increased power would give him a significant edge in combat scenarios. But it didn't contemplate that Ren already had more total increases than the 80% Klein would obtain. The Mushroom Boy's hidden advantages remained precisely that for him, hidden. In the following days, classes gradually resumed their normal rhythm. Han and Larissa fully reincorporated after their interrogations, and although Han initially seemed uncomfortable, especially around Ren, he slowly began to relax again in the group's presence. Whatever had been discussed in the director's office remained private, but the tension in Han's shoulders had visibly decreased with each passing day. Ren's group's incursions into the depths were temporarily suspended, diverting the boys' attention toward theoretical preparation. Ren took advantage of this time to work on his eggs and his cultivation. Upon returning to the dormitories after the day's classes, they found a surprise. The auxiliaries had finally delivered all the materials collected during the expedition. Carefully labeled packages occupied every available space piles of shadow stalker skins, bark stalker parts, and other materials. The room now resembled a warehouse more than a living space, with barely visible paths between the beds. "Where are we supposed to sleep?" Min asked, contemplating the now crowded room with amazement. "We can process and sell them for a bigger cash out, but first we'll need to reorganize," Ren suggested, already evaluating how to use the vertical space. "All this is really just ours?" Taro asked, incredulous. "Most of it is mine," Ren admitted, "but don't worry, I'll find somewhere to store it." The next day, Zhao made the official announcement of the expedition grades in front of the entire class. As expected, Ren's group topped the list with astronomical values that made the efforts of the rest of the students seem ridiculous. "And with these results," Zhao concluded, his owl markings brightening with what seemed like pride, "it is established that Ren Patinder obtains first place in the practical gathering unit." A murmur ran through the classroom. Although everyone had anticipated this result, hearing it officially transformed it into an inescapable reality. Jin and Klein exchanged somber looks. What they had feared was confirmed. Ren, the boy with the supposedly weakest beast, had secured the first official academic victory, consolidating his position as the most outstanding student of the semester so far. The Mushroom Boy's trajectory continued to defy all expectations. Klein clenched his fists under his table. His plan to obtain the semester honor was becoming increasingly complicated. The path to proving the Goldcrest superiority was narrowing with each achievement from the common-born student. Classes continued their normal course. Julius had remained at the academy for a few more days after the attack, dedicating himself to a meticulous underground investigation. According to circulating rumors, he had found no traces of the attackers, who had apparently retreated wounded, disappearing as mysteriously as they had arrived. Min jumped in the dormitory with eyes bulging with excitement. The school returned to complete normalcy, but today things in the boys' room had spiraled out of control. "It's moving. Ren, it's moving," he exclaimed, gesturing toward his nest. "They don't move, relax." Ren approached Min's nest and examined the new fully formed egg. A faint bluish glow pulsed from within. "It's ready," he confirmed, a slight smile forming on his lips. "Call it." Min nodded nervously and extended his hand. When he made contact, a brief light connected the creature with Min, as established. He concentrated, briefly closing his eyes, and when he opened them, emitted a more intense flash. His excitement was palpable, the culmination of weeks of anticipation. The four observed in silence as the creature inside struggled to free itself. Finally, with a decisive crack, the shell split and a gelatinous substance spilled over the nest. The scent of fresh water filled the air. In the midst of the fluid, barely visible, floated what appeared to be a transparent tadpole the size of a rabbit. Its internal organs, faintly visible through its translucent skin, pulsed with a constant rhythm. Two small black eyes rotated independently, examining its new environment. Min extended his hand tremblingly. The amphibian swam through the air as if it were in water, approaching his fingers with undulating movements. It circled his hand once, twice, then settled in his arm, its small body cool and slightly damp. "It's clearly searching for word. A glorified tadpole, unable to contain a mocking smile. Crepta 248, Ane began, clearly searching for words. "A glorified tadpole," Liu suggested, unable to contain a mocking smile. "It's perfect," Min corrected, marveling at the creature. "My invisible amphibian. Well, almost invisible." The translucent being rippled through the air with fluid grace. Its tiny body caught the light occasionally, revealing glimpses of intricate internal structures. "It's still in the initial phase," Ren explained. "As it evolves, its invisibility capability will improve. For now, it's rather translucent." Taro leaned in to observe more closely. "It's quite small." He squinted, following the creature's movements with fascinated skepticism. "That will change too," Ren assured. His mushrooms pulsed confidently, as if sharing a secret only they knew about the creature's potential. "For now," added Liu with a malicious smile, "it seems you've established a bond with a small animated blob of mucus." Min shot him a withering look. "Laugh all you want. When I can infiltrate where no one else can reach, I won't share any information with you." "Sure," Taro joined the teasing, "because we're all dying to know the school gossip like you and Han." Despite the jokes, the pride on Min's face was undeniable. His amphibian, small as it was the undeniable symbol that he had transformed into a double Tamer. The achievement radiated from him, practically visible in the way he held himself taller. Ren observed the scene with satisfaction. The first egg had hatched correctly, validating his techniques and calculations. The others would follow soon, and with each new beast, their collective forces would strengthen. While Min continued marveling at his new beast, and Taro and Liu competed to create the best mocking nicknames for the creature, Ren directed his attention toward the other nests. "Here," said Ren, extending a thin but meticulously bound book toward Min. "Here's everything you need to know about your amphibian for now development cycles, specific cultivation techniques, elemental compatibilities." Min took the book with reverence, running his fingers over the cover where Ren had drawn the silhouette of his amphibian in its more developed form. The illustration showed a sleeker, more defined creature with extended limbs and complex gill structures. "You wrote it so quickly?" he asked, leafing through the pages densely covered with precise diagrams and carefully annotated text. "Yes," Ren responded while adjusting the conditions of Zhao's nest, which showed signs of being close to fully forming. The crystalline structure pulsed with slightly increased frequency, and the internal energies had begun to align in preparation, though sections about advanced interactions with other beasts are still missing. Who was observing from his desk closed the elementary theory book he was studying. "And will I get one when my egg is ready, boss?" Ren nodded, his mushrooms pulsing softly. "I've already started writing it, but with everything that's happened, I haven't had as much time as I'd like to progress." "Don't rush," Liu shrugged, a casual smile on his face. "Anyway, I have you here to ask directly. It's better than any book." "Speak for yourself," Min interjected without looking up from the manual. "Some of us prefer to have clear instructions that don't disappear when Ren decides to get lost alone or kidnapped by the girls." Ren continued working in silence, but his mushrooms briefly pulsed with what his companions now recognized as his version of a laugh. The following days passed in an almost normal routine. Ren divided his time between classes, creating new eggs, and attending to existing ones. It was during a particularly quiet afternoon when Taro burst into the room. "Ren," he announced, "Professor Wei wants to see you. He says it's important." Ren looked up from the nest he was adjusting, a slight frown appearing on his face. His relationship with Wei had been tense since the classroom incident, though the one bit had established a certain forced respect. "Did he tell you what for?" "Something about research," Taro replied, sitting on his bed. "Seems he's been reviewing all the literature on iron beasts with short cultivation cycles, the ones we used for the first exam. I think he wants your help to correct it." Ren considered the information. He wasn't particularly interested in helping Wei, but the prospect of correcting erroneous information that affected so many fellow students was tempting. "I told him I'd let you know, and if you decided to go, you'd see him in the library after the last class," Taro continued. "Hope you don't mind." Ren shook his head. "It's fine." When the day's last class ended, Ren headed to the library. The vast space, with its shelves reaching the ceiling and tables strategically scattered to maximize concentration, was unusually empty. Most students preferred to study in their rooms or in groups since the attack. At a secluded table, surrounded by piles of books and scrolls, he found Wei. The professor looked exhausted, with dark circles under his eyes and his normally impeccable tunic slightly wrinkled. He was so absorbed in an old tome that he didn't notice Ren's presence until he was standing directly across the table. "Ah, Patinder," Wei started slightly. "Thank you for coming. Please, take a seat." Ren sat across from the professor, observing with interest the texts scattered about. He recognized several treatises on iron rank cultivation, along with some standard academy manuals and what appeared to be original field notes. An uncomfortable silence settled between them. Wei seemed to be struggling to find the right words, nervously reorganizing some papers in front of him. "I've been researching," he finally began, avoiding direct eye contact, "about initial beasts." Ren nodded, patiently waiting for Wei to get to the point. "The thing is," Wei cleared his throat, clearly uncomfortable, "your intervention in class raised significant doubts about the accuracy of our teaching materials." Another silence. Wei drummed his fingers on the table. "I've been comparing our texts with recent field observations, and..." Wei finally looked up, facing Ren directly. The professor breathed deeply as if gathering courage for what was to follow. I was wrong, he finally admitted. Ren maintained his neutral expression, though his mushrooms pulsed slightly faster, registering his mild surprise at this admission. The literature varies somewhat in its number of cultivation days, and that would be explained with an explanation of mana quantities from you for some reason. I need help to verify it, Wei continued, gaining confidence as he spoke. I've secured authorization to include an optional section in the final exam that follows your alternative cultivation methods. This truly captured Ren's complete attention. His mushrooms brightened noticeably, their pulses quickening with interest. It won't be mandatory, Wei quickly clarified. There's little time for students to adapt to such a fundamental change. But it's a beginning. Chapter 249. Taming the top student system. Wei shifted uncomfortably in his seat, as if what would come next was particularly difficult. His fingers nervously adjusted a stack of papers, aligning their edges with precision. What I need is your help, the words seemed physically painful for him. To identify the most crucial errors, especially those affecting your classmates' beasts. The main credit would be entirely yours, and also... Wei paused, unnecessarily readjusting his position. I also wanted to apologize, he finally said, so quickly that the words almost stumbled over each other. For my previous behavior, it was unprofessional. Ren studied the professor for a moment. His mother had always taught him about the value of forgiveness, warning him against becoming a small person who clung to grudges. Don't let pride make you petty, she would tell him. Forgive when you can, but don't forget to learn from what happened. Added to that, Ren had mourned the loss of people he had met only recently, which gave him a fresh perspective. It wasn't worth holding grudges in times like these. Helping everyone could improve the city's situation in the long run. The city where he wanted to give his parents a better life. I accept your apology, Professor, Ren responded after brief consideration. And I'll help with your research, especially if it benefits my classmates. Well, most of them. Maybe Klein and Jin Group's beasts would have to wait longer to get their fixed methods. Maybe he was a bit petty. The relief on Wei's face was evident. His shoulders relaxed visibly, and color returned to his previously pale complexion. Excellent. Thank you, Patinder. I've prepared an initial list of 5 beasts to review: weak plants, frogs, and 3 types of insects that are traditionally cheaper and have shorter cultivation periods than others, between 150 and 130 days also. As Wei explained, Ren understood the true scope of the project. It wasn't just about correcting academic literature for wealthy students. Wei planned to seek volunteers outside the academy, young people from the peripheral areas of the city who normally wouldn't have access to proper cultivation instruction, to test the revised methods. Thanks to Professor Zhao's intervention, Wei continued, shuffling through his notes with renewed energy, Lin has authorized you to temporarily skip the nightly exercises to dedicate that time to this research. Perfect. Ren nodded. We'll start with the duration, mana quantity, and absorption method. It's 100 days and not one more. The crystal must have stable brightness, and absorption must be done by circulating in a specific pattern then. Professor May's class, traditionally a quiet bastion, where students learned information useful for daily life, had undergone a notable transformation in recent days. The classroom, previously characterized by a relaxed atmosphere where no student actively participated, now vibrated with an almost palpable energy. The very air seemed charged with competitive spirit, crackling with tension whenever a question was posed. Hands rose constantly at each question, voices overlapped offering answers and additional examples, and debates about theoretical applications frequently extended beyond the assigned time. Mana poisoning manifestation occurs because the body processes too much mana from the environment, exceeding the contracted creature's absorption and expulsion capacity, May explained, her normally monotone voice now carrying a hint of enthusiasm. Could anyone provide the symptoms of this phenomenon? At least 5 hands shot up immediately. Klein, Jin, Luna, and several others from the noble group, who rarely participated, now competed for the professor's attention. Klein answered correctly when selected. Excellent answer, Goldcrest, May nodded, genuinely pleased with the level of detail. Can anyone give me an example of passive mana processing from their beasts? My shadow wolf, Luna interjected instance before being formally recognized, causes a decrease in perceived luminosity of up to 20%, even when not actively manipulating shadows. The effects are more pronounced in enclosed spaces. My tiger, Jin quickly added, not wanting to be left behind, increases air purity by approximately 10%, which can be detected using appropriate perception instruments. Mai observed this display with barely disguised satisfaction. After years of teaching students who considered her subject merely complimentary, this sudden enthusiasm was refreshing. Her eyes sparkled with renewed purpose as she navigated the forest of raised hands. What most didn't notice was that Ren, the culprit behind this situation, barely participated in this competition. Seated in his usual place, he meticulously took notes and responded when directly asked, but rarely raised his hand voluntarily. His mushrooms pulsed with their characteristic rhythm while absorbing the information, but his mind was clearly divided between the class and other matters. For Ren, the research with Wei occupied a significant portion of his concentration. Correcting errors in cultivation literature seemed more valuable to him than conquering participatory points in a competition he didn't even know was happening, because that was the crucial detail. Ren was almost completely unaware of what was at stake. The semester student honor, an objective that had awakened such competitive fervor in his classmates, was for him an abstract concept with no apparent practical value. He had never asked about its real meaning, and nobody had bothered to explain it to him. The academy's system worked this way by design. Certain knowledge wasn't openly offered, it had to be sought, researched, conquered. Honor was one of those open secrets that separated the merely intelligent from the truly ambitious. For most students, advancing at the academy simply meant satisfactorily. An iron-rank student who completed their first year without failing anything would automatically become a bronze 1-rank student, with all corresponding benefits: a daily stipend, 10 times greater 10 crystals instead of 1, better food, and access to new specialized classes. Failure in theoretical subjects of low value like Mai's meant remaining at the same rank, though advancing to the next year. Failure in high-value subject or gathering implied repeating the entire year and receiving a strike. 3 of these meant the complete loss of academic support. But there existed a system within the system, invisible to those who didn't know to look for it. The top 10 students of each year had the option to pursue a more ambitious path, one that could eventually lead them to the coveted gold and platinum ranks. Gold was the minimum rank Ren needed to achieve to realize the objective for which Selphira had planted a seed in his head. This system of silent selection wasn't determinative in the first year, but it established crucial foundations. Every student who had reached gold rank had been among the top 10% of their generation, and all platinum students without exception had obtained the honor of best student during their first year. Ren, without knowing it, was about to secure that honor simply by doing what he considered right and necessary. His path, guided by instinct and intellect rather than ambition, was aligning perfectly with the Academy's highest trajectory. Chapter 250 Taming the Skystone. The throne room of Yino had never been a place for warmth. The walls of polished obsidian reflected the purple light of the abyssal crystals, creating an atmosphere as oppressive as it was majestic. The air seemed denser here, charged with the barely contained power of the beasts pulsing beneath the skin of those who occupied positions of power. The king reviewed the scroll with an impenetrable expression, his eyes absorbing every detail of the report, while Lord Ravenspire remained silent, awaiting his reaction. Only the occasional purple flash that traveled through the monarch's veins betrayed the agitation the message caused him. These luminescent veins briefly illuminated his face from within, casting his features in an otherworldly glow. "Is this everything?" he finally asked, his voice deliberately controlled. "All they could report after reaching our borders and before receiving attention from the healers, my lord," Ravenspire responded, his posture rigid with tension. "The complete details will be provided when they arrive at the capital." The king placed the scroll on the carved armrest of his throne. His fingers, partially transformed into claws, drummed on the surface with a rhythm that would have made anyone nervous who wasn't accustomed to the manifestations of his impatience amplified by his abyssal beast. "The seed was opened," he pronounced, not as a question but as confirmation of a regrettable fact. "But the ring wasn't there. Our agents were quite clear on this, my lord. After eliminating several Yano assets during the assault, they confirmed that the ring was not in the Academy leader's possession, nor did it arrive with any of the reinforcements to the battle." A heavy silence filled the hall as the king processed this information. The loss of the only power ring they could steal, especially the last one Yano needed, represented another significant setback in plans that had been developing for decades. "And our first triples remain in one piece?" he inquired, slightly changing the subject. Lord Ravenspire adjusted his posture, obviously uncomfortable. His hands clasped behind his back to hide their slight tremor. "They were effective in combat, my lord, but they demonstrated a certain lack of discipline. Elaborate. The combined power of 3 beasts seems to have affected their judgment capacity. They remained fighting long after determining the target wasn't present, apparently for mere personal satisfaction. This considerably complicated their retreat when additional Yano reinforcements arrived." The king didn't seem surprised, only slightly disappointed. Intoxicated by their own power, a foreseeable side effect, although I had hoped our conditioning would have been more effective. He rose abruptly, his beasts partially manifesting as he descended the throne steps. Cassian reported correctly about the Academy's temporary vulnerability, he continued as he walked through the hall, each step resonating with an unnatural echo. They sent too much security to protect the nobles during their excursion, neglecting their seed's main base. The opportunity was there. And our agents took advantage of it as best they could, my lord, Ravenspire attempted to appease him, though his voice carried a hint of uncertainty. Did they? The king stopped, turning to face his counselor. His eyes glowed with an inner light that made Ravenspire take an involuntary step backward. First, that Harold fails to obtain the ring during the seed's opening. Then we send our first triples, our most valuable assets, and they return empty-handed too. His frustration was palpable, making the abyssal crystals pulse with greater intensity, bathing the hall in purple shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own. What concerns me, he continued, his voice dropping to an almost meditative tone, is what this means. If the ring wasn't in the seed and isn't in the possession of Yano authorities, where is it? A messenger entered hurriedly, stopping at the entrance with a deep bow. My lord, Lord Bloodwind sends word Hagen is fully prepared for the operation. The king considered this information for a moment, strategies and possibilities reconfiguring in his mind like pieces on an invisible board. No, he finally decided. Inform Bloodwind there is a change of plans. Hagen will not be deployed yet, my lord. Ravenspire couldn't hide his surprise. This situation smells like a trap, the king explained, resuming his pacing. If Yano doesn't have the ring or is very skillfully hiding its possession, attacking now could be catastrophic. We need more information to know who has it. He stopped before a map carved in black stone, where the cities of Yino and Yano glowed with contrasting light, separated by the abyss rift. His finger traced the border between the kingdoms, lingering on the jagged line that marked their division. Redirect our efforts to intelligence gathering, and accelerate the triple program. Every soldier with a gold one-level beast or higher must be prepared for conversion. All our nobles? Ravenspire couldn't help asking. The process isn't 100% safe yet, my lord. We could lose valuable warriors. It's an acceptable price for what we will gain, the king responded coldly. Even if Yano has all 3 rings in the hands of the wandering king, they won't be able to resist all our triples once they are well trained. Ravenspire bowed his head in acceptance, but dared to raise an additional concern. And if they manage to open the upper door before we are prepared? The king slowly returned to his throne, his beast's manifestations gradually retracting beneath his skin. A humorless smile briefly crossed his face. We have been preparing for decades will come to us on its own, and we'd better make sure we're in the best possible position when it does, but in our territory at least, the entity protects us. He sat down, his posture regaining the royal formality he had momentarily abandoned. The Skystone gave us a unique opportunity, but this series of failures has forced us to adopt a defensive stance. However, patience, Lord Ravenspire, has always been Yino's most valuable virtue. In the purple darkness, no one could see the shadow of concern that briefly crossed the monarch's face. What none of them knew, what not even their most efficient spies or traitors had discovered, was that Yano wasn't hiding the ring as a trump card. Yen too didn't know its exact location, with so the precarious balance between the 2 cities remained unaltered. The opening of the first door, the objective that both kingdoms had pursued for generations, would have to wait. Meanwhile, in the space between them, in the depths where beasts reigned supreme, the forces that would determine the fate of both kingdoms continued evolving, oblivious to the human ambitions trying to control them. Chapter 251, Double Tamer Zhao. With the end of the semester approaching, Ren felt a particular satisfaction seeing how the projects in which he had invested so much time were beginning to bear fruit. The nest he had prepared for Zhao finally showed the egg ready for contracting. The crystalline shell pulsed with a steady rhythm, the energy within reaching optimal levels for emergence. It was late when Zhao arrived at the room. The professor seemed slightly agitated, as if he had been resolving some urgent matter before coming to their appointment. I hope I haven't kept you waiting, he commented while closing the door behind him. Ren shook his head. It just reached the critical point a few minutes ago. Your timing is perfect, Professor. The egg, amber-toned with greenish veins, emitted an intermittent glow. Unlike Min's amphibian, whose hatching had been more delicate, this egg showed signs of more intense energy. Small arcs of electricity occasionally danced across its surface, and the air around it felt charged with potential. What should I do? Asked Zhao, approaching the nest with barely anticipation. His fingers twitched slightly, betraying his eagerness despite his professional demeanor. It's as simple as when you contracted your mist owl egg as a child, instructed Ren. Let some of your mana naturally enter the egg. The raptor needs to recognize you as its tamer before emerging. Zhao followed the instructions. The moment he touched the crystalline surface of the egg, it responded with a more intense pulse of energy. The process was surprisingly rapid. A series of crackles traveled across the egg's surface, followed by the appearance of fractures that extended like lightning. Unlike the gelatinous hatching of Min's amphibian, the raptor's egg opened with an explosive movement, crystalline fragments flying in all directions before disintegrating into particles of light. Where the small egg had been, particles of light grew and disappeared. Now stood a reptile approximately the size of a large dog. Its skin constantly changed color, adapting to its surroundings, but its basic form was unmistakable: an agile, muscular body, powerful hind legs, a long tail for balance, and a triangular head dominated by yellow eyes with vertical pupils that intensely studied Zhao. "Impressive," Liu murmured as the camouflage raptor tilted its head, recognizing Zhao as its tamer. "Definitely not a small creature like our Mins." Taro nodded with a knowing air. "Reptiles generally emerge in more advanced stages of development like my hydra," Ren explained while observing the bond forming between beast and tamer. "Their growth cycles are different from amphibians or insects." The raptor made an agile leap, landing in front of Zhao. Its size was considerable. The professor observed with fascination how the creature's skin adopted the exact tone of his tunic's fabric. "The enhancements will be notable," Ren commented. 40% in attack, with an additional 30% in defense and speed. All other attributes receive a 20% increase. "It's not at the same initial level as Luna's wolf, Larissa's fairy, or Leora's will-o-wisp," Ren reflected, "but it's certainly very close, like my hydra." "The professor will have enhancements equivalent to a gold one of Tier 2. Taro understood, his eyes widening slightly at the implications. Ren nodded. "Your Mist Owl already provides 40% increases in attack and speed, which at Silver 3 level means an impressive 240% in those attributes and 120% in the others. And with the raptor." Zhao mentally performed the calculations, his expression shifting as the numbers revealed themselves. "Your attack will reach 280%, and your speed 270%, with considerable increases in defense and all other attributes as well," Ren completed. Then he extended 2 thin books carefully bound by Isaac's hands. "These are for you." Zhao took the books, examining the meticulously calligraphed titles, "Cultivation of the Camouflage Raptor" and "Maturation of the Mist Owl Path to True Form." "The second is for when you're ready for the investment," Ren explained. "It contains all the tips and optimized methods to bring your owl to the first step of its maximum potential in 1,000 days. About that," Zhao smiled slightly, "Julius has agreed to cover the costs." "Really?" Ren couldn't hide his surprise. The maturation of a Silver 3 beast toward its true form required resources that even some nobles would consider prohibitive. The process demanded rare materials from the deepest rings, specialized energy crystals, and constant expert supervision. Zhao nodded, while the raptor rubbed against his leg, apparently comfortable with its new tamer. "I was wondering if you've ever considered joining the military forces when you grow up," he commented, shifting the topic slightly. "As a soldier, they could pay for all your cultivations too." Ren remained thoughtful for a moment. The proposal was tempting from a purely practical standpoint. He mentally calculated what it would cost to bring his mushrooms to complete maturation: special materials, energy 10 times more expensive, rare components from superior beasts. The resulting sum was truly astronomical. "I appreciate the suggestion, Professor," Ren finally responded, "but I don't think military life is for me." "May I ask why?" Ren considered his answer for only a moment. "I don't like killing people," he said simply. Zhao nodded, not seeming surprised by the response, though he mentally registered the structure of the comment as if it were relevant data for some invisible assessment. "In any case," Zhao continued, while the raptor cautiously began to explore its new environment, "Julius will not only cover my cultivation. It seems he intends to fund certain research that, according to my calculations, might give you a surprise when the first results start to show." "What kind of research?" asked Ren, genuinely curious. "Yours with Wei. I can't reveal all the details now," Zhao responded with a slight smile. "But based on what I've learned about your 100-day methods, I'd say you could see monetary results in approximately 4 months. Ren didn't fully understand what Zhao was referring to, but the mention of his accelerated cultivation methods suggested that someone was taking his theories seriously enough to plan significant resource investment in them. The possibility that his work might extend beyond the academy walls was both exciting and somewhat intimidating. "I'm glad you've decided to begin the maturation process for your owl," Ren commented, deciding not to press for more details for the moment. When it reaches its true form, it will be at the level of a gold 2 in its main enhancement, 320%. No negligible power, Zhao nodded. Though it will take almost 3 years, it will be a long time. All valuable things do, Ren responded with the practical wisdom that often surprised those who expected the typical naivety of his age. Chapter 252, Taming Laziness. While Zhao began to familiarize himself with his new beast, Ren mentally reviewed his upcoming projects. Lin's egg was close to completion. Then would come Liu's, and shortly before the end of the semester, those for the noble cousins. The annotation work with Wei was progressing exceptionally well, recording the first phase of the project at a good pace. The professor seemed renewed, as if he truly cared more about knowledge than ego since Ren had defeated him. The pride that had once clouded his judgment had given way to genuine scientific curiosity. But not all projects were advancing. One of them encountered a pause for the first time, one that seemed like a distant dream. "Rest," Lin declared firmly, crossing her arms while observing Ren with an inflexible expression. The silence that followed this simple word was so profound that one could have heard a pin drop. In the room, 4 faces looked at her with varying degrees of disbelief. "Pardon." Taro was the first to recover his voice. "Did you just say rest?" "Exactly," Lin nodded. "Ren will take a break from morning training sessions too, not just the nightly ones, for the remainder of the semester." Min let out a laugh that he quickly suppressed when he saw that Lin's expression didn't change. "Wait, are you serious? Ren, rest." "I think you've confused your student," Liu interjected from his desk without looking up from the book he was reading. "Ren no longer knows that word. It's not in his vocabulary anymore." Lin ignored the comments, keeping her attention on Ren, whose mushrooms pulsed with what appeared to be confusion. The soft light fluctuated in an irregular pattern, betraying his internal surprise. "The medicine has reached its limit of effectiveness," she explained. "Forcing more growth at this point could cause damage." "But I feel fine," Ren protested, touching his arms as if to demonstrate his point. "Better than ever, in fact." "Yes, I've noticed," Lin responded, and something in her tone suggested she had noticed much more than she was saying. "Your body seems to regenerate in unusual ways since the underground incident with the seed." A tense silence followed this observation. Lin's suspicions were evident, though she didn't fully verbalize them. "Listen," she continued, her voice softening slightly. "I'm not interested in theories about how you acquired that accelerated regeneration. I don't believe you stole the relic out of selfishness, and frankly, it's not my job to investigate that matter." Ren maintained his neutral expression, but his mushrooms briefly pulsed with what could be interpreted as relief. The light dimmed momentarily before returning to its normal intensity. "But," Lin raised a finger to emphasize, "as your instructor, it's my responsibility to ensure your development is healthy and sustainable. Since I don't know what that regeneration increase is about or how it works, I'm not going to take it into account. And rest is also part of growth. We will allow the medicine and your body to stabilize as if normal." Min pretended to faint onto his bed. "It's the end of the world. Lin is recommending rest. Next news, the Gold Crests open a flower shop with gin at the counter." Taro threw a pillow toward Min, though he couldn't contain his own smile. "Shut up or she'll make us train twice as much while Ren enjoys his vacation." Lin ignored the antics again, keeping her gaze fixed on Ren. "We'll begin next semester with a completely new level of training and more advanced medicine. For now, you need to allow your body to assimilate everything it has learned." She approached Ren to place a hand on his shoulder. The gesture was unexpectedly gentle, almost parental. "And don't you want to be rested and at your best for the final battle exam?" Lin smiled slightly. "It's no longer a matter of defending your honor. This time, I want you to obtain the crushing victory you deserve. Let the weak boy I adopted show what hard work can achieve." Ren seemed to consider Lin's words, his mushrooms pulsing in a thoughtful pattern. Finally, he nodded reluctantly. "It's not just effort, I've been very lucky, but I suppose I could use that time for other projects." "Of course that's what you understood by rest," Liu murmured, shaking his head. "Speaking of projects," Ren continued, ignoring the comment, "in 2 days your egg will be ready, Master Lin." Lin's eyes briefly lit up with something resembling enthusiasm, though she quickly returned to her usual composure. "Thank you. I'll be looking forward to it." As Lin headed toward the door, Min rose from his feigned faint. "So there will be no night exercises for the rest of the semester?" "Oh, the exercises will continue for you, Min," Lin responded over her shoulder, a dangerous smile forming on her lips. "In fact, I just thought of some special exercises to compensate for Ren's absence." Min's horrified groan followed Lin as she closed the door, leaving the boys alone with this new and improbable reality, Ren Batinder, officially obligated to rest. "Well," Taro said after a moment. That was unexpected, completely. Liu nodded. Though I suspect Lin is right. Ren remained silent, his mushrooms pulsing slowly as he considered this new directive. Rest wasn't something he was particularly familiar with, but if Lin insisted it was necessary for his development, a small smile appeared on Ren's lips. Lin said that I'll rest, but you lot won't have any yet. It's time for the daily routine I supervise for you. So get up, you scrawny insects. May's class continued to be very active, but it wasn't the only one that had experienced this increase in competitiveness. A similar phenomenon occurred in Wei's and Zhao's classes, where preparation for final exams was almost palpable in the air. More incisive questions, more heated debates, and unprecedented attention to detail now characterized these sessions. Klein, Luna, and Jin had become particularly vocal, each attempting to outdo the other while simultaneously trying to surpass Ren's performance. Their newfound academic enthusiasm had transformed even the driest topics into occasions for fierce intellectual competition. However, for Yang and Lin, the dynamics were different. The battle subject didn't lend itself to this type of verbal competition. Its final exam followed a completely different methodology. While their colleagues enjoyed the renewed academic fervor in their classrooms, Lin and Yang prepared something more physical, more immediate, more revealing: a tournament. An event that would not only test the students' combat skills, but would reveal aspects of their character that no written exam could capture. It would be the perfect culmination of a semester filled with unexpected developments and shifting perceptions. Chapter 253, 253 Double Tamers, Lin and Liu. During the following weeks, Ren worked alongside Wei Yi, meticulously reviewing every aspect of cultivation for the 5 selected beasts. With the forced rest period, Ren divided his time between preparation for final theoretical exams and the meticulous care of the remaining eggs. The egg destined for Lin was the first to show signs of being ready after just 2 days. Ren immediately sent a message to the instructor through Liu, who was also anxious about his own egg. Lin took no more than 10 minutes to arrive at the room. "Is it truly ready?" Lin asked as she entered, her usual composure slightly altered by a gleam of anticipation in her eyes. Ren nodded, his mushrooms pulsing softly as he stepped back to give the instructor space. The egg sat in its specialized nest, emitting a steady reddish glow that bathed the room in warm light. Lin followed the simple instructions. Her hands, calloused from years of martial arts training, rested delicately on the crystalline surface of the egg. The connection formed immediately, a resonance of energy flowing between tamer and beast. The process was dramatic and elegant, reflecting the nature of the beast it contained. The egg didn't explode or melt, instead it divided perfectly into 4 parts that separated like opening petals. In the center, wrapped in a reddish glow, appeared a creature that combined feline and reptilian elements. The lizard fire panther was approximately the size of a large dog, with brilliant scales covering a muscular and agile body. Its eyes immediately fixed on Lin, recognizing its tamer with instinctive certainty. "What an extraordinary and nostalgic sensation," Lin murmured, her expression softening slightly. "I suppose you haven't felt it more than twice, when you acquired your beast and when you rose to bronze one." The 40% increases are also considerable, Ren understood, observing her reaction with satisfaction. 40% in speed and strength, perfectly complementing your crane's enhancement. Lin nodded, already mentally calculating how these new attributes would affect her capabilities. Her crane, already at bronze 1 rank, provided an 80% increase in those same attributes. With this addition, she would reach a not insignificant 120%. "This will change my combat approach," she reflected, her fingers lightly running along the panther's scaled back. "I believe I'll be able to break through the defenses of some silver-rank beasts without resorting to internal displacement techniques that damage their organs." "Surely," Ren confirmed. "Your technique and base strength far above average, especially in your legs, combined with this enhancement, will allow external damage to be sufficient to overcome many defenses you couldn't break before, especially of non-defensive beasts." Lin allowed a satisfied smile to briefly appear on her lips. "Of course, I would still need to find the weak point of a gold 1 rank even with the worst defense like the chin if I wanted to cause damage with a brain concussion, and I still won't be able to damage a defense that exceeds my attack capacity, but not just any armor or resistant skin will withstand your kicks anymore," Ren completed with a smile. Lin gently stroked her new beast, feeling the comforting warmth it emanated. The panther leaned into her touch, its body heat intensifying pleasantly where her fingers made contact. "Thank you, Ren. This is an invaluable gift." "It's not a gift," Ren with seriousness, handing over the already expected book. "It's an investment in our collective security." The instructor looked at him intensely for a moment, as if reassessing the extraordinary young man before her. Finally, she nodded, accepting both the beast and the responsibility it represented. "Something more?" Liu asked, noticing Ren's hesitation. A week later, it was Liu's egg's turn. Ren nodded, seeing the mixture of excitement and nervousness in his roommate. "When you're ready, place your hands on the egg." Liu breathed deeply before following the instructions. His fingers trembled slightly as they made contact with the crystalline surface. The response was immediate. The egg began to emit a low-frequency sound, almost inaudible, but that could be felt as a vibration in the bones. "Is this normal?" Liu asked, suddenly unsure. His eyes widened as the vibrations intensified. "For this particular beast, yes," Ren responded calmly. "Each species has its own method. This reflects the nature of the hyena banshee." As if confirming his words, the egg began to fracture, not explosively or elegantly, but as if the shell were disintegrating. Very small fragments fell away, while a toothed muzzle emerged, followed by a body that combined canine elements with spectral characteristics. The banshee hyena was slightly smaller than Liu's bat, with greyish fur that seemed to fade at the edges like smoke. Its eyes, completely black with no visible pupil, shone with penetrating intelligence. When it opened its mouth in what appeared to be a yawn, it revealed rows of sharp teeth and a throat that emitted a faint bluish glow. "It's smaller than the teacher's creatures," Liu murmured as the creature leaped toward him, landing with surprising lightness in his arms. Its weight seemed inconsistent with its size, as if it were partially incorporeal. "Its initial development is slower, but it will surprise you later. Still, it's not among the slowest. It's rather a generalist, so it will provide you with 30% increases in multiple attributes," Ren explained while observing Liu familiarize himself with his new beast. "Speed, strength, attack, defense, and something more. It's what I would call non-elemental magic," Ren elaborated. "Specifically, it will amplify the sonic capabilities of your beasts. It's an effect that can't be directly measured with crystals like physical enhancements, but you'll feel it when you use both beasts." Liu nodded, already perceiving the synergy between his two beasts. His bat, which normally only provided him with a 30% increase in speed and attack, would now have its capabilities significantly complemented and amplified. "It's an incredible change," he commented. "I've practically more than doubled my enhancements in some attributes." "And multiplied your tactical options," Ren added. "The combination of the bat's improved echolocation with the banshee hyena's sonic capabilities will create effects that you can't yet fully imagine." The hyena emitted a soft moan as if testing its voice, and Liu felt a strange resonance inside his head. The sound seemed to bypass his ears entirely, vibrating directly within his skull. "It's different than what I expected," Liu admitted, "but in a good way." Ren smiled, his mushrooms pulsing with satisfaction. "The complete manual is here," he said, handing Liu a carefully bound book. "It includes specific techniques to maximize the synergy between both beasts, as well as exercises to develop the spectral hearing you will eventually acquire." Liu took the book with reverence, aware of the value of the knowledge it contained. Its cover was embossed with an intricate pattern that resembled sound waves. "Thank you, Ren. I don't know how I'm going to repay you for all this." "You don't need to repay it now," Ren responded. "Just use it well when the time comes." Liu nodded, perceiving the implicit weight in those words. Something in Ren's tone suggested he was preparing them all for challenges yet to come. Wei had announced to the class that part of the final exam would optionally include Ren's alternative methods for those students who wanted to participate. The reaction was mixed. Han, who still maintained a certain emotional distance from the group, signed up immediately. Several from Ren's group did the same, their trust in his methods overcoming traditional apprehensions. Other students, however, showed more reluctance. The idea of starting a premature cultivation still seemed dangerous to many, especially with traditional warnings about irreversible damage deeply rooted in their education. Klein and Jin's group, as expected, categorically rejected the offer. Klein, in particular, had publicly declared that he would not abandon centuries of knowledge proven by his family's long history for the simple theories of a novice with mushrooms on his head. Ren didn't care. He knew that change would take time, that entrenched ideas wouldn't transform overnight. But each student who decided to try his method represented a small victory, a step toward a future where correct knowledge would prevail over erroneous tradition. The tradition he had learned to hate upon arriving at school months earlier. However, he also knew that these superficial changes were just the beginning. The real change would come from bringing a beast above its perceived maximum rank. For now, he would concentrate on what he could control, correcting information about the beasts of the poorest, preparing his companions, and continuing to create his special eggs. The future would arrive in due time, or so his father said. Chapter 254, Player Pretender. The classroom was unusually quiet when Wei entered, carrying a folder with what everyone assumed were the partial results of the unit. The students straightened in their seats. The professor seemed different lately, less rigid, as if an enormous weight had been partially lifted from his shoulders. He cleared his throat and observed the students, momentarily pausing on Ren, who occupied his now habitual place, his mushrooms pulsing calmly while he reviewed another text. Before continuing with today's lesson, Wei began, I have an important announcement concerning this unit's evaluation. The students felt a tense anticipation floating in the air. After thoroughly reviewing the works presented to date, and considering the exceptional contributions to the correction of course material, he continued, I have made the decision to assign the first place of the unit to Ren Patinder in advance. A murmur travelled through the classroom. It wasn't a complete surprise, considering the joint work Ren had been doing with Wei in recent weeks, but the formality of the announcement made it official. The whispers rose in volume, a mixture of awe, resentment, and grudging acceptance. This means, Wei continued, raising his voice slightly to overcome the murmurs, that Patinder is not only exempt from this unit's final exam, a grade of 100 alone will not be a tie with him. The reactions were varied. Some students, particularly those who had adopted Ren's corrections for their own cultivation methods, nodded in approval. Others seemed indifferent, focused on their own grade prospects. Several exchanged glances, recalculating their chances in the semester's remaining challenges. But in two specific places in the classroom, the reactions were notably more intense. Klein Goldcrest maintained a carefully controlled expression, but the tension in his jaw and the slight golden glow that occasionally appeared in his eyes betrayed his inner fury. Another insult, he thought, his fingers imperceptibly tensing on the edge of his desk. First gathering, then crystals, now this. How can it be that this rotten intruder keeps triumphing over me? His mind frantically reviewed the calculations he had been making for weeks. With this first place secured for Ren, his own path to the semester honor was dangerously narrowing. He would need a perfect grade in May's unit, plus decisive victories in combat. It doesn't matter, he assured himself. Combat exams are where a tamer is truly measured, and there he won't stand a chance against my Bronze 1 lion. The rage inside him gradually transformed into a cold, calculating determination. He would prove to everyone, the professors, the other students, his family, especially Cassian, that he was a Goldcrest, and as such could not be surpassed by someone so insignificant. It was a matter of natural order, of hierarchy. Enjoy your moment, Patinder, he thought as a tense smile formed on his lips, because it will be brief. In another sector of the classroom, Luna observed Ren with a much more difficult expression to interpret. Her shadow wolf created subtly changing patterns in the shadow beneath her desk, rippling like dark water. First place. Again. Her admiration for Ren struggled against her own competitive spirit, creating a conflict she physically felt as pressure in her chest. Unlike Klein, Luna didn't resent Ren's success. She found it fascinating, inspiring even. The way the boy defied all expectations, how he ignored the initial taunts and obstacles to follow his own path. It was exactly what she herself aspired to do, though for different reasons. But I need to be first, she reflected as she gently pressed the letter in her pocket, her determination reaffirming. I can beat him in May's, Lin's and Yang's exams, she calculated, mentally organizing her strategy. The battles, there I have my chance. Her shadow wolf stirred, responding to the intensification of her determination. Luna had been diligently practicing, refining techniques that most of her classmates wouldn't even suspect she possessed. As Wei continued with his class, Klein and Luna's gazes occasionally converged on Ren, both loaded with intentions, though of fundamentally different natures. Klein saw a usurper, someone who threatened the natural order of things, who stole recognition that by birthright and status belonged to him. Luna saw an equal, perhaps even someone she admired, but also an obstacle she must overcome to achieve her own goals. Her view of Ren carried respect, but also resolution. Ren, apparently oblivious to these intense reactions, calmly continued his corrections. His mushrooms pulsed in their steady rhythm, illuminating the page before him. And while Klein planned his defeat and Luna his overtaking, Ren remained focused on what truly mattered to him, correcting what was wrong. Wei's classroom was about to go empty after the lesson as the students were getting ready to leave. Larissa, always surrounded by her retinue of guards, was reviewing some notes when Ren approached her table. His steps were measured, deliberately casual. Larissa, he said with an unusual formality for him, his mushrooms pulsing with a pattern that suggested certain nervousness. I've been thinking a lot about what you told me the other day. Larissa looked up, an expression of curiosity crossing her face. Oh, really? And... You're right, Ren interrupted, his voice audible enough for several nearby students to clearly hear. I'm going to take responsibility for what I did. Luna, who was collecting her materials a few meters away, almost dropped her book. Klein, who was conversing with Asta near the window, turned sharply, his expression oscillating between disbelief and malicious delight. "Responsibility," repeated Mira from her seat, her eyes widening as she exchanged glances with Sora. The two girls leaned forward, eager not to miss a word. "I always knew there was something between them," Maya whispered loudly enough for others to hear, a smile forming on her lips. "I warned my lady." Larissa, oblivious to the reactions the conversation was provoking, or perhaps perfectly aware and enjoying it, smiled enigmatically, not even fully understanding Ren's intentions, but playing along. "I'm glad you've made the right decision, Ren. When do you plan to act?" "Right now, if you're available," Ren responded naturally. Several muffled gasps resonated through the classroom. Asta choked on the water he was drinking, causing a boisterous cough that Feng tried to silence by patting him on the back. Other students whispered frantically to each other, theories growing wilder by the second. "I am completely at your disposal," declared Larissa, standing with princely grace. A shimmer of light danced around her hair and shoulders before fading again. "Close your eyes for a moment," Ren warned just before releasing a flash from his head. The mushrooms blazed with sudden brightness, temporarily dazzling anyone looking directly at them. It was at that moment that the plan was set in motion. With coordination that suggested previous practice, Min seemingly appeared out of nowhere next to Larissa. His amphibian, the small herbivorous tadpole as Liu called it, had extended its partial invisibility field. Simultaneously, Liu from the door activated his banshee hyena, creating a discrete bubble of sonic distortion around the small group. Sounds within this bubble would not escape, creating a pocket of privacy amid the bustling classroom. "What are we?" Larissa began to ask, but Ren interrupted her with a gesture. "Trust me," he whispered, as Min controlled the invisibility to include them all. For the other students, it was as if the three had vanished into thin air. The initial confusion quickly gave way to an uproar of increasingly far-fetched theories. "He took her!" exclaimed Roran, jumping from his seat. "Ren just kidnapped Larissa." "Impossible," protested Trent. "No one can be that precocious." The guards in question, alerted by the sudden commotion, rushed to where Larissa had been, but it was already too late. The trio, protected by Min's invisibility and Liu's sonic distortion, skillfully slipped through the academy's hallways. "Where are we going?" In excited whisper. Far from being frightened, she seemed to be greatly enjoying this clandestine little adventure. Her eyes sparkled with mischief. "Ren responded. "I have something for you."